en ingenierías, en derecho y por supuesto en administración y economía, que fue como comenzamos nosotros. Simplemente un par de notas que quisiera anotar sobre ICESI. Nosotros tenemos un compromiso muy grande con un proyecto de excelencia e inclusión. Desde el punto de vista de inclusión, esta es una universidad que también, si me remonto a sus orígenes, empezó como una escuela de negocios de muy alto nivel en el cual se matriculaban fundamentalmente estudiantes de familias de altos ingresos y unas cuantas becas que se daban en esos momentos. Gracias a un trabajo que se ha hecho muy fuerte con inclusión y a un aprovechamiento de políticas gubernamentales que hubo en el pasado, hoy la población estudiantil de ICESI, estratos 1, 2 y 3, es cercana al 58% de la población estudiantil. Y lo más importante es que sumado a eso hemos logrado como universidad, somos las universidades que más valor agrega en Colombia. Quiere decir, cuando tomamos los resultados promedio de las pruebas Saber 11 y comparamos eso con el puesto que tienen los estudiantes en las pruebas Saber Pro, nosotros somos los que más valor logramos agregar en competencias básicas como inglés, como pensamiento crítico, como formación cuantitativa. Y eso nos llena de orgullo, nos llena de orgullo y nos genera un compromiso hacia adelante muy importante. Queremos poder mantener este proyecto de inclusión y bueno, y en eso trabajamos día a día. Quiero también en esta pequeña introducción pues saludar al equipo de profesores de nuestro departamento de Economía que se encuentra aquí, que le ha metido mucho la ficha a esto. Paola Palacio ha estado al frente del equipo de profes y de la organización de esto, y nuestro jefe de departamento, Germán Lambardi, también muy pendiente. Pero aquí está todo el equipo de profes del departamento, que es un departamento con mucha solidez y mucho compromiso, y los saludo y pues agradezco que estén aquí presentes. Y también es muy importante contarles que en este relación con el banco nos sentimos muy honrados de que nos hayan seleccionado para tener este encuentro aquí, y estas personas del Banco de la República que son muy cercanas a nosotros, muchos de ellos son profes. Juan Esteban Carranza es profe de nuestro departamento, lo es Margarita Gafaro, Juan Sebastián Vélez y Camilo Borges, así que pues muy chévere que estén con nosotros y esperamos que sigan siendo profes por mucho tiempo y que esa relación que tenemos con el banco, que nos parece supremamente importante, supremamente enriquecedora, se siga fortaleciendo con cosas como estas y con proyectos que vengan hacia adelante. Bienvenidos a nuestro campus, bienvenidos a ICESI, a Cali, en los que vienen de lejos. Sé que algunos estudiantes están continuando. Tuvimos ayer el encuentro de estudiantes doctorales y algunos van a estar en estos 2 días también. Así que pues me parece muy bueno que talento joven esté presente en estas discusiones. Bueno, que tengan una muy buena jornada. Gracias. Una nota muy pequeña. Nos han pedido de control que por favor registren que hagan el registro de asistencia en el sistema PIWA. Eso lo pueden hacer desde el celular. Entonces, si nos ayudan con eso, simplemente para saber cómo que están aquí, cuánta gente hay, es un tema pues de control. Me da pena pedirles eso, pero si nos ayudan con eso. De pronto ahora algún monitor o algo les dice qué hacer para que nos ayuden. Simplemente es saber que están aquí o que hagan el registro de que llegaron al evento. Bien, gracias.
Muchas gracias, decano, por las palabras. Ahora empieza la parte, digamos, en inglés del evento. Quienes requieran traducción pueden ir por sus equipos de audífonos para pues que estén en traducción simultánea. Se pueden dirigir acá a la cabina que está en la parte superior del salón. Bueno, ahora le doy la palabra a Juan Esteban Carranza, superintendente de Estudios Económicos del Banco de la República, quien también nos va a dar unas palabras.
Gracias, Lucía. Entonces, para probar el sistema y en consideración con algunos de nuestros invitados, voy a empezar a hablar en inglés. So, good morning. Let me introduce myself. I am Juan Esteban Carranza. I am the head of economic studies at Banco de la República, and in Spanish, superintendente de Estudios Económicos. I want to start by thanking Carlos Enrique, the Dean of the School of Business and Economics at ICESI, for the hospitality. Germán Lambardi, the chair of the Econ department, the Econ faculty. I also welcome Professors McCourt, Nielsen, and Foster, our keynote speakers, for coming all the way to Cali to share your research and insights. I also welcome all the participants to the conference who come from institutions in Colombia and elsewhere, the directory of the network and other members of the research network, and I welcome everybody else who is with us today, the students and researchers who join us with the aim of learning and understanding some of our most urgent social problems, I guess. We open today the 5th Congress of the Red de Investigadores de Economía, the network of researchers in economics. Two of its editions were virtual, so this is the third presencial one. I don't know what that's how you call it, in person one. The network was created by Banco de la República for researchers inside and outside the bank to congregate and advance our understanding of a broad range of Colombian economic problems. This edition of the conference really epitomizes the purpose of the network, a diverse group of researchers from diverse institutions and regions discussing their research and learning from each other. This year, the conference focuses on development economics and its lessons for public policy. And so we will have the opportunity to join discussions about labor markets, crime, education, agriculture, the environment, and other topics related with the problems faced by societies like ours that have not reached their full potential. I thank Margarita Gáfaro, the head of the Cali office of the bank and its research group, Lucia Arango, the coordinator of the research network, Paola Palacio, the professor at ICESI, who was the leader of the organization of the conference here at the university. And I thank them for a wonderful lineup of speakers and talks. And I'm sure the conference will enlighten us and will encourage us to keep on learning. Muchas gracias. And I guess this would be the right time to applaud to start the conference.
Well, thank you, Juan Esteban, for your welcome and words. So we'll start with Dr. Karen McCours from Bureau School of Economics. Thank you, Dr. Karen, for being here with us.
Wonderful. Muy buenos días. Gracias para la invitación. Estoy contento de estar de regreso en Cali. Thank you for the invitation. I'm happy to be back here. I think, post-pandemic travel has picked up, and it's great to be back in Latin. It's actually my first time back in Latin America. So thanks for the opportunity. What I'll do is talk about, kind of talking about public policy in Latin America. The region, of course, has a long tradition of working on kind of experiences on social transfers, but also human capital investment. I know in Colombia, and indeed in part of Latin America, people don't necessarily think of transfers and human capital in the same sentence. But part of what I'll talk about is the conditional cash transfers like Familias en Acción, which had the double objective of both reducing poverty on the short term and investing in human capital on the long run. And so what I'll want to share with you is some thinking on and some lessons or some learnings from different studies where we kind of started looking at that long-term part of the transfers. And I'll link it to a couple of other broader questions. And I think this is a good time to have the discussion, or I hope it's a good time to have the discussion, given that, again, post-pandemic, I think lots of these questions are coming back on the table one way or the other. All right, so So when we invest in, when public policy invests, thank you, in human capital, there is, the long-term impacts are kind of part of why why governments are doing that. There is some evidence across different types of interventions of impacts on the long term. And there is also a question that arguably you want to wait on the long term to look at that, which is this, this question of when, which investments at which ages are the most critical. And of course, Heckman has kind of, in a certain way, it's not that he started that discussion, but he's kind of, framed that discussion in an important way. And so what I'll do in this presentation, I'll focus on kind of evidence of conditional cash transfer programs like Familias en Acción that were targeted in the region, targeting nutrition, health, or education, which, as you know, kind of started in 1997 in Brazil and Mexico with early rigorous evaluations, becoming national programs, scaling across the region, but scaling way beyond Latin America to more than 80 countries. And I'll say a little bit, I think there's a little bit kind of talking about trickle ages to kind of lessons from early childhood parenting interventions, which again in Colombia, of course, has been kind of one of the public policy topics of interest. Okay, and so before doing that, kind of what I'd like to do is kind of frame kind of how we want to think of these kind of long-term impacts, and kind of thinking through the theory of change. Like if we invest in human capital on the short term, how do we actually believe, or under what conditions do we believe these will lead to long-term outcomes, and what is it kind of, so theoretically there is this idea, again coming from Heckman, of skills beget skills, kind of self-productivity. If you invest in skills early on, then that's going to help the returns to investments later, and that's going to lead to investments later, and of course the dynamic complementarities are part of that. But then when you think of this in practice, of course there is kind of only certain conditions under which that may or may not be true, partly because of these complementarities. And those are kind of often, I think, ignored when we think of it's not that they're ignored, it's that we needed to wait long enough for some of these interventions to have kind of translated in changes in human capital and then changes in how that affects people's livelihoods. So we can think of this as a function. So what I'll do is kind of just share kind of some thinking in terms of what are the factors that may affect these long-term returns. And then I'll share kind of evidence from different studies that speak to some of those factors. So we can think of, obviously the long-term returns will depend on both the nature and the magnitude of the human capital gains. But so human capital is a broad concept, including, learning and cognition, but also including socio-emotional skills, nutritional status, health, etc. The timing of interventions may play a role. We already talked about that. But also, and very, important to think through kind of these days is that, if you may have investments, but then you have subsequent shocks, then it's not clear that those investments in human capital will pay off. And so there's an open question there. Same thing, you may invest early on in early childhood. There may be subsequent constraints that avoid kind of the productivity gains, or, and this is kind of in the conditional cash transfer literature, an important kind of argument out there, is saying, well, you may have the human capital, but there may be returns, constraints to the returns to that human capital, and then if the labor markets don't work, then there may be these investments in education, etc., don't make a big difference. Or maybe if everybody gains human capital, then it could be that either that works better for everybody because there's complementarities, or there is more competition, and then the poorest having a little bit more of human capital is not necessarily helping them. And so in a certain, because that's kind of the context we're thinking about, right? When we're thinking conditional cash transfer programs, these are investments in human capital of the poorest, of let's say the poorest 20% in many countries, but of course in a context where many other people are also during the same time getting a lot of human capital. And now when we start these interventions, right, so we can kind of theoretically think these things matter, but we don't know both, so we can kind of characterize them, but we also know that many of these things will change over time and over space. And since people move, kind of the over space part of it is going to matter a lot. Okay? So that's kind of one piece. Kind of the other piece is kind of thinking through are these interventions, like if we want to see long-term return, is it important that these interventions relax permanently prior constraints? Okay, whether that's the liquidity constraints, because ultimately they're cash transfers, and is there some remaining, like when the cash transfers stop, are those have people been able to save, etc., to get around the liquidity constraints? But also, by design, they try to address multiple constraints, including internal constraints, if you want to, or constraints that may be related to information or to beliefs about the returns to education. And then the design of the intervention will matter a lot, to what extent they can get over that. So that's at the individual level, and then that's probably also true at the community or at the social level, where the norms wider within households, within communities, are going to affect or could affect investments. And so their question is, what do we know about that? To what extent different designs are better able to shift social norms in terms of the types of investments you do, either, again, at very early childhood, think about stimulation, think about communication with children, versus or in education. Okay? And then finally, we should expect a lot of heterogeneity, given all these different things that matter. And the heterogeneity presumably is going to be amplified on the long term, right? Because pathways are going to be longer. And so that may make it harder to look at some of those questions. Okay? So what I'll do is kind of, given the complexities of the theory of change, one study can provide all the answers. And so what I'll try to do is pull together some lessons from different studies that provide some pieces of an answer. I'll spend a bit more time in particular on certainly the longest term evidence that I'm aware of on the conditional cash transfers in Latin America part, which is this 20-year tracking survey that we did in Mexico. So that's the initial generation of 1997, the progressive beneficiaries. Talk a little bit about some other short-term studies on the intermediate steps. And so all of the work I'm presenting, of course, is not just mine. It's kind of, with a large team of collaborators. I should say that all of it is either Mexico or Central America. So, I'm familiar with it. I'll refer a bit to the Colombian literature, but I haven't done work there myself. Okay? So the final piece in terms of kind of setup is kind of, okay, why do we, why is the evidence to date, still relatively limited? And of course, that's when we look at the long term, the methodological challenges are relatively large. So we have a number of randomized control trials that we can go back to over time, but many of those had only control groups for a certain number of years, and so that kind of limits what we can do on the long term. But also, many of them were not designed to have power on the long term. Right? And so partly, because of this phase-in and partly for other reasons. The non-experimental studies, and again, in Colombia, there are a number, arguably, when you look at the long term, the common trend assumptions that often underlie those studies are even more demanding on the long term, because we know you have to make assumptions about, on the very long term, have these trends stayed, is it reasonable to think that these groups would have developed the same over, let's say, 20 years? That's one thing. So the other piece is that there is lots of different things one could look at in terms of and that raises multiple hypothesis question. But more interestingly in a certain way is that if we want to know the long term, we need to wait long enough. And especially in Latin America, but not only, the transition into adulthood often takes kind of a long time, where, as levels of education, at least among some of them, are relatively, some people, even if on a subset, are relatively high, people may stay in school until relatively large ages, then enter the labor market. And as long as that whole process hasn't finished, when we look at the snapshot, like for instance, this is what happened when people looked after 10 years of progressor, the kids who were about, early in the 20s, it's arguably too soon to know what's happening with them on the market. And so that means kind of, but then of course none of us is very patient. So waiting 20 years is not necessarily something public policy makers kind of are interested in. And then the final thing is people move around. And so we should expect them to move around. We should expect that we invest in people's human capital, that they are going to look for opportunities. But of course, methodologically, that makes we need to figure out how to find them back. So this attrition challenge is one way that people have gotten around this is by saying, okay, and including in Colombia, is to say, well, let's use administrative data that has everybody in the country, or that is at least supposed to have everybody in the country. So So there is some work with censuses in Mexico and Honduras, but interestingly also here in Colombia, and there is in fact 2 studies that use the high school exit exams, an early on and then a more recent one, and they get opposite results. Okay, same data, same question with opposite results, and what's happening here is not actually literally the same data, because it's a more recent study. So they can incorporate more years of the exit exams, and so students that were delayed because of XYZ reason, kind of, and by the time the second study is happening, are also part of the exit exams, and that completely flips the results. So this means that kind of even if you think you have the universe of administrative data, you don't necessarily have it until you wait long enough, and the conclusions may be different. The other reason, of course, is that when you have that data, it's not necessarily automatic to match everybody with those national identifiers. Lots of mistakes, including lots of kind of errors in those identifiers that make for imperfect matches, and all kind of selection going with that. Okay. And even if all of that is true, even if you could do the perfect match, you still don't have the international migrants, because they're not going to be in your administrative databases. You have other selection issues in terms of selective mortality, in terms of fertility responses, which of course in the CCT debate has been a big part of the public policy debate from the beginning. Right? Is this providing incentives for different fertility decisions, with very mixed evidence on the short term, and this issue of the accumulated delays in schooling that I was talking about. Okay? Now, the other limitation, of course, of the administrative data is that you have to work with the data that is there, and so the outcomes that you can look at is limited. And so, just one example of what we could and couldn't do with that type of data this is Honduras, where we have there was a conditional cash transfer program for 5 years, and it stopped, and the control group never got it. So this is a pure experiment that from 2000 to 2005. And there's a census in 2013 that with the municipality of birth, and this was geographical targeting. Right? So here, kind of the mapping is relatively good, with the exception of course, the census doesn't have the international migrants, but has information about international migrants at the household level. So at the household level, we know whether somebody from the household is in Mexico. So we're still missing there the households that completely left for Mexico, but other than that, for the US, obviously, mostly the US, but other ones, they're there. Okay. So now what's nice about once you work with the census is that you can actually look at rare outcomes. So in any survey, when you when you have relatively limited samples, questions like early teenage pregnancy, you may not have a lot of observations that allow you to work with that. If you have the census or things like university level education for low income households in Honduras, we're talking small percentages, but if you have the census, then that kind of that limitation goes away, and you're kind of, you have everybody, so you have no doubts on the small sample issues there. Now, of course, there's lots of things you can't do with the census because there's only limited information. No, and then the other thing that this is related to the other constraints, if you want to, right? So, who are these programs working for? Well, in the census, there is only so much you know about people. In the Honduras census, kind of basically the only kind of baseline socioeconomic background that we have is gender and indigenous background, and so then you can say, well, I can look at that and nothing else, and I'm getting around to multiple hypothesis testing. So since this was a program that took 5 years and that targeted households, we can then use this to look at kind of this question of critical ages, right? So it's very similar in design to Familias en Acción. So you have conditionalities on health and nutrition early in life. You have schooling transfers for primary school. So that's the difference with Familias en Acción. It's only primary school, at least at that point in Honduras. And so this 5 years of differences in exposure will give you, interesting. So you're missing part of the graphs there. Okay, let me skip this slide because it doesn't mean anything this way. So the colors are not showing, and so you're missing a second graph. So let me just tell you what we learned from it. So we have, in this context, so 13 years later, so you do see long-term gains in schooling, but only for the non-indigenous. And so this was suggesting that for the indigenous, there's some remaining constraint there that the CCTs didn't address. And interestingly, what you also see, this is related to the behavioral change part of things, the cohorts that were not directly exposed. So you have in the 2013 survey, people born in treatment and control municipalities after the program ended. And so we still see an impact on those. And so that's kind of suggesting that the households kind of shifted the way they were investing, or that the short-term program helped them get around, helped them save and address liquidity constraints. Now, I think what's the most interesting about the university is the migration part, because we have, we can characterize fully the national migration, but then also the international one. And so what we see here is kind of you have a negative impact on domestic migration. So more education makes people move less, at least for certain cohorts, but a positive impact on international migration. So what I mean positive is like increased international migration, or whether you consider that positive or not, it's in the eye of the beholder. And in particular, which policymaker you're talking to. But you have this non-linear part where kind of people move international, they have more education, they move internationally, the men in particular, but not locally. And so what that means is, because we were in this unique setting where we had we could look at those two pieces, is that if you have a data set where you can't characterize the migration, you may think that on average nothing happens if you look just at the origin, but in fact you're kind of missing this more complex part of the story. Now, of course, the other way of getting around the migration challenge is to follow people, right? So to these tracking surveys, and try to find them back. Of course, you never find everybody, so some selection is going to remain. And the other kind of challenge with doing that is that if you want to really track people, you may need to resort to a combination of methods, including talking to proxy respondents or doing surveys by phone. But once you're doing surveys by phone, you are limited in what you can ask. You can't do the cognitive tests or the socio-emotional tests anymore, etc. And so I'm going to skip the evidence on Nicaragua, where we try to do this, and go to Mexico, which is the as I said, the longest term, and I think therefore the most interesting evidence that is out there. So I'll remind you a bit what Progresa looked like, but very quickly, since it looks very similar to Familias en Acción, and then talk about what we tried to do and what we learned. And here we're going to have learning for two groups of people. There's going to be kids that were basically exposed very early on in childhood, so the first in the 1,000-day window. Some of them earlier than others, because the Progresa design is a randomized phase-in design. And so those are 20 years old when we observed them when we tried to observe them in 2017. And then, so they're just entering, about to finish school, entering the labor market. And then you have this other cohort, and so this is why we needed to wait 20 years, those are the kids that benefited from the schooling part. These are the kids that we knew from the short-term evidence in Mexico, similar evidence in many other countries in Latin America, that those kids got into school, but lots of questions on whether getting into school helped them in any sense, right? The debates and the 10-year follow-up survey of Progress actually, raising real questions about that, because there was it looked like their incomes weren't better, they were not doing better, and so conclusions saying, okay, the frictions in the labor markets are just too strong for these people to have benefited from this increased human capital. And so here we went back, when they are fully transitioned into adulthood, so they're now about 30 years old, and we can actually look at that in a more, at a point where, they have their own households and they have transitioned out, okay? So, as I said, Progresa design is very similar to Familias en Acción, but the initial design focusing on, so the health checkups are similar. The initial, in 1997, it was second part of primary school and the first part of lower secondary. Okay? And then there is the information sessions on nutrition, health, and education, like in most of these programs. The program, as most of you know, was initially tested and then relatively quickly scaled up nationally and much beyond in the region. It changed names a few times, but it was still in 2017 when we did the data collection. It was still under the form of Prospera active in some of those places. The initial design was 506 villages, 2/3 per treatment. And those started, and then you have a control of 1/3, and the control starts 18 months later than the treatment, right? And so you have 18 months difference in exposure to this intervention that makes it difficult to think about 20 years later what can we learn from this, because 20 years later you're comparing 20 years of exposure with 18.5 years of exposure, right? And so what we're going to do then is to focus on 2 cohorts of kids for whom that 18-month difference was at a sensitive age in their early life, so that for which we could expect to see a difference. Now, so as many of these programs in the region, take up of the conditional cash transfers are very large, but then I guess that's the part that we learned with the data and working with the program. In fact, many of these families continued for a very long time getting conditional cash transfer programs, because partly there was kind of kids of different ages, etc. And so eventually they graduate when there are no more kids, basically. But many of those would have gotten, some of them were still getting interventions because there's a second generation of children in the household. But on average, I think it's 40 years of transfers. So what do we do? So we look at 2 cohorts for whom this differential timing makes a difference, or theoretically could make a difference. The first ones were those exposed in utero or very early on in life, so in the first year of life, compared to starting 18 months later, right? And so if we believe that those 1,000-day windows really make a difference, earlier in the 1,000-day windows means they had a longer time of exposure during that time. And so we can observe whether these early childhood investments in nutrition and health made a difference 20 years later when those kids are 20 years old. And then the second one is the group that was in 1998, so when the program started, when the program was happening in the treatment group, but not in the control group, was transitioning from primary to secondary school. The short-term evidence by Paul Schulz and others showed that that's where the big margin was here, right? So there was a lot of kids dropping out of after primary school in rural Mexico, and what the Progressa helped them to do is to make the transition into secondary school. The transfers were also bigger for secondary school, and so we knew from the short-term evidence that that was a group of kids that had been, that was a critical age because they were dropping out, and that 18 months difference in exposure had meant that those in the treatment group had made the shift into lower secondary, and we actually knew from the medium-term results had finished with a higher probability lower secondary school, while the other ones, the control group had kind of dropped out at primary, and by the time their transfers happened 18 months later, they had dropped out and many of them didn't come back. Now, so what this means is, so we have a group of kids that, got more schooling, as I'll show you in a second, and the question here is, okay, what does the schooling mean here? And it's a little bit more than, and this goes to the question of, okay, they got into school, did it help them? And getting into school may have meant that they were learning. I guess that's what we all would hope. But there is a debate in Mexico about the quality, like in many other countries, the quality of education and whether they were actually learning in these lower secondary schools. No, they get a higher education level. So even if they don't learn anything, they have kind of the signal of having a higher degree. But there's 2 other things that matter in terms of these kids, in terms of getting higher education, because going from primary to lower secondary in Mexico, like in many other places, means going to school outside of the village. Okay? And so there is kind of a mechanical mobility part to that, because those kids kind of got to leave the village. And in addition, they were exposed as a result to a different network, because when you're in lower secondary school, with a group of kids that are slightly higher socioeconomic background, the ones that normally would have been in lower secondary school, and that's a different network. And of course, when migration is going to be a big part of the story here, And networks, as we know, are an important part, or could, have been shown, including in Mexico, to be important for migration. Okay. Now that's the kids that are, in 2017 were about 30 years old, and so had fully kind of transitioned into adulthood. So what we do is we kind of purposely put a lot of emphasis on actually finding people, and have an elaborate way of doing that. I won't go through all the details, but the basic message is that it's a combination of in-person surveys, phone surveys, in-person first in villages of origins, then no matter where they migrated in Mexico, and phone surveys outside of Mexico, which typically is the US. So the first question, did this work? In fact, we didn't think this was going to work, honestly, because when they did the 10-year follow-up of survey of Progressa, they had gotten 60% attrition of those cohorts that I'm talking about. By having this kind of targeted exercise and the combination of methods, we managed to find back 93% of the individuals through either face-to-face interviews or phone surveys, and that includes a relatively small share where we didn't find the individual, but we found typically the mother, and she had some basic information about where they are, what their occupation is, what their schooling was, etc. Okay? So of the ones we don't find back, we have, this is working, okay. So we of course, some people died, some people, these are very painful, the ones that refuse. But so there's 3% that we don't know, we knew they were kind of migrants, but we don't know enough about them. So that's kind of the attrition we're talking about here. This is balanced, and this is where the experiment, it helps to have both groups having been exposed for a long time to the program, because any type of selection that is related to that is not happening. Okay, so this is purely descriptive, but hopefully interesting. So first of all, this is where they were in 1997. So when the program started, these 506 villages were kind of in, again, the colors you don't see, interesting. You see some colors, so the other villages are here. So these are 7 central states in Mexico. So around Mexico City is here. Okay, and so the people were kind of in the more marginal kind of mountain areas of those states. 44% of them was indigenous. And so now, where were they in 2017? And so basically, again, you don't see this perfectly, but this is the US, this is Mexico, okay? This is the area we were just looking at before. This is kind of that scaled up. So in the area that we're looking at before, as you would expect, they moved to all kind of different places, including to Mexico City, right? But more importantly, or more interestingly, they moved everywhere in Mexico and everywhere in the US, including one, and there's one here in Canada somewhere. And so there's an enormous amount of mobility in both cohorts. So of course, that goes back to the point. It's like if you didn't follow them, you had no idea of what you were looking at here. So this is kind of some numbers on there. So you have of those kids that are about 30 years old, 12% of them are in the US in 2017. Much fewer of the younger cohort is. So these are the 20-year-olds. This is 2017. Trump just got elected. The border basically was closed by then, and so this cohort had kind of benefited from a period in a certain way where it was relatively easy to migrate, had become much more difficult by 2017. So only 1/3 is left in the village of origin of the older cohort. So kind of going there alone would kind of completely mislead what you're looking at. And even among this 20-year-olds, only half of them are there. And then many of them, in fact, are even outside of the state of origin. So kind of that's kind of what the map was showing. And then when you look at where they are in Mexico, it's not that they all moved to the big cities. It's not that they moved to the 3 big metropolitan areas. Some of them did. You saw that on the map. But many of them also moved to other kind of smaller urban areas, semi-urban municipalities, etc. And so suggesting that, kind of that mobility here is a big part of the story and not necessarily kind of entirely predictable. And that's, so the younger cohort, they're still, many of them are still studying, so the mobility is less, but still already substantial at this age of 20. Okay, and then this is the mobility in terms of education, and they're also, in a certain way, arguably massive levels of mobility. So what this statistic shows, this is the household heads. In 1997, on average, they were 44 years old, and then we can limit in the second column to those that were about 30. So that's the same age than the kids that we find back. So those, they had kind of 3 or 4 years of education in 1997. 20 years later, you kind of go to 9 and almost 10 of the next generation. So a really large increase in educational attainment in the period of one generation. Now, of course, that's not just a program, right? This is kind of everything else happening in Mexico. Indeed, this is both the treatment and the control group. But it's important, because it's in this context that we're looking at this returns to migration story. So you're looking at, some of the poorest people in Mexico getting a little bit more education, as I show you, getting much more education, in the treatment a bit more than in the control, getting much more education than their parents. And that includes at kind of the higher secondary education level, but not much tertiary education yet for these cohorts. So they're coming from far in a certain way. More than 20% was still studying of that young cohort, the 20-year-olds, suggesting again that for them the story here is incomplete. We're kind of looking at a moment in time, right? And so if you look at, we can compare this with the national averages. So they're lower than the national averages, but not that much lower in a certain way. Okay, so results. So I'm going to first show the kids, the 20-year-olds, okay, the kids that were exposed in early childhood. And we actually know from the short and medium-term results, so we know from the short-term results, like we know from Familias in Action, more investments in nutrition, more investments in health early on in life. The medium-term results of this early cohort are very mixed. It's not super clear. What was that? Looks like, if anything, not much on cognition, maybe a little bit on socio-emotional skills, but lots of kind of questions there also on selection. And so now, and in general, we know, arguably, across the world, very little, at least experimentally, of kind of these long-term returns to early childhood exposure. We know that, if you talk about early childhood, the Jamaica experiment comes to mind, and that's one where they've been able to follow 20 and 33 years the kids, but that's a super small sample. And so here we're talking about kind of a national program and the results on them. Okay? So this is the distribution of education, so in grades attained. And so the blue is the control. What was the control, right? So the ones that started 18 months later. The red is the treatment that started earlier. And so what we see is getting 18 months, kind of getting the CCT 18 months earlier, very early on in life, shifts the whole distribution in education at all levels. And so this is what this is in numbers. So these are the ITT estimates. So I'm showing the overall population, and I'm showing the women separately. I'll explain in a second why. And so you see that, so grades attained goes up, and that's true at all levels of education. You see an increase, from very, very low levels. Okay, you're still talking, low levels, especially at tertiary, but you kind of see this across the board. And so, kind of evidence here of that those earlier investments kind of paying off 20 years later. The reason why we're showing the women on the bottom separately is that of course, this is part of key question, whether there is gender differences. And so across the board, it's going to be the case that the point estimates for the women are mostly larger, but none of it is significantly different. Okay, so just kind of as I keep them in mind. Okay, does it help these kids? Now they're 20 years old, so they're still studying. 25% of them, as I said. And so it's a little bit too early to know the income part. But so what we did instead is we asked their income expectations. So whether they themselves, what was their expectations for when they were 30. And so they're consistent with their higher levels of education. They expect to be earning more, to have higher income. So that's about 8%. They also expect to be, to still study. In fact, interestingly enough, if you look at the means here, while 25% or 23% was studying in 2017, many of them more expect still to finish tertiary, to kind of basically to re-enroll back. And that is also higher in the treatment group. So if anything, again, the story here is not finished. They're already doing better. Potentially that difference will increase. Now, so for the early childhood, in a certain way, because their story is for the early childhood cohort, because their story is incomplete, we kind of don't think it makes sense to look at things like occupation, income itself, etc., because they're very much still in transition. Okay? So I'm going to shift to the other cohort, the school cohort. And so here we knew from as I said, from the medium-term results that having been exposed just at the point of transitioning from primary to secondary school, increased the probability of enrolling in lower secondary school. Indeed, we already had evidence that it increased the probability of finishing lower secondary school. And so we find that result back in the 20-year follow-up. So that wasn't clear because it could be that there had been catch-up, right, by the control. But so that's not the case. So in fact, the point estimates are remarkably similar to the Paul Schulz paper from 2004. So on average, you have a 7 percentage point increase in finishing lower secondary school. And that's higher, again, for the women, exactly as was the case for the short-term results. Okay? But then, other than that, nothing is happening. Okay? So here we are looking at, and that kind of makes sense if you think about which local average treatment effect we're identifying here, because it's the kids that were about to drop out of primary school that we're identifying of here, right? So those are the ones that made the shift. And so what they do is with getting the transfers in time, finish one additional level, lower secondary, so 3 more years, but that's where they stop. Okay? And so in a certain way, that means we're kind of looking at a relatively, again, a relatively marginal group, so among the poor even, the ones for which this mattered, and to what extent their labor market outcomes are going to be affected. So this is the same just in graph. Okay, so no, they don't. So this is the income part. So they don't have higher. They're not more likely to have an income. Okay, but they do have higher incomes at third year. So that just means it's not selective. So it's not the movement is not on the extensive margin, but we see higher income of about 16%, and part of the story here is because they have U.S. income. Okay? Because once you move to the U.S., the incomes are much higher, and given that we already saw that they were more likely to be in the U.S., this is kind of a big part of the story here. Note kind of going back to the extensive margin, part of this is because all the men are working, and very few of the women, very few, 38%, and there we also don't see anything on the extensive margin. So they got more education, but they're not necessarily working more, but when they're working, they're earning more. So when they're working, so yeah, when they're kind of on average, they're working, earning more. And so then, because part of this is this US story, and which is, very large shifts in income. So then if you look at the distribution, this is going back to the heterogeneity point that I made in the beginning, it's only kind of the top 25% basically where you see the action. Okay, so not everybody's benefiting here, but those that are kind of makes a difference. They are more mobile. We already knew that, but so kind of the part, so they're in the US more. Actually, you didn't know that. I saw you. Everybody was where everybody was. The treatment of getting this additional level of education makes it more likely for you to ever have migrated to the US and to still be in the US. Okay? So that's where these income results come from. But also when you see in Mexico, they're just in general more mobile. They're more likely to have their village of origin. They're less likely to be in the state. They're in farther away places, but they're also in slightly smaller places. Right? So this goes back to the point that they don't all move to the big metropolitan areas. What they seem to be doing is to in fact, if you look here, kind of there is a negative. Now this is a bit tricky to interpret because this is within Mexico, and of course there is part of it that is in the US, right? But but overall, what we see is that these people with their lower levels of education, with their increased probability of having lower secondary school, were more likely to move to the US, possibly because they were exposed to these better networks that helped them do that. And when they stay in Mexico, they are not staying in their places of origin, and they are moving to places possibly where that additional level of education, which is small compared to, is relatively limited compared to the levels of education people find in the cities, etc. So they move to places where that may give them a comparative advantage. They're not doing other things. Okay? It's not that they have different occupations. Again, it's only low. It's not that they all of a sudden become professionals. They only got 9 years of education now. And so it's not that there's an occupational shift, but it's that they're doing similar occupations in different locations where there is a higher return to it. And then finally, they are, I talked about teenage pregnancy before. That's not where the action is here, but if we look at the age of the first child, there is a shift, a kind of a shift in strategy basically for both women and men in terms of starting fertility later. So starting households later, possibly some of them because they moved to the US and then came back before they settled. Okay? I'm kind of running out of time here, so let me kind of focus on the key takeaways. So in order to leave time for questions. So what the study shows is the importance of geographic mobility to understand the returns to education. Now you can ask, there's a question here saying, okay, but this is Mexico, and only Mexico has the US as neighbor, and so how relevant is this elsewhere? But I think that's where the movements within Mexico are equally important. It's kind of it's not just that they move to the US and nothing else, they're also within Mexico kind of changing where they're going. And so one way of interpreting this is saying, well, yes, you may have labor market frictions, and also frictions that limited them to get additional education, but with the additional education, the more networks, the having been exposed to mobility, they are going to places where they get themselves a higher return. So kind of certain way they're voting with their feet. In the interest of time and to make sure we keep time for questions, because how much time do I have? So, 10 minutes? Okay. 10 minutes for questions. Excellent. Okay, so then let me say one thing. So I noticed, I mentioned in the beginning that, of course, the design is going to affect some of these sustainable, to what extent some of these impacts are sustainable. And the first generation of these programs in Latin America, they were all designed the same way, pretty much. And so it makes it hard to look at that question in lots of detail. Now, we do have an experiment in Nicaragua that was a little bit after started. So this is 2005 now. So a little bit later, after the initial starts in Mexico and Colombia, etc. This is a one-year program. And so in a certain way, this is more similar to some of the ultra-poor programs than to the traditional CCTs, but it was partly a CCT, so it was kind of conditional cash transfers for human capital investment. But in addition to that, there is a group, one treatment group that got a 1 year, that got an additional transfer, a liquidity, so a capital transfer to start a business. And there's another group that gets vocational training. Now, what we had shown here is that, so there's kind of experimental variation both in the types of returns they got, but also the types of benefits they got, but also in the social dynamic part of this. Because what we showed kind of early on is that in villages where local leaders randomly got this kind of the biggest of the package, which is with the ones with the business, there was kind of a multiplier effect, and all the households started investing more, not just in the businesses, but also in the nutrition education. So those leaders basically were more convincing in making people shift investments, including in early childhood. So when we go back 12 years later, we see that those businesses still matter, but that's the less important thing here potentially. But we see also that we have sustained impacts on the cognitive outcomes of the children early on. And so you see that kind of where you had this kind of random exposure to these leaders, so where we have more social dynamics early on, so potentially more shifts in the social norms early on, kind of a more sustained impact early on. Okay, now there's lots of open questions there. Let me kind of stop there, and so kind of just try to summarize and open it up for questions. So I started with this idea saying, okay, if we want to understand these long-term returns, there's lots of different things, different reasons why there's not a simple answer to this question, and it's going to depend on a number of different things. And so I think the research agenda, therefore, is trying to understand to what extent these different factors may matter. So the green ones here kind of are the ones that there's only one green is kind of is where we kind of no matter where we look, see that matters, or matters a lot, which is the mobility part. The blue is where there's evidence, but certainly room for more evidence. And the what is this color here? Yellow, I guess, is where so far, at least in the studies I'm aware of, there's not enough evidence. And so there's basically, the reason I'm putting this back up is to say, well, there's a lot of open questions to investigate. There are certain things we've learned, but many other things to look into. And so I'm going to actually stop there and open it up for questions. Because part of kind of the reason I thought it was helpful or maybe useful to present this is kind of, given that there's a lot of open questions, I think this, and given, including in Colombia, the long history with these type of programs, kind of more work and more questions to be answered by some of you, hopefully. I'll leave this open. So, how do you want to answer? You're going to pass the mic, yeah, and then use this one,
Yeah, there's you
no, it's fine.
Okay. Any questions? Okay.
Yeah, so I guess the question that I wanted to ask is do we have to wait 20, 25 years to do this analysis? And, I think the alternative is to say that if we know whether you completed secondary school, then we can sort of draw inferences about your future migration, or if you're migrate, we can draw inferences about your future income and so forth, that one could analyze it step by step. Of course, at each step, you'd need some sorts of identification to sort of do that. But it also relies on the idea that the program didn't matter except through that particular intervention. So my question is whether you've sort of explored that question about whether you'd get a very different answer if you had essentially used sort of a series of short time data, or do we really have to rely on studies that happened, of programs that happened 30 years ago?
I mean, so there's some work like Guido and Susanati are trying to do some of that, right? So my reading from the kind of the evidence in at least the countries we worked on is that some of this is relatively unpredictable, and is not so we haven't done kind of the formal do we find heterogeneity here, but if we look at and we've done a little bit, so it's not that kind of you clearly can predict who are the ones that are migrating, or which households or whatever. So I think there's 20 years is a long time in a certain way, and so lots of things have changed. And so the fact that the observables in 1997 are not super predictable of what happens 20 years down the line, given also all the macro shocks, right? You have the conflict in certain parts of the countries, you have the tensions with the US. And so I think that's why, like, my hunch is on the very long term, it's harder and harder to do that well because of that.
Any other questions?
So thank you for your presentation. I just want to know a little bit about, do you know something about, in the case of Mexico, about the probability of get a formal job, or what type of jobs they are getting, and about the formal income?
Yeah. So I went over that quickly. So there's no change in occupation, but also no change in formality or not, or in kind of other indicators, I guess, of quality of jobs. And so that's kind of that's very much why we conclude. So that part I didn't present, but that's very much why we conclude. It's like, it seems like what the first order thing is kind of where you're working, and going to a place where that additional level of education makes you more competitive, or gives you returns. Possibly some of that is in self-employment, right? So but I think that partly that's where it's important to understand kind of the local effect we're identifying of, right? It's the group of kids that would have dropped out of primary. They get one level more, But it's not that these are people that are competitive in lots of formal jobs or whatever. And it's in this context where everybody else is getting a lot more education. And so I think, so that's kind of where kind of the experimental variation we're identifying of potentially, explains part of that result. But so kind of if you flip that, that means that even for those where the returns don't come from the formal sector or the types of job, there is other ways that the returns are happening and they're looking for them themselves.
Any other questions?
Hi, thank you again for the presentation. It was very interesting, like all the migration story. I have a quick question. So it seems to me like this is a very grim story that we have a lot of developing countries that might be investing in education and just people are fleeing, right, to other countries. I don't know. It's like a big takeaway. And so I wondered, like, what kind of country do, like a developing country do to get hold of those returns to the education? Like, so, because we economists tend to tell the governments, look, for economic growth, you need to invest more in education. And it seems like it's being beneficial for the citizens, but not for the country, because they're going and get the return for the education somewhere else. Am I correct about that? Or maybe, or what? Or a second question: what do we need for from the firm side to be able to grab those higher skills?
So let me first kind of nuance how grim this is. So a lot of these kids, the older cohort, they went to the US, but they came back. Okay, so there's still more of them now in the US than before, but there is also a lot of return migration, and so part of the story probably is that they come back with savings, with more liquidity that allows them to settle in a semi-urban place, start a business, and be competitive there. So that's one part. And then the other part is that the other part of why this is not grim is if you look at the younger cohort, the 20-year-olds, for them, the migration pathway basically is closed but in 2017. Not zero, of course, but it's much more limited. It was much more difficult. But they themselves expect to be earning more. Now, they may be wrong. Maybe they're too optimistic, but if you take that, people must have some information when they make those expectations, and so they expect returns to their education. And so again, I think part of the story is kind of because people move to places where they get a return. But of course, that doesn't mean. So then that's the other part of the picture. It's kind of that doesn't mean that the returns possibly could be much higher if you get around some of the labor market frictions, or if if kind of there is a firm level part of it, whatever. So that's kind of, so basically what we're saying is, like, despite all these imperfections, you still have those returns. That doesn't mean that with less imperfections, that it would be much more positive.
Any other questions? Okay, great.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Karen, for your presentation. It was great. Now we'll have a short break. So if you want, we can go exiting the room to the right to have a short break. Thank you very much. Ya vamos a empezar otra vez. So thank you everybody for being here. Now we're starting our first session. It's session 1 for education. So I welcome Jaime Polanco from Universidad Javeriana. You have 20 minutes and then 10 minutes for questions. I'll let you know.
Ah, ya la tengo. Sí. ¿O acá en este? ¿No tocar qué? Hola, hola. Buena onda. Bueno, buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Jaime Polanco. Voy a presentar un artículo principalmente que toma dos focos, educación e infraestructuras, como las áreas que tocan. Gracias. Toca esas dos áreas, educación e infraestructura. Y bueno, ¿por qué se hizo este proyecto o qué lo motivó? Realmente empezó todo como una correlación espacial donde veíamos, como podemos ver, esos polígonos de los departamentos de Colombia. Podemos observar que el color azul, que refiere a altos puntajes en matemáticas o en lenguaje, y el color gris en bajos puntajes, estaba como ligeramente correlacionado con la malla vial y la infraestructura vial que había en Colombia o incluso en Latinoamérica. Y podemos notarlo, por ejemplo, que es el centro de Colombia, como es una densidad altísima en infraestructura vial y los puntajes son altos y bajos donde no hay. Y la pregunta era como si esto podía esconder una causalidad o un evento, algo causal dentro de esa correlación. Y por eso fue la decisión de estudiarlo. Lo que nos interesaba era si las intervenciones en infraestructura vial tenían algún efecto sobre la educación. Y pues ese fue el motivo principal. Y tomamos para ello solamente los contratos de concesión en Colombia. Y esos contratos de concesión en Colombia pues se han venido llevando a cabo desde 1994 hasta el momento, pero solo tomamos de ellos los acuerdos de concesión que se han hecho desde el 2000, perdón, de tercera y cuarta generación, y ya les comentaré el por qué principalmente esas dos generaciones. ¿En qué pretendo contribuir? Principalmente efectos heterogéneos. Encontramos que sí hay un efecto causal en educación, pero eso ya también se ha hablado en algunas literaturas, pero muestro que hay un efecto heterogéneo entre colegios públicos y privados. Además de ello, encuentro que disminuye la participación en fuerza laboral de estudiantes que estuvieron en esas escuelas intervenidas. Hay una acumulación de capital humano, midiéndose como las personas, que aumenta la participación de personas que terminaron algún grado de la universidad, y también estimo una forma o encuentro un problema y doy una solución a un problema de la estimación causal cuando tenemos tiempo de tratamiento continuo, que trataré de mencionarlo más adelante. Bueno, eso es prácticamente lo mismo. Trato de decir que encuentro efectos positivos sobre los resultados en matemáticas, en lenguaje. También encuentro que existe un efecto donde en las primeras etapas de construcción las vías que están cercanas a la intervención vial, las escuelas que están cercanas a la intervención vial se ven afectadas, pero cuando se termina la vía ya no tienen un efecto positivo, pero sí las escuelas que están lejanas a la vía tienen un efecto positivo. Y lo mencionamos como un efecto de onda de expansión, en la cual el efecto va aumentando y cambiando a medida que va pasando esa ola de impacto. ¿Cómo lo hacemos? O bueno, ¿cómo se hace este proyecto? Principalmente se basa en en resultados del ICFES, de las pruebas estandarizadas de último grado de colegio, desde el 2006 al 2020, pruebas estandarizadas de último grado de universidad, lo tomamos como una a priori de que la persona terminó la universidad, el vector espacial de carreteras en Colombia y el vector espacial de escuelas georreferenciadas en Colombia. Esto tuvo un pequeño cambio, el DANE lo publicó recientemente una nueva georreferenciación, entonces ya no uso mi georreferenciación propia, sino el DANE. Una encuesta de educación formal de profesores que tiene información muy interesante sobre el entrenamiento de los profesores, cuántos profesores por estudiantes hay, y los acuerdos de concesión y los reportes anuales de progreso de la concesión vial que se ha hecho en Colombia. El mecanismo, digamos, que vamos a usar principalmente, me voy a basar en lo que dice la Corte Constitucional de qué es, cómo se puede llevar a cabo el derecho a la educación, y toma estos 4 componentes. Estos 4 componentes se interrelacionan y tienen directamente una influencia sobre la producción de la educación. Y esa producción en educación tiene un impacto directo en las pruebas estandarizadas de los resultados académicos y también sobre el tiempo que se dedica a estudiar, que lo podemos mencionar como acumulación de capital humano, que lo mencionaremos también un poco adelante. Para tratar un poquito de cuál es la estrategia de estimación, primero voy a tratar de mencionar quiénes son tratados y cuáles son los controles. Los tratados son aquellos que para el tiempo T fueron intervenidos, y el control son aquellos que para ese mismo tiempo iban 0% de avance en la construcción de la carretera. Para este caso vale la pena mencionar que solo tomo carreteras las cuales no fueron demandadas, tampoco la licitación fue demandada, sino tuvieron un proceso normal de construcción, un proceso de avance normal para quitar heterogeneidades de tratamiento que pueden afectar la estimación. También tengo principalmente carreteras que no fueron influenciadas por entes locales, sino solamente las concesiones nacionales, que eran decididas prácticamente por interés nacional en vías nacionales, es decir, no tomo vías municipales, tampoco departamentales. Eso es principalmente. ¿Cuál es la metodología que uso? Diferencias en tiempo dinámico. Para ello uso 3 estimaciones principales: el clásico Two Ways Fixed Effect, la estimación propuesta por Calloway y Santana, y finalmente la de Zona-Abraham. Me baso principalmente en la estimación de Zona-Abraham, dado que en la estimación de Zona-Abraham la comparación con el control se da con el último tratado, a diferencia con Calloway, que toma la comparación con el que no ha sido tratado aún. Y eso tiene un foco principal del por qué pasa eso, que lo explicaré a continuación, pero es en base a los problemas que tiene la estimación o que detecte en la estimación. Voy a tratar de pasar rápidamente a ello. Como había mencionado, es una estrategia de Two Ways Fixed Effect. Me voy a basar cuál es ese mu y ese efecto que tiene sobre outcomes en educación, en el puntaje en matemáticas, en lenguaje. Y aquí voy a tratar de enfocar un momento en cuál es el problema. Y el problema es el siguiente. Lo que nosotros esperamos siempre es que sea tratado y sea un tiempo discreto donde yo diga, mire, en el 2010 esa carretera, esa escuela fue intervenida, ese momento. Pero ¿qué pasa con las carreteras? Las carreteras no aparecen, no llegan en ese momento, sino tienen un proceso de construcción o un proceso de intervención que puede durar 7 años en promedio, 7.5 años en promedio para la estadística nacional. ¿Qué sería la expectativa? Que pudiésemos tomar lo que pasó, compararlo con lo que era antes. Pero si nosotros agregamos ese tiempo de ese T, esa partecita rojita que vemos ahí en el segundo, esa partecita, lo que vemos es que eso principalmente tiene problemas con tendencias paralelas. Si yo lo uno, esa diferencia, voy a tener problemas en la estimación, por lo cual estimadores como el de Calloway ya me lo dejaría privado. Podría ser una extensión de Zona-Abraham por la flexibilidad que tiene con tendencias paralelas, pero tiene que ser estudiado y tiene que ser evaluado. Y pues, ¿qué es lo que pasa realmente? Lo que pasa en realidad es que hay momentos en la intervención. Ahí existe un tiempo de tratamiento que va desde que empieza la vía hasta que finaliza la vía. Y ese tiempo de tratamiento es lo que realmente hace la estimación compleja de medir. Y en la literatura aparece, muchos dicen, vamos a evaluar desde que se terminó la vía. Construimos una carretera que une 2 ciudades en Estados Unidos y medimos desde que se finalizó la carretera, o medimos desde que se inició. Pero vamos a encontrar en los estimadores en un momento que puede darte una imagen errónea de lo que está pasando. Y lo que vemos acá es que de pronto deberíamos hacerlo de una forma, y es la propuesta que tomo en la estimación. Midamos al final de la carretera, midamos al 50% de avance de la carretera y midamos al 10% de avance de la carretera. ¿Cómo lo vamos a hacer? Comparamos. El tratado es aquel que completa la carretera comparado con el que va a un 0% de carretera. 50% versus un 0%, 10% versus un 0%. Y vamos a tomar que ese tiempo, cuando has llegado al 10% de avance, ya tienes un grado de tratamiento. Al 50% un grado de tratamiento. Y vamos a hacer esa comparación para poder mirar cómo es que sucede el avance, porque como mencionaba, tenemos una discontinuidad no solo en el tiempo de tratamiento, también tenemos una discontinuidad en el espacio de tratamiento. Es diferente la carretera que está tratada a 1000 metros, la escuela tratada a 1000 metros, que la que está a 1500, 2000, 2500, 3000, 3500. Entonces hay un impacto que va sucediendo como ola. Va llegando primero a las escuelas que están cercanas a la carretera, desaparece, y va llegando cada vez más lejos hasta llegar a escuelas que llegan a 3500 metros, pero cuando llegan a esas escuelas a 3500 metros, ya no hay ningún impacto en estas carreteras que están a 500 metros, 1000 metros. Esto es solo como un marco de referencia. Es un metaestudio en el cual tomo cuánto en desviaciones estándar, qué es un impacto grande, qué es un impacto pequeño. Un impacto grande, en general, 0,45 desviaciones estándar, pequeño 0,8, y me voy a basar en el moderado, que dice que 0,1 desviaciones estándar es un efecto moderado sobre la educación. Es solo un marco de referencia para poderlo comparar con los resultados. Acá voy a mencionar lo que había mencionado un poco atrás. Tenemos dos dimensiones de resultados. El espacial, de que los colegios van a verse afectados según el espacio, y el temporal, en el cual es diferente de ser tratado cuando empieza la carretera y todo sucede, a cuando ya llega a esos colegios que están lejanos. Y esto es lo que pasa cuando vemos colegios que son tratados o son revisados al momento que se finaliza una carretera. Cuando revisamos esos colegios al momento que se finaliza la carretera, vemos que los colegios públicos tienen un mayor impacto, y tienen un impacto variable, puede decirse, significativo, pero el coeficiente que pueden ver en el segundo periodo se puede mencionar que es un coeficiente que menciona que es un efecto grande para lo comparado con el marco de referencia del metaestudio. Y podemos observar que los colegios privados, en cambio, no obtienen efectos significativos. Igual para todos los colegios, si tomamos todo el conglomerado de colegios, podemos observar que los colegios públicos son los que se llevan el mayor beneficio. Al 50% observamos que toda la muestra también lo tiene, principalmente colegios públicos, colegios privados marginalmente lo tienen. La varianza principal que se da al final de ese tiempo de estudio es por la cantidad de datos. También lo podemos observar cuando lo vemos al 10% de avance, cuando comparamos el 10% de avance con esto. Y voy a pasar un segundo a lo que es la discontinuidad en el espacio. En el espacio observamos al 10%, observamos que solo se ven afectadas las escuelas cercanas, pero desaparece rápidamente a 1500 metros. Más de 1500 metros no hay escuelas afectadas. Si lo observamos al 50%, vemos que ese efecto se va viendo más lejano, y vemos que al 100% de avance, ya las escuelas que se encuentran lejanas, cercanas a la intervención, ya no tienen efecto, pero esas escuelas que están lejos, que observamos en este espacio, en ese momento ya logran ser intervenidas. Ese efecto, como decíamos, de onda de expansión es el que muestra el efecto general. Esto era el resultado para matemáticas. Lo vamos a ver también para lenguaje, efectos muy similares, con efectos un poco menos grandes, de 0,3 desviaciones de estándar, que son mayor de lo moderado. En todos los eventos, 0,25 desviaciones estándar. En todo observamos que los colegios privados se ven menos afectados. En la participación de fuerza laboral, tomo como tal el efecto de el modelo de Venn, el cual dice como, mire, si usted no está estudiando, si usted tiene tiempo dedicado a otra cosa que no es estudiar, pues no está acumulando capital humano. Es como la fracción, usted acumula capital humano por la fracción que le toma tiempo a dedicar a estudiar. Y pues si estás trabajando, no estás estudiando. Como tal, eso que estoy diciendo, disminuye en 0,05 desviaciones estándar la participación en fuerza laboral, que es un efecto pequeño, pero significativo. Y lo podemos observar que en todas las etapas del 10, 50 y 100, ese efecto disminuye. Podemos observar incluso que llega a ser hasta de 0,21 desviaciones estándar para esos colegios que están cercanos al 10% de avance, y podemos observar que es bastante significativo con el tiempo. ¿Y qué pasa también? No pudimos observar cuándo termina la vida, pues por el marco de tiempo que tenemos. En Colombia 7,5 años toma una persona finalizar la universidad, entonces cortamos en el año 2012-2013. Eso tiene implicaciones de que pues, no alcancé a tomar el 100% de avance, pero podemos observar que aumenta en 0,13 desviaciones estándar la participación de estudiantes de un colegio que van a la universidad. Es decir, que también tenemos efectos significativos importantes de personas que están terminando la universidad porque mejora su conectividad y mejora sus beneficios. En conclusión, se evidencia que hay un efecto sobre la educación por el hecho de que se intervengan vías. Hay un efecto sobre los resultados en matemáticas, en lenguaje. Vemos que ese efecto aumenta, que al principio de la obra solo afectan los colegios que están cercanos, pero a la larga logramos llegar mucho más lejos de lo que esperábamos. La conectividad mejora para todos los estudiantes, la fuerza laboral de estudiantes disminuye. Eso era para mí contraintuitivo. Yo presumía que construían una vía y aumentaba la participación laboral, pero realmente disminuyó en todas las formas que lo vimos. La fracción de estudiantes de escuelas tratadas que completaron algún grado de universidad aumentó, tomando como proxy la prueba estandarizada de universidad. Y finalizo con la parte de la estimación. No he podido cerrar este artículo principalmente por la forma de estimación que me hace pensar que se puede llegar más allá en la forma en la que se estima, dado que esa estimación que presume dos dimensiones vale la pena ser estudiada más allá de lo que tomamos. Agradezco mucho pues, la atención. Si tienen preguntas, estoy abierto a escucharlas.
¿Alguien tiene una pregunta? Bueno. El problema es que en transmisión no escuchan. Entonces, ya te lo paso muy rápido.
El COVID micrófono. Sí, quería preguntarte si tenés una intuición de por qué la diferencia entre el efecto en públicas y privadas, y si tiene que ver con que las privadas probablemente ya están en su frontera de posibilidades de producción, entonces no hay mucho que mejorar.
En efecto, sí sucede eso con los colegios privados, y traté de hacer algunas estimaciones de qué pasa con los profesores, porque me interesaba también saber si era tema de profesores. Algunas literaturas dicen que el efecto en los profesores, no importa el entrenamiento de los profesores, hay un artículo principalmente que dice, no importa el entrenamiento de los profesores. ¿Y qué pasaba con eso? No he podido incluir en el artículo porque no tengo la completa certeza. En las primeras estimaciones es lo siguiente: aumenta la cantidad de profesores en colegios públicos, pero se mantiene el entrenamiento. En colegios privados se mantiene el entrenamiento y se mantiene la cantidad de profesores. No aumenta la cantidad de estudiantes, que también creía que iba a haber una movilidad entre estudiantes, pues, estudiantes que iban a decir como, yo me voy a pasar a un colegio donde me voy a poder mover mejor. Tampoco aumenta esa cantidad de estudiantes que yo esperaba que sucediera. Entonces creo que la intuición podría irse hacia el lado de la cantidad de profesores que tienen ese interés.
Gracias, muchas gracias Jaime por la presentación. Me quedé pensando fue como en las posibles historias que pueden estar detrás de esto, ¿no? Porque los resultados que muestras son compatibles con varias de ellas, ¿no? Algunas ya las mencionaste, como cosas asociadas, por ejemplo, al cambios en la composición, que no necesariamente de estudiantes o de profesores, que no necesariamente, perdón, están asociadas a que puedas observar en el agregado que haya más estudiantes o menos estudiantes, pero sí puede haber ahí movilidad que puede estar explicando eso. O, por ejemplo, para estudiantes que ya estaban, que ahora se gastan menos tiempo en llegar al colegio, o no sé si has logrado analizar los posibles mecanismos que puedan estar allí.
Sí he tratado de evaluar en muchas formas. La más reciente que evalué es si esas escuelas que están lejanas, hubo cambio entre esas escuelas cercanas y lejanas, porque estaba comparando en versión con las escuelas control, pero dije como miremos si hay movilidad entre las escuelas que están cercanas a la vía y las lejanas, de pronto existía. Tampoco observé movilidad en ese espacio. Y también tenía la intuición de que podría suceder, porque en mi mente decía, si para mí es más barato transportarme en este momento, pues seguramente voy a lograr buscar un colegio que me quede más cómodo porque voy a gastar menos tiempo para llegar allá. Pero no, no hay resultados significativos, así como podemos observar, se ve una tendencia recta en todos los resultados que como que no van ahí. Yo sigo pensando que tiene que ver con el entrenamiento de los profesores y la cantidad de profesores, pegándome mucho a una literatura que habla de ello, como lo que importa, y es que creo que el artículo se llama así, no importa el entrenamiento, y habla de la cantidad, como de cómo esa movilidad de profesores, aumentar los profesores, permite que haya mayor entrenamiento para los estudiantes. Entonces trataría de pegarme hacia ese punto y estoy tratando de buscar llegar a ese punto, pero también es que me siento que estoy buscando lo que quiero encontrar. En los otros lugares también estaba buscando y encontraba era como efectos diferenciales. Entonces, creo que me iría hacia el lado de que la cantidad de profesores cuando llegaron a las escuelas públicas, porque para los profesores fue más sencillo llegar y podían tener el espacio para ubicarse, permitía mejorar la calidad de los estudiantes y también esa movilidad que tenían, esa facilidad de movilizarse, también les permitió conectarse mejor con centros poblados y esa conexión con centros poblados les permitió acercarse más fácil a participar en universidades. El tiempo también que disminuyeron a trabajar, me parece también muy importante porque el hecho de que menos estudiantes estén trabajando también me hace decir que le dedican más tiempo a estudiar y ese tiempo adicional que dedican a estudiar es un tiempo adicional o un resultado adicional que tienen sobre esos outcomes. Entonces trataría de buscar o encuentro como ese camino, como un camino, digamos que podría explicar en gran parte esos resultados.
Jaime, muy interesante, gracias. Una pregunta, de pronto me lo perdí, pero ¿por qué esperamos efectos del tratamiento parcial? ¿Por qué habría un efecto de ir 50% del desarrollo de la vía? Ahí yo esperaría lo contrario, una congestión o algo así.
Sí, en esencia, por ejemplo, en el resultados de cuando tomamos la muestra completa, aquí limité colegios de más de 6 estudiantes, cuando tomábamos la muestra completa, sí sucedía el hecho de que observábamos un impacto negativo antes de la intervención, llegaba a 100%, justo antes encontraba un efecto negativo. Cuando eliminé esa muestra, esos colegios de menos de 6 estudiantes ya no lo observaba. ¿Qué pasa principalmente? Es que cuando lo que mencionaba con ese efecto diferencial es que todo eso es un tiempo que realmente está siendo tratado. Y si uno quiere una estimación limpia, yo debería tomar lo que pasa antes y lo que pasa después. Lo que está pasando ahí en ese tiempo me genera ruido. Entonces trato de diferenciar qué pasa al 10, al 50 y al 100 para poder mirar hoy qué está pasando. Y observamos, por ejemplo, al 100%, que en el 100% teníamos ese espacio como muerto, no sé si decirlo así, como que no pasaba nada. Y decíamos, pues, ¿cómo así que terminó la vida y no pasa nada ni para bien ni para mal? Y pues cuando observábamos es que de pronto esos colegios a 100 metros, 500 metros, ya habían sido tratados, ya fueron tratados cuando se empezó la vía, se anticiparon quizás.
Dos comentarios rápido. El primero, tal vez en línea con el comentario de Nicolás, a mí también me sorprendió ver ese resultado de el efecto. De hecho, el efecto más preciso que tú encuentras es al 50%. Entonces, mi hipótesis sí era más relacionada con lo último que tú dijiste del efecto ingreso, y es cuando están construyendo la vía, seguramente contratan empleados locales, no solo para trabajar en la construcción de la vía, sino pues también para proveer comida y servicios a la gente que está alrededor de la vía. Entonces, eso mejora los ingresos de los hogares y de pronto permite que los niños vayan más al colegio y estudien más en vez de estar trabajando. Entonces, para mí, esos resultados dan indicio de ese último mecanismo que tú mencionabas. Y de nuevo refuerzo un poco el comentario que te hacían arriba, es importante ilustrar esos mecanismos, y para probar, por ejemplo, la hipótesis de los profesores, yo sé que están las bases del Ministerio de Educación que te permitirían correr esas regresiones. El efecto ingreso me parece un poquito más difícil de probar, pero sería clave descartarlo, porque mi intuición al ver los resultados es que hay algo fuerte por ese lado. Y la otra pregunta / comentario era, por la estimación, supongo que lo que tú estás estimando son efectos promedio sobre, digamos, los resultados del test promedio en los colegios. Sería interesante ver si estos resultados vienen como de los niños que están en la distribución, en la parte alta de la distribución o en la parte baja de la distribución, y con eso aprendemos un poco más sobre lo que está pasando.
Muchas gracias, me parece muy interesante. Realmente creo que vale mucho la pena medir ese borde superior, porque tomo el P50, el percentil 50, entonces creo que sí vale mucho. El ICFES tiene información del ingreso de los profesores, no para todos los años, y no todos los estudiantes lo responden. Es por eso que me ha sido difícil, porque hay una pregunta específica que me puede dar una sensación sobre ello, pero no todos los estudiantes lo responden y no siempre se preguntó. Sobre el entrenamiento de los profesores, esas regresiones sí las he hecho y es más o menos lo que mencionaba, pero me gusta mucho lo que mencionas del lower y esos bordes superiores y inferiores. Gracias.
Bueno, buenas tardes, buenos días. Estoy de acuerdo con la intuición que mencionas de la cantidad y la calidad de los profesores, debido a un comentario que hicieron al inicio de las preguntas, y es básicamente, si los colegios privados no tuvieron ningún efecto es porque ya están en su senda óptima. Entonces, quiere decir que, por así decirlo, tienen la calidad suficiente y no, esa mejora en las vías, pues no tiene ningún efecto. Sí me generó una duda del tratamiento y del control, no me quedó muy claro. Es decir, estamos hablando de una discontinuidad y estamos tomando como control el mismo colegio previo a la intervención y después de la intervención, o el control son otros colegios que están aparte de las vías, o sea, alejados de las vías.
Ya que tomo la estimación de Sonan y Abraham, lo que estoy comparando es con el último tratado. Entonces, por eso me enfoco principalmente en Sonan y Abraham. A diferencia de Callaway, que hace como el no tratado aún, aquí tomo el último tratado. Y el último tratado es que digo, listo, si el último tratado fue en el año 2019, para esa época ese va a ser el control. Y los otros son los tratados. Entonces, prácticamente ese es el espacio que queda como los que queda como el never treated para toda la línea de muestra.
Ya se nos acabó el tiempo para las preguntas. Perdón.
Muchas gracias a todos.
Muchas gracias, Jaime, por tu presentación. Bueno, ahora le damos la bienvenida a Luis Omar Herrera, del Fondo Monetario Internacional.
Buenas tardes. ¿Más? Ok. ¿En inglés o en español? En inglés, ok. Well, my name is Luis Omar Herrera Prada. I'm working as an analyst in the International Monetary Fund, and I'm finishing my PhD in economics in Göttingen. This is required by the fund, so I have to mention that all my views here are mine and not from the fund. Basically, they are denying any kind of link with me if something just get wrong here, okay? This is the conclusion of a job where I was enrolled when I was in the mid of my college. I was part of the team that developed Espadilles in 2004. The idea raised after seeing that in some universities we start to find that Espadilles was working correctly, and we were saving people from becoming dropout students. The original title in Spanish was El baile de los que sobran, basically based on this song from the Chilean group, trying to figure out what was happening with the people who didn't finish college. Let me just start with the summary. We're gonna just go like fast for this outline, but let me also start like bragging a little bit my other paper about return to education in Colombia. Basically, what I'm doing in this paper is estimating what are the returns for those who went to college, like estimating like the value added that the higher education gives to each student, and analyzing what is the difference between people that graduated, drop out, or is still enrolled. And why is this important for a dropout impact evaluation? Is this because if you check the yellow line, okay, I'm colorblind, I'm not sure if it's green or yellow, but the light line is showing you the people who graduated from college in Colombia. And if you see the blue line are those who drop out. And if you see 5 years after the graduation from college, the difference is 35% in the income. So the name of this thing in the literature is the chipping effect. Basically what it is showing is people who graduated is earning 35% more income 5 years after finishing college. Why this is important? Basically because the cost of being a dropout is really, really huge. Someone who dropped out from college not only had like a fall or an investment that didn't finish, they also have like a lose in money in the future. Why the paper is relevant? Basically, there is not evidence of how an app impacted the dropout in the world. As I mentioned, the dropout phenomenon is one of the greatest costs that the higher education faces. And the tier one is something that I thought at the beginning that was relevant for Colombia, but I found later that was like particularly important also for the region. It was that the people who enrolled in higher education by the early century were the sons and daughters from the boomers, and they were less prepared and with less income than their parents. In this paper, I basically provide evidence that the Espadilles was vital to reduce dropout and to increase in graduation. The impact is small. It could look small. It's only 7 percentage points, basic points. 7 basic points. It's like, imagine that if the dropout rate is 47%, it will be 46.3, right? But if you go to the numbers of the students that we have in higher education, this is about 14,000 students, and that's almost the double of a regular size of a higher education institution in Colombia. Talking about the Colombian system, in 2018, the Colombian higher education system had 2.4 million students. 93% of them were in undergraduate programs. 51% of them were in public colleges. 53% of them are women. The system has 350 higher education institutions, a total of almost 11,000 programs, an attendance rate of 52%, and only 252 institutions were a certificate of higher education qualifier. Taking some numbers from the Ministry of Education, from 100 students who enroll in first year in primary, only 60 finished secondary. From those 60, only 40 enroll in any time of their lives in higher education, and from those 40, only 20 graduate from college. Now, at the early of this century, the Colombian students had two main issues. One was financial, another was academic. The most important was the academic. There was a law in mid-90s where the Colombian government allowed all the students to be promoted to the next year without any academic restriction. It was known in Colombia as the promoción automática. Basically, it didn't matter how bad you performed in the high school, you will be promoted, right? That basically increased the coverage numbers, the graduation numbers, but deteriorated dramatically the quality of the students who were enrolling later or wanted to enroll in higher education. The second problem was that Colombia faced the biggest economic crisis in the late 90s before COVID. So those students who were trying to enroll in higher education in the early 2000s were not only having problems academically, they were also having problems financially. To face this, the Ministry of Education in Colombia created a program that they named Educational Revolution. And this is my point of view. I think the results were amazing. Basically, we jumped from only at 20% in the enrollment rate in 2002. We were in the tail of the distribution for the region. Only Haiti had a lower rate than us. But by the end of 2010, this rate was 45%, was 40%, and for 2016, this rate was 45%. How this happened? Basically, the answer is easy. That we continue enrolling people, but we stop people to getting out from college. How? With Espadilles. Espadilles is the system to prevent and analyze the dropout students in higher education. That's what this acronym means. Espadilles was created by the Ministry of Education in 2004, and Espadilles is the name of the database and also from the dashboard that we installed in each one of the higher education institutions. Like 15 years ago was my last time here in Cali, and I came basically also to this university to install Espadilles and to teach how to manage it to the authorities in each institution. What happened? Basically, the Ministry of Education created huge regional meetings around the country. They were trying to socialize Espadilles and try to promote the idea of creating this program that later became more bigger and just created the huge system that we know now as SNIDES. And this created two spillovers. The first one, and maybe the most important, a lot of institutions become part of the digital era. When we start working in this database, a lot of institutions had the data, but they were in paper. They had to start to make it like in records, like in digital records. The second was that the statuses for the students, as for example, what is considered as dropout students, was standardized across all the institutions in Colombia. Everyone started speaking the same language. And a tier one that I'm not mentioning here, but also happened, is that this created one of the biggest databases about education in the world that had put Colombia like in the spotlight. If you see a lot of literature now talk about Colombia, and this is because a lot of these researchers are using data that was created because of this. How this work? Basically, we started developing and collecting data in 2005. In 2005, we asked the institutions to give us information since 1998 for all their students. As I mentioned at the beginning, there were 350 institutions, only 299 main institutions. So main institution is the one who holds like the headquarters of the institution. For example, for the National University, the main institution is Bogotá. The secondary institutions are located in Medellín, Manizales, okay? 5 rounds were necessary to include all the institutions. So nowadays, all the institutions in Colombia had Espadilles installed. The Ministry of Education linked the installation of Espadilles to the Certificate of Quality. And when we started to receive some information from the institutions before we developed the app, we started to run duration models to create lists of students who were in risk to become dropouts, to provide this list to the institutions using Espadilles. Later, when the quality of the information that the institutions gave us, we visit each one of the institutions in the country, and we did what we call the visit. Each visit was basically 4 to 6 hours with the authorities, basically with the president of the institution, with the planning, with some professors. And basically we teach them how to compare themselves with their peers at regional level and at national level. And we also teach them how to create lists of students who were in risk of dropout to do something to prevent them to go out. So we will use the information of those dropouts who already left college to give information to the authorities of those students who were currently studying, so they could create strategies to avoid the dropout to happen. Basically, we teach them how to create lists. That the idea from the ministry and how the ministry asked us to do it was basically they want us to teach how to prevent dropout. What we found, and something that we are going to see here later, is that universities or colleges not only prevented dropout, they also called back students. They were able to create the list of students who already dropped out, and they were able to trace it and to bring them back to college. Between 12 and 18 months later, after this visit, we came back to each institution just to do a follow-up of what was happening and if they were using the Espadillas correctly. In this paper, I'm used data from 1998 to 2017 for more than 8 million students. This is the total universe of higher education students in Colombia, but I'm only taking into account the students who finished it or had a full cohort. So, for example, if they were not able, because of timing, to graduate, I'm not considering them. Espadillas used two main data sources. One is the ICFES, and the other one is data from the higher education institutions. The ICFES is this test that we present every semester in Colombia. In Colombia, all the students are required to present a test when they finish secondary. This is like mandatory, it's a kind of census from the secondary level. And the institutions give us another kind of information about the students and their programs. The definitions that I'm using here are exactly the same that Espadillas use. And the first one is the dropout. A dropout is considered a student who stopped studying for at least 2 semesters consecutive or more at the moment of the cutoff. This will create a problem in a definitive framework because this definition is dynamic in time. So I'm using the definition in the cutoff of 2017. But for example, to test parallel trends or things like that, I have to test what happened in the moment, for example, 2006, before there was Espadillas established in the institution, right? And in that moment, the status of the student could be totally different. The graduated students is the one who finished successfully the studies and got the degree, right? So a student who finished classes but didn't got the degree is a dropout after 2 semesters of if he or she didn't got the degree. Graduated on time is that a student who finished in the expected time or at least 2 semesters more. Absent is that a student who was enrolled but stopped studying for just 1 semester. So the step between be current student and become a dropout. And active or enrolled is that the student that is currently in the system. Transitions, 5 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna go fast. Transitions basically are the change on statuses. And okay, this is like the descriptive analysis. I just want to show here the 47% in dropouts and the 27% in the graduation rate in average. All of those are the controls that I'm using in the regressions. Those are the statistics for example, the institutions. If you see, and I want you to pay attention in the round 5, that is only like 0.3% of the total amount of institutions. The big amount of institutions came in the first round and the second and third round. Basically, what I'm doing is a diff and diff. Treated are those students who were studying in an institution where Espadillas was installed, right? And I'm gonna just jump this. And basically, I'm using the regular framework, 6 outputs: dropout, graduated on time, transitions, and time gaps. I'm using the treatment of the installation of Espadillas and a lot of controls. The nightmare starts here. The treatment was not assigned balanced because basically the first institutions who had Espadillas were those who were basically in digital records. So basically they were the ones who were like more prepared or more rich in the country. So for the diff and diff, this is the highest. We had 2 problems or 3 problems. One, the dynamic definition of the output. we have the no balanced, and we have also that all the institutions in that moment of time will be part of the treatment. For solve that, basically Calaway Santana give the framework to solve it, and I'm using Calaway Santana and Rios Avila code in Esta to save this. I'm gonna jump this. This is just basically the ATT equations formula, how do basically we estimate the ATT. And I'm gonna show you 4 different results that the code in Esta allowed me to show: the regression approach, the inverse probability, the double robust estimator, and the improved double robust estimator. Calaway Santana doesn't require parallel trends in periods before the treatment, using the period just one before. But in any case, if you want to see there is parallel trends in all the outputs, except by the last round. And if you are like my referee 2, that requires that I have to do this test for all the natural frames of if and if. Basically, what I did was I took 2 minutes. Okay, I'm going to start to show the fun part in a second. Basically, I did like all the exercise with simulations for more than 1,200 regressions to show you that there is parallel trends before the installation of Espadillas in all of them. Also run some Calaway Santana, and I'm also showing in the main outputs that there is no change for the pre-moment test. And now the important thing is here. If you see in the right, this is the ATT estimated by Calaway Santana. There is all the outputs. The number that I was showing was the yellow one, that is the 7 basic points of fall in the probability of become a dropout. Also, there is an increase of 6% of basic points, PBS, of the probability of become a graduated student. If you see, all of the rounds had this improvement in dropout and in graduation, right? There is the info per round and in aggregated. The graduation on time also. Also, we have some information about the absence. There was a little bit increase in absence, but there was an increase in the amount of transitions from dropout. And also, there was an increase in the time gap of that transition. And what is the meaning of this? Basically, we were having more people who was dropout and returned to school. How I see this thing? Because of the transition of dropout, and also because the time gap of those students is bigger now. And we have some heterogeneity per gender for the main variables. I'm just gonna jump this, but basically the results in this point is that we had more results on the population that the ministry was focused. That basically was the men who had lower performance academically than women, low income, and in technical institutions, no colleges. Now, to summarize, basically, the students who came to the Colombian higher education institution in the early 2000s basically were less prepared and more poor than their predecessors. The circumstances were hard in that moment. Espadillas not only accomplished with the main goal of reduce dropout, also increases the graduation and bring back the students that, if it's not because of Espadillas, the institutions will not be able to reach them. Right? In less than 6 years of operation, Espadillas reduced the probability to become a dropout in 6% of basic points. What is the meaning of this thing is that it's 14,000 students. That is almost the double of a regular size of higher education institution. And Espadillas also bring another spillovers as the digital era for institutions, the creation of these databases, and also the definition of a regular language for all the institutions. The transition increased, and more people was able to come back. Espadillas was instrumental in breaking down the musical chairs game and helping them also help to the efficiency of the system. And I think that Colombia needs to continue with the program. That's fine. Okay.
Any questions?
Luis, I have one question about the mechanical effects of having better information. So do you think that perhaps part of the result is coming from the fact that universities now have better way to track who that are graduated and who that just drop out. So it's going to be like a mechanical effect of having better TI within the organization or not?
Yeah, but basically that's part of the effect. What we did was we gave the institutions a tool to have that kind of ability, that they will be able to have a system to track the students. Previously, a lot of institutions had this in records, in paper records, so they were not able to see what was happening. Some, the rich one could have like systems of information, and they were able to know what was happening with each student in a moment of time. What we did was basically we made the equity, how do you say this, the quality for all the students, for all the institutions to have like basically the same resources and being able to track them. That's basically the mechanism of this work.
So I wonder if you could sort of fill in what the universities were actually doing. Obviously, the data doesn't keep students in school by itself. One could imagine two sets of programs. One would be sort of, changing, advising in some way, but the other would be more targeted, where we identify certain students at risk, and we go and sort of talk to them and figure out what their problems are. So are those some more systemic reforms or more individualized, as best you can tell?
Both. So the universities were able to target like groups of people, like by name. They were able to look at me and say, oh, Luis had problems financially, so we could develop a financial program for him, right? And they also created like programs for groups inside the institutions. They start to create, for example, Universidad Quindío created a program to compete between schools inside to see who developed the best program inside the institution. So they start to promote all of this stuff. The ministry was promoting this around the country. They start to give money for research and for those who were like working on that, and that show any kind of results in the institution. So for example, Universidad Quindío, in average, they didn't show a big result, but if you see by schools, the School of Statistics in 2008 had a really, really good improvement because they were able to see what was happening with the population as a whole and create like programs for their own students. So they were like a mix of both.
Well, thank you for the presentation. I've looked at this data, and I agree with you that there was an impressive increase in enrollment and graduation and everything throughout this period of time. And I had never thought that Espadillas had played a role. I mean, I never thought about it. So I'm surprised, and I like it. I like when I'm surprised like this. But there were other things going on simultaneously, and I don't know whether you're controlling for that. I just want to, I haven't read your work, so I just wonder whether you're controlling for the fact that, for example, public universities were like very, very strongly induced to increase their enrollment. There were also ICETEX also was aggressively increasing their penetration in the market. So I just your views about all these other factors.
Okay, I'm controlling by institution. Yeah, for other financial aid, or public or private in the regulations. But this is talking about dropouts. So non-enrollment. I mean, the enrollment is just the fact of what happened before. So for the scenario that I have when I receive the data, basically, right? Espadillas is working in keep inside colleges those who became part of the system, right? And the lower rates of dropouts were, for example, in the public institutions, the people with access, basically.
Thank you for the presentation. The effect is a little bit small. So I wonder if you have in the paper some considerations about cost benefit of the program, and if there is a comparison with other alternatives in order to avoid dropouts.
Not yet. So the thing is that running all these things takes a lot, and I'm still like merging the data with the salaries, for example, to start to see if it was like a cost benefit or that. But in terms, for example, the program at that time costed like 1,000 million pesos, right? That in that moment, in dollars, it was like $500,000, right? And if you see $500,000 for 6 years, you save it, you improve it the income, as I showed in the second slide, for 40,000 students or more. Basically, for sure, the cost benefit would be very positive.
Are you controlling for quality of the graduates?
Yes, the score test. So basically,
Okay.
what I have, as I had the ICFES test, I standardized all the scores since 1988 to 2017, from 0 to 100, according to the like basically the percentile of each student in their semester of presentation, and I'm controlling by that.
Okay. So you don't find some story like universities just lower the quality in order to, you are being like monitored by the government regarding your graduation and dropouts. So maybe the universities just say, look, we have to graduate these guys because we are being monitored
Okay.
around this.
Being honest, when I was giving the speeches explaining Espadilles, I was trying to promote these kind of things. I was telling the institutions that if they wanted to reduce dropouts, they have to graduate people. Particularly, the other paper that I'm showing, another brick in the wall, the one in the income, is basically saying that the institutions put a lot of restrictions to the student to graduate. So, despite I was saying in the lectures that please graduate this, even for example, if it's posthum, if the student died, you will have it as a dropout. Why don't you give, for example, a posthumous graduation to the student? These kind of things, right? And the institutions refuse it. They said that basically the prestige is more important. Prestige in terms of the people who they were graduating. So a lot of institutions refused to do that. They prefer to go and trace them and try to create like programs to like balance the academic performance than to reduce the level. Well, I hope I was clear.
Thank you. Thank you, Luis, for your presentation. So now I welcome Pablo Uribe from EAFIT University.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm going to present some joint work with Cristian Pozo from Banco de la República and Estefanía Sarabia from ICFES and UCLA. And we're going to look at the effects of a test preparation program on students' educational performance. So just a brief introduction. Over the last decade, there has been a dramatic expansion in post-primary education, especially in low and middle income countries. And the main issue here is that there are still important gaps in terms of achievement and quality of education as measured by test scores. And you might wonder why test scores are important. In the literature, it has been seen that standardized tests affect the transition to higher education and also the labor market outcomes. And this is mainly due to the fact that scores determine eligibility for financial aid opportunities. So what we're going to look at is a program called Saberes, which was put through by the Secretariat of Education of Medellin in 2016 as part of the 2016-2019 development plan of the mayor's office. And its main goal was to develop skills that strengthen the preparation for standardized tests. And that was its main focus, but it also had an additional installed capacity and vocational guidance components where the companies essentially just performed a test, an orientational test to students to see what they might be good to do with, like in the labor market in the future. And what the mayor's office did was it hired 2 private companies. They were companies that gave this program to private schools in the city, and assigned a separate set of schools to each of them, public schools. And its main goal was to target students from grades 8 to 11, and try to increase their scores in Saber Once, which is the high school exit exam here in Colombia. And it worked in a sort of a cascade form. So it starts with teacher training. These companies gathered all the teachers from the treated institutions and gave them a training on like the competencies of the test, and on how to solve the specific questions that those types of tests have. And then they also train schools principals and coordinators, and then these teachers go to their respective institutions, and during school hours, they're gonna train the students on how to take these tests. So what they're gonna do is, after they train the students, students are gonna take a simulation test, and the results are gonna be given back to them throughout a feedback session with the teachers and the company. And this process is gonna be repeated around 3 times within the span of 2 months. Before the students take the high school exit exam. So in our paper, we try to provide new evidence on the effectiveness of standardized test preparation programs, and this is especially important. In the literature, since most of this evidence suffers from strong self-selection bias. You know, the most involved parents are usually the ones who enroll their children in these types of programs. And we attempt to answer 3 main questions. The first is, does this program affect student learning gains as measured by the results in this test? The other one is, does it affect access to tertiary education? And then we want to look at what mechanisms made the program successful in increasing access to higher education. So just to give you an overview of our timeline, we use data from 2010 to 2019. Specifically, we look at the high school exit exam between 2010 and 2017. We have student level data on this test. And we also have data on higher education from SNIES, which collects all this information at the student level from 2016 to 2019. And we complement our analysis with other data sets like ICETEX and Sapiencia, which are financial aid institutions here in the country. And we also use Saber TIT as a proxy for graduation from short cycle, or what we call short cycle, which are technical and technological programs here in Colombia. And Serpilo Paga, which is a merit-based, probably the most popular merit-based scholarship in the country. And this is what the rollout of the program looked like. So it was introduced in 2016. As I told you, students first are involved in the program, and then they take the high school exit exam. And the program still exists as part of the mayor's office, but all public schools are treated by it. So we're gonna focus on only the first 2 waves. That is the 2016 and the 2017 waves, since as of 2018, pretty much all public schools were treated, so we don't have a valid comparison group. So in terms of the data, as I told you, we use administrative data from 8 main sources. And what we're going to be looking at most of the time is the student's rank within the test. So our main variable of interest, we cannot look at just the levels in test scores, because they are not, we want to ensure comparability between cohorts. And so what we do is we use the standardized test scores, but we focus mainly on the student's rank. We essentially just order all the students and rescale their rank from 0 to 100. And this is following the literature on Serpilo Paga here in the country. And we're going to focus on a 2x2 scenario where we have a pre-treatment period and a post-treatment period, and as well as a dynamic difference in differences specification where we extend our sample from 2010 to 2017. So just, this is purely descriptive, but this is the distribution of standardized general scores, both pre-treatment and post-treatment, and we can see a right shift in the distribution of scores, and we want to look at how much of this shift can we explain by the program. And so to give you a brief summary of our sample or of our data, consistent with the fact that these are public schools in Medellin, only 7% of our students were considered of being in a household of high income, only 4% were of high stratum. And nearly 66% of the students were treated in the first year of the program. And the table you can see on the right, panel D, shows all the covariates that we use in our analysis to control for both individual characteristics and household characteristics. So for our empirical strategy, I'm going to divide this, as I told you, in the 2x2 specification and the dynamic specification. In terms of the 2x2 specification, we use a simple difference in differences specification, where we just include the treatment variable, which is at the school level, the post variable, and the interaction between the two of them. The vector of controls are those that I showed you in panel D of the summary statistics. And we cluster our standard errors at the treatment level, which in this case is the school level. We also use two-way fixed effects regression, where it's pretty much the same regression, but we include a school and year fixed effect to control for non-variant characteristics. And since we have a lot of covariates, given the form that students fill out in their high school exit exam, we also use other specifications that can better handle the inclusion of covariates. In this case, those are outcome regression, the Hajduk type inverse probability weighting, which normalizes weights to equal 1. And we also use the Santana and Xiao doubly robust improved diff in diff, which in this case we use it for the repeated cross section, which they also have an estimator for repeated cross sections. And to look at the heterogeneous effects on the outcomes distribution, we use RIF regressions, and that will essentially just show us which types of students are being affected by this program. Now, for the dynamic specifications, we extend our sample from 2010 to 2016. And in that point, we have multiple time periods and 1 year of treatment. And then we add 2017. As I told you, that was the second wave of the program. So in that case, we're going to have multiple time periods, and we're going to have 2 years of treatment, which is called staggered treatment adoption. And the fact is that when treatment is staggered, two-way fixed effects would potentially be biased due to the presence of heterogeneous effects. And this is also in line with the fact that the estimator in that case will be a weighted average of all the 2x2 comparisons in the dynamic specification. And it might include what Goodman-Bacon calls forbidding comparisons between early treated units and late treated units. Now, for the case of the non-staggered specification, where we only have 1 treatment year, we're going to use a simple event studies regression, where we include both the school and year fixed effects, and we also cluster our standard errors at the school level. And for the staggered specification, we use the Callaway and Santana estimator, both the simple aggregation and the event study aggregation. And we're going to use the alternative specification by Borussia, Jaravel, and Spies, which also allows for repeated cross-section data, although it has a stronger assumption about parallel trends, which could lead to a larger bias, but we show both of them just to prove the robustness of our results. And since most of these specifications are based on the parallel trends assumption, we're going to test it not only informally through the pre-trend coefficients, but we're going to look at our power and sensitivity analysis by Roth and Rambachan and Roth to prove that we don't have problems with parallel trends and pre-trends. Now, in terms of the results, we showed that the program had a statistically significant and positive effect of around 2.23 ranks. We're going to focus on column 6, which is the doubly robust specification. And it also holds to using the standardized test scores. And to make it a little bit easier to interpret, we're going to construct a gap reduction by, like, say we take the difference in ranks between the control and treatment groups pre-treatment. So in 2015, we're going to take that difference and we're going to divide the coefficient by that difference, and that is essentially going to tell us by how much is this program reducing the pre-existing gap between both of the groups. And what we show here is that the program reduced the gap at by around 23% between treatment and control students. And it was mainly driven by math improvements, but it also had a positive effect on most of the subject areas of Saber 11. Now, this is the dynamic specification, where the simple event study regression, where we only have 1 treatment year. So informally, you could say that you don't have problems with your pre-trends, since they are not statistically different from 0, and there's a positive effect on the treatment year. But we're going to further check our results using the staggered specification. These are the simple aggregations of Callaway and Santana, Borussia, Jaravel, and Spies, both without and with controls. And what we show is that the program, here the effects are even larger than what we found in the 2x2 specification. And we find that the program reduced the gap by around 30 to 40% between treatment and control students. And again, results are robust when using standardized test scores. And when we look at this with the event study aggregation, which I'm going to show you right now, it's not working. Okay, this is not working, but what I can tell you is that there are no pre-trends. I can show you that later on in maybe when I finish. So these are the event study aggregations of Callaway and Santana, essentially showing the same pattern. We don't see any effects before the treatment, and there's a positive and increasing effect up to, for the 2 cohorts that were treated after the introduction of the program. Just go back real quick. And as I told you, we performed the power and sensitivity analysis of Roth and Ramachan and Roth, and both of the analyses show that we do not have a problem with pre-trends, and that parallel trends is more likely to hold with our sample than not parallel trends, than a violation of parallel trends. Now, for the heterogeneous effects on the outcome distribution, these are the results of the RIF regressions, and what we show here is that effects are concentrated above the 40th percentile. So not the worst students there are no effects on the worst students, but above the median student, we can see positive and statistically significant effects. The dashed lines that you see there, the yellow lines, correspond to ECETEC's cutoff points for financial aid opportunities. And the dark blue, which is at the 90th percentile, shows the cutoff point for Serpilopaga, which is the merit-based scholarship. And we even see that there are some effects concentrated even above the Serpilopaga cutoff, and that'll help us with the mechanisms later on. Now, in terms of higher education, we look at access to higher education as a whole, up to 3 years post-high school graduation. And we also divide it by short cycle and professional programs. And what we see is that the program increased access to higher education by around 3.3 percentage points in the first year after graduation. And that this was mainly driven by access to short cycle programs, which have a duration between 2 and 3 years in the country. And specifically within short cycle programs, we also look at whether the programs are, what is called STEM programs, so science, technology, engineering, and math. And what we see is that, again, we not only see a positive effect here, but the effect is driven by short cycle STEM programs. So the program also had a positive effect on those types of programs. Now, we use Saber TIT, which is the test that all short cycle students have to take before graduation from their higher education institutions. And they usually take it when they are close to graduation. So we use it. We use whether the student takes this test or if he doesn't. We use this as a proxy for graduation from short cycle programs. And we also see a positive impact of around 2.3 percentage points on all short cycle programs, and again a positive impact on short cycle STEM programs. Now, as for the potential mechanisms, we have 4 main hypotheses. 3 of them are concentrated on what explains the results on the majority of the population, what I showed you in the RIF regressions. And so the first hypothesis is that the program generated an accumulation of specific human capital. That is, it trains students on how to choose the right answer, or how to simply just disregard an answer that is completely wrong. So it's this really specific human capital, and we test this through access to universities that require admission exams. So 3 universities in Medellin require admission exams that are standardized and follow the same pattern as Saber 11. In this case, those are Universidad de Antioquia, Universidad Nacional Ancena, and we compare we compare the effects on access to these institutions versus institutions that do not require admission exams. And if the students are accessing these universities to a higher extent, then that explains that it was the accumulation of specific human capital which is driving the higher access to them. And we actually see that. We see that. I'm going to show you real quick. We see that there is no effect on institutions that do not have an admission exam, but there is a positive and statistically significant effect up to 2 years post high school graduation on these 3 universities that require standardized admission tests. Now, our second hypothesis is that it could be a motivational effect. This has been categorized in the Serpilopaga literature as whether the program is incentivizing students to exert a higher effort and to study more and essentially just accumulate general human capital. And what is done in the literature is compare or test the effects on other tests that are not as high stakes as Saber 11. And see whether there are also positive effects on those types of tests. We do that, and we see null effects. We use Olimpiadas del Conocimiento, which is a competition. It's also a standardized test, and we don't see any effects there. So there was no motivational effect. Students were not actually studying more. And then we also hypothesize, given the RIF regressions that I showed you, that some of the effects were concentrated above financial aid cutoffs. We also hypothesized that it could be access to financial aid, which is, in this case, access to both either ICETEX or Sapienza being the financial aid institution in Medellin, which is pretty popular there. And we don't see any effects there either. So students are not accessing financial aid opportunities to a higher extent due to the program. And so we also ruled out that mechanism. And then for the elite students, remember that I showed you in the riff regressions that some of the effects were concentrated above the Ser Pilo Paga cutoff. We're going to look at access to Ser Pilo Paga, whether the program increased access to Ser Pilo Paga. And what we show is that it increased access to both short cycle Ser Pilo Paga, which is a pretty small size of the Ser Pilo Paga population. Most of them access professional programs. But it also increased access to professional Ser Pilo Paga programs. So for at least for that small share of the population, which are what we call elite students, who are above the 90th percentile of distribution, it was access to Ser Pilo Paga, which explains their higher access to higher education. Now, just to conclude, this is pretty much what I've already said, but the main contribution of the paper is to causally analyze these types of policies for socioeconomically disadvantaged students in Latin America. And we find positive effects, and although we do not have a cost-benefit analysis, we expect the net present value of benefits to be quite large, given not only the high returns to higher education that exist here in Colombia, but the fact that the program is pretty cheap when you think about it. We did some back-of-the-envelope calculations, and we showed that the program costed around 4% of the total value of Ser Pilo Paga in a year. So it was it was not a costly intervention, and it had pretty impressive effects. And yeah. Thanks.
Any questions?
Thank you. Very interesting. I have a question on I guess, the interpretation, the welfare question, if you want. So these students learn better how to fill in these tests, and so hence they do, kind of, and that seemed to have worked. I mean, you indicated in the beginning that you were going to show results on learning. I guess if it's just, I mean, it's learning, as you say, something very specific. It's not learning we usually think about it. And so they get access to a different level of education as a result. That, I guess, if that's a lower quality student on average, getting access is not necessarily a high return outcome. And so is the interpretation here that kind of the higher SES people, they already knew how to do this test, and in a certain way what this program helps overcome is a particular disadvantage that these people have, and they will have the same quality as the higher SES people kind of once they're in higher education? Or, and do we, is there a reason to believe that the high SES people would have had that advantage? Or ultimately, don't we know the welfare outcome here? I mean, I guess, so it's inequality increasing potentially conditional on these kind of higher education having positive returns for them. Is it also welfare increasing? Is a different question.
So higher education, higher SES students, which are typically enrolled in private schools, already have these types of programs in the country. Like most private schools in the country already have these test preparation programs. So what we're trying to show with the paper is that you can level out the field, like an equalization of opportunities, and that can increase access to higher education. And as I showed you with the summary stats, most of these students were of really low SES. And so that's what we think about when we say, we're trying to level the ground field. We're trying to level the opportunities with the high SES students.
So I think, if I can just add, I think one of the implications of what Karen's saying is how much resorting does this do, or how much is it just sort of moving everybody up the bar? And one way to look at that would be to look at the observables and see the extent to which you see sort of moving people crossing each other based on sort of some prediction based on the observables. I think that would be instructive in this case, because it would help us understand, is this just kind of lifting all boats as the tide would, or is it privileging particular types of students, and how do we think about that more generally? If it's particularly disadvantaged students within the disadvantaged group, maybe we think about more favorably than if it's actually selecting sort of more advantaged within that group, for example.
Yeah, so we try to look at that with the heterogeneous effects of the RIF regressions, and it's a valid point. I mean, we're going to look at it definitely, but yeah, what we expect is just a leveling of the opportunities between both the high SES and the low SES students. But I'm not entirely sure if it's just lifting all the population. I'm probably sure it's only lifting the low SES students, but not the worst students. As I showed you, the effects are concentrated like the middle to high performing individuals.
Any other questions?
I just want to ask you just what your thoughts are about the scaling up of this program once everybody's doing it. I mean, is there anything to? I mean, are we back where we started in a way? These are just test taking skills, and then in the end, if everybody is doing it, then not much is happening unless these test skills mean something in a more substantial way.
Yeah, so I think in line with what you're saying, I think most of the results show that it's mainly just learning how to take this test and it's improving their results, but it's also allowing them to access higher education to a higher extent. So as long as they are accessing higher education to a higher extent, they're going to be increasing their human capital in the end. That might help them in the future. The escalation of this program is, as I already said, most private schools already do this, but public schools don't, especially in the rural areas. So one of the key issues is just, rural students are in a huge disadvantage just simply because they do not know how to take a test. And so, probably the most important thing about the paper is showing that, a simple program can help them, at least try to be at the same level of test taking abilities as private school students.
Any other questions? Great. Thank you, Paulo, for your presentation. So we conclude our first session on education. Now we can go for session 2. It's labor. So I welcome Stephanie Hernandez from EAFIT University, Leonardo Morales, Banco de la República, and Gustavo Garcia, EAFIT University. Universidad de AFIT. Tienes 20 minutos. Oh, listo,
Okay, good morning, and thank you for being here. My name is Esteban Hernandez, and today I'm going to share with you some results of a project developed with Leonardo Morales from the Central Bank of Colombia and Eleonora Avalos from Universidad AFIT. Okay, as the title indicates, we're analyzing the relationship between labor cost market institutions and the performance of the labor market, especially regarding to dynamism and fluidity. So this is what we do. Okay, before to continue, I'm going to specify that we are understanding dynamism as the set of changes that occur in the labor market, especially regarding to workers and jobs, which determine labor market stocks. And fluidity as the ability of an economy to move workers and jobs among firms, economic sectors, and labor markets. So far, there is no evidence for developing countries, and especially for Colombia, there is no any evidence on how institutions that frame the labor market have affected the labor market flows over the last decade. So this is our motivation to start this investigation. How do we do it? We are using a traditional difference in difference strategy. And okay, now I'm going to talk about the two institutions that we chose. The first one is the minimum wage. The minimum wage is a commonly used figure around the world, but in Colombia is especially high and highly restrictive. As the graph shows, by 2019, the relationship, the ratio between minimum wage and median wage in Colombia was the highest among OECD countries. For Colombia, there is evidence that increases in the minimum wage negatively affect the stocks of the market. And for other economies, there are evidence that big increases in the minimum wage affect the dynamism and the fluidity, making the market less flexible. If we look at the changes, the recent changes in the real minimum wage, we can see that between 2013 and 2016, the changes were small and went to zero. But between 2017 and 2018, the changes were bigger than 2%. And this is the case that we are analyzing. The second one institution are the payroll taxes. Again, it's a commonly used figure around the world, but is used to finance pensions and other transfers to employees, but in Colombia is also used to finance in-kind transfers for low-income workers. So in this sense, are higher than in other economies. By 2011, the rate oscillated between 22% and 66%, the highest in the region. And for this reason, among many others, the government presented the 2012 tax reform that was the first reform that reduced payroll taxes in the country. And this is the change that we are analyzing in this case. The tax reform was signed in December of 2012 and was developed in two stages. The first one started in May of 2013 and reduced in 5 percentage points the non-wage costs And the second one started in January of 2014 and reduced in 8.5 percentage points. In total, the reform reduced the non-wage costs in 13.5 percentage points. Okay, the data that we are using is the Gran Encuesta Integrada Hogares, the Colombian Household Survey, that is representative of near 40 million working age population individuals, and more than 50% are occupied. The occupied population are distributed as the table shows, and here we have two interesting things. The first one is that in the formal sector, people who are paying social security contributions, near of 70% is earning above of the minimum wage, but in the informal sector, more than a half is earning below of the minimum wage. Regarding to the empirical strategy, we are computing traditional dynamism measures, worker flows, hirings and separations, job flows, job creation and job destruction, and also we are computing fluidity measures, traditional fluidity measures like worker relocation, job relocation, and churning. And all measures are in rates. Okay, as I said before, we are using a difference in different strategy, using some controls, and we are also controlling by labor market and time fixed effects. And we are using a dynamic difference in different strategy. We are just changing the post term using a dummy variable for each period of time. In the table, we have a little summary of the characteristics that we are using. In the case of the payroll taxes, we are using the formal segment as the treatment group, and the informal segment as the control group. And the prevent period is the period before the sign of the reform, and the positive period was the period immediately after to the sync of the reform. In the case of the minimum wage, we are using people earning around the minimum wage as the treatment group, and people that are earning above or below of the minimum wage as the control group. The prevent period is the period until November, December of 2016. That was the period where it was established the minimum wage, and the posterior period was January of 2017, because it's the period in which the minimum wage started to apply. Okay, regarding to the results, here we have one of the main contributions of the research, because for some segments there was no evidence on the behavior of the measures of dynamism or fluidity. And in the case of the minimum wage, we can see that people who are earning the minimum wage or below have higher reallocation rates in both cases, workers and job reallocation. But people who are earning above of the minimum wage have smaller reallocation rates. In this sense, we can say that the segment above of the minimum wage is less fluid and less dynamic. We find similar results in the case of the social security contributions, but in this case, the formal segment is the segment that has a smaller reallocation rates in both cases, workers and job. And the informal segment, people who are not paying the social security, is more fluid and more dynamic. In the case of the results of the difference in difference strategy, we are finding that for the case of the minimum wage, the affected segment is experimenting reductions in hirings and creation rate. And we can say that these effects are explained by the formal segment, the people who are really affected by the minimum wage. Here we find some similar reduction in hiring rate and job creation rate. But in the informal segment, we are not finding any effect for the segment, for the affected segment. In the case of the payroll taxes, we are finding that hirings and creation rate are experimented increases, but separations and job destruction rate are experimenting reductions. In the case of the results of the dynamic strategy, for the hirings, in the case of the minimum wage, we are finding that there is no pre-trends, but in the case of the separations, we have some pre-trends. In the case of the hiring rate, we are finding a reduction two periods after the reform, but in the case of the separation rate, we are finding an increase in the rate. In the case of the effects of changes in payroll taxes, we are not finding big effects in hiring and separation. Okay, and this is all. And finally, we can say that segments earning the minimum wage or above are are more dynamic, are more fluid than segments that are earn below, and the same in the case of the formal and informal segments with when we are using the criteria of payroll taxes. And we also can say that the stocks, the changes in the stocks caused by increases in the minimum wage are explained by reductions in hirings and creation. But in the case of the payroll taxes, we can say that the increases associated with the reduction, the increases in the employment associated with the reduction in the taxes are explained by two parts. The first one is the reduction in the separations and the destruction, and on the other hand, we have the increases in hiring rate and job creation rate. And this is all. Thank you. And if anyone have a comment or a question.
Any questions? Great. Oh, there's a question.
Hi, thank you, Stephanie. I just have a little question. So you showed that like with the minimum wage increases, the hiring in the formal sector decrease, but the hiring in the informal sector doesn't change. So where are these people going? Like they're not getting any job, they're going to unemployment or to, well, do you know, like, have you checked that?
Okay.
Or I'm reading that completely wrong.
I just want to clarify how you define the changes in the minimum wage, how they became negative in some points. You take out productivity or something like that to get negative numbers?
Okay, the second question is just because when the minimum wage is defined, the inflation rate is for this period, but we are not using this firm. We are using the minimum wage in period T and the inflation, the IPC, in period T. It's just for that. And can you remember me the question, please?
What happened, like you showed that with minimum wage increases, the hiring rates go down. I wonder what happens with these people that are not getting a job. Like, is unemployment increasing? Because I don't see the informal sector hiring more people.
Okay, I think that is yes, yes. Okay, hiring rate is decreasing, and these people maybe okay is people that is now getting into the market. Is people that are looking for a job but don't find a job, and also can be people who are trying to change their position, but there is no position for this kind of people. Yes, yes, yes. In this case, they remain in the informality. Yes.
So given the clarification question, I have now a question. So you are defining the treatment with the negative or positive change in the minimum wage, but you are using the inflation rate in the current period. So your treatment is kind of endogenous, no? Because minimum wage has a pass-through on inflation somehow, right?
It's something that we are trying to get better. But yes, I know there is a problem.
Inflation was constant in that period, so it doesn't change much if you do it with the inflation in the previous
Okay.
Thank you. So thank you, Stephanie, for your presentation. Now we welcome Leonardo Morales from Banco de la República.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for including this paper in the program, and thank you for your assistance for being here. This paper is co-authored with Andrea Otero from Central Bank of Colombia and Brenda Samaniego de la Parra from University California, Santa Cruz. The paper is called Labor Market Effects of Part-Time Contributions to Social Security, Evidence from Colombia. So this is the usual disclaimer. So this paper is about changing policy that involves part-time workers. So we are going to talk about part-time jobs in this talk. In Colombia, for example, 6% of male and 11% of females in the private sector work less than 35 hours per week. Sometimes policies that are affected by the amount of hours that people work can create structural changes in the demand for part-time workers. So there are some examples here, but I'm gonna brush a little bit. So how can I move this? Okay. So we are going to talk about this change in policy, the Decree 2616, that changed the type of contract that you can use to hire part-time workers, right? So before the reform in 2014, the cost of a formal worker that you employ for part-time was higher relative to the cost of a full-time worker. Why? Because first of all, for both of them, you have to pay the minimum wage. In the case of part-time worker, you have to pay relative to the amount of days of hours that they work. But the contribution for Social Security for part-time worker was expensive relative to full-time workers because it's tied to the minimum wage. So, for example, if the worker just worked for 2 weeks, anyway, you have to pay for the full minimum wage of the whole month. So, relative to the full-time worker, it was the half-time worker was costing double the contribution to health and pensions. And the third thing is that this reform was designed for workers that had subsidized health insurance. So you can hire them as a part-time workers even if they have a subsidized health insurance, something that before you cannot do, right? Because before the pension system were tied to the health system. So here is an example of the cost. For example, in this column over here, you have the cost of one full-time worker. If you compare with the cost of 2 half-time workers. So, for example, the contribution in pensions was $22 for the full-time workers, but for each one of the half-time workers, because you have to pay for the whole month, so you have to pay the double, $44 for the contributions to pensions. Same thing for healthcare. After the reform, you only have to pay $11 in pension for each one. So you have for the 2 half workers, you only have to pay the $22. Same after one for the same you will pay for the full-time worker. The other thing that will happen is that you have to pay $0 for the contribution in healthcare because this policy was designed for people that has subsidized health insurance. So you have to pay $0. So important thing here to understand is that people that had subsidized health insurance are workers that were previously informal. That's why they have the subsidized health insurance. So so we are going to answer in this paper the effect of the changing policy of the decree, and we are going to assess what were the effects in formal employment, in wages, in job creation, hires, and job destruction. Regarding to the methodology, we're going to do 3 exercises. First, we are going to estimate how the probability of enter into the formal sanction system was affected or increased for the targeted population of the reform, meaning partial not full-time workers, the ones that were informal in the sense that they receive subsidized healthcare. Then we are going to examine, we are going to see what happened with the firms, with the take-up of the policy. We're going to compare firms that use this new type of hiring, part-time workers, and see if these firms increase employment or behave in a better way than firms that do not use this new type of contract. And finally, in our base identification strategy, we are going to use between firm variation in the share of formal workers who has never been formal before, right? Because those are the ones that we are going to be beneficiated by the policy. Because in order to the firm to have the decrease in the cost, these workers have to be informal before, right? So previous the default, we find an increase in the probability of first-time contribution to pensions of 5.4 percentage points for the targeted population, part-time workers who receive subsidized health care insurance. In addition, in general, the firms that use this type of contract, the type of contract for the part-time worker is type 51. This is called the law, call it. So type 51 users have a better labor market results than not users. And finally, we find that formal employment increasing 6 percentage points for the top quartile of the distributions of demand first-time for demand of first-time workers. So I mean, for workers who have never been formal before, the top quartile firms who demand this type of job increase employment in 6 percentage points and wages in almost 2%. We don't find any systematic evidence of firms switching between previously full-time workers to part-time workers. I'm gonna go quickly to the literature review. There are some, this paper is similar to especially these two papers here that study the effect of reduction in payroll taxes, SAES 2019 and Becerra 2019. And in general, our paper is similar to a family of, to a set of papers that evaluate the 2012 reform in Colombia, that all of them find that 2012 reform in Colombia reduced, as Stephanie was talking just a moment ago, in 13.5 percentage points the rate of taxes for the rate of payroll taxes. All of these papers find that this reduction increased employment, formal employment, and some of them find some effects on wages. This paper is different from those papers because, of course, our policy is different. But both policies are about reductions in non-wage costs, right? But the 2012 reform was a general reduction for almost all workers, right? And the decree 2616 is just for a specific population of workers, part-time workers who had never been formal before, right? So there are some differences in the targeted populations. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Colombian security system. So there are workers that contribute to the system, and there are some workers that are in informal sectors or they are unemployed who receive subsidial health insurance, right? Only individuals who low income can receive before the law, only individuals with low income and no history in the formal sector can receive the subsidized health insurance. Otherwise, they cannot, right? Before the reform, once the worker was formalized, he can no longer receive the subsidized health insurance. So that's what the policy changed. So before the reform, it was very expensive to hire a part-time worker because per day you have to pay a lot relative to the full-time worker. For example, if you hire a worker just for a few days, per day you have to pay all this amount, right? When you hire the worker for 1 week, per week, the cost reduced. And if you hire the worker for the full month, so the cost is equal between the part-time worker and full-time worker. So relative to full-time worker, part-time worker were the costs were higher. This is just the same as before. So last clarification to understand what we do is the new type of contract, the type 51 contract for part-time workers, in order to be benefited from the contract, you have to fulfill these 3 conditions. Workers that are covered by the subsidized healthcare program. So before the reform, they were informal. or unemployed. They have to work less than 30 days in the month, so they are part-time workers, and they earn the minimum wage, right? So data, we are going to use the GIH, the Standard Household Survey in Colombia. I'm going to skip this a little bit because the sake of time. From GIH, we can know which workers work less than full schedule. And we can identify the ones who recently formalized, the ones who are contributing to the pension system in less than a year. So, for example, for the ones who are part-time workers, the blue bars identify the frequency of hours previous to the reform, worked hours previously to the reform, and the red one identified the worked hours after the reform. If you see the part-time schedules in comparison pre and post-reform, you will see that there is an increase in the part-time schedules after the reform. So maybe there is something going on over there. The other data that we are using here is data from the Ministry of Health and Social Protections. This is administrative records. Administrative records for the of the contribution to the Social Security, so we can construct link panel between employees and firms. So I want to skip this a little bit. From this information, we can know which firms are using the new type of contract and which firms are not using this new type of contract. So the ones who use it are smaller, a little bit than the ones who not use it. They have in average have 24 employees, and the other ones who don't use it have 32. They pay a little bit less wages than the ones who don't use it. So let's see. Let's start with the results. So this first exercise with the household survey data. So what we do is we define this variable over here that is new pension. It's an indicator that is equal to 1 for workers that recently contribute to the pension systems, right? So we are going to see the increase in the probability to contribute recently to the pension system, and we are going to estimate this triple different effect here. So the interaction between informal, so they receive subsidized health care. They are eligible, so they work part-time, and this variable that is post, so after the reform. So that coefficient over there will measure how the probability of contributing to the pension system increase after the reform for the targeted population. So this coefficient over here is in an increase of 5.4 percentage points in the probability of contributing to the pension system for the targeted population, right? So next, we are gonna compare firms that use this new type of contract, users between not and compared with not users. So before, so the reform was in 2014. Of course, there were no users of this new type of contract. After that, you see that more and more firms use this type of contract. And by the end of 2019, around 12,000 firms were using this modality, this new type of contract. These firms accumulate around 5% of the whole formal employment in Colombia. So in order to compare firms that use it with the ones who do not use it, we are going to run this regression. So this is a different regression in which this is a labor market outcome. This is the indicator that tell us if the firm used the type of contract or not. This is one after 2014, some control variables, and some irregular fixed effects. So the firms that use it increase employment in 22 percentage points, even increase the employment for full-time workers. They increase hires and separations, but hire more than separations. And there is no effect in wages, and there is an increase of 15 percentage points in total work days. So the firms that use it behave better. They hire more. They increase employment. For the final exercise, this is our baseline strategy. So what we are going to do is we are going to see the distribution of demand for first-time workers, because this is the workers who can receive the benefits. So are the ones who were never formal before. So we are going to use this distribution, and we are going to define treated firms, the ones who are in the ones who are in the top quartile of this distribution. So here is a graph in which we see before the effect. So the blue line are the ones who are in the top quartile of demand for first-time formal workers, and the other one is medium demand and low demand. So before the reform, they were behaving similar in terms of formal employment, but after the reform, the ones who are more suited to take advantage of the reform increase their formal employment more than the ones who were not as suited to be benefit from the reform. So the ones who use demand medium or low of the first-time workers. So we run this regression in which we have labor market outcomes. We have the treatment variable, that is if firms are in the top quartile of the distribution of demand for first-time formals, some controls, and some fixed effects. And what we find is the firms that were high demanders of first-time formals increase formal employment in almost 6 percentage points. They also increase the demand for full-time workers. We identify an increase in formal hires, no effects in separations. There is an effect on wage around 2%. And there is a significant effect of 6% in total work days that the firm hired. This is our dynamic version of that regression. We see that for formal employment, for almost all previous periods that were not pre-trends, similar for full-time workers. We have a similar story for the demand of days. There is a little bit of effect over here in wages. Those are the results. Last exercise that I'm going to show you is we run this regression in which same regression as before, with the interaction between treatment, that firms that are in the top quartile of demand for first-time workers, for first-time formal workers, but we include these triple interactions in which we interact post the treatment variable and a variable that is defined as one if the firm belong to a sector which have a story of high demand for part-time workers. So results as before were similar. The treatment is the treatment, we got similar results, but the triple diff is not significant. So we interpret this as the path in which the reform is generating the results is through the component of the first-time worker and not so much through the component of the part-time. So these are the conclusions. So yeah, so 1 minute. Our first result is that our main results are the probability of contributing to the pension system for the targeted population increasing 5.4 percentage points. And for the firms that are were more suited to take advantage of the reform, there was an increase in employment as well of 5.5%, and an increase in wages of an increase in employment of 5.5 percentage points, and increasing wages of almost 2%. And yeah, this is what I have. Thank you for listening to the presentation.
Thank you, Leonardo. So what's your intuition for the increase in the full-time workers? It's not clear to me why you would observe an increase in full-time workers. And the same with the wage. Why would the wage increase?
So we have a model in the paper to try to explain this mechanism. So it's a cost reduction. So if you reduce the total cost of the whole payroll, you can hire even more part-time or full-time workers. So even in the model that we have, the prediction of the model for a parameterization, for a fair parameterization, we have an increase in employment in both full-time and part-time, just because this acts as a mechanism of reduction of costs for firms, and similar intuition for wages.
Thank you, Leonardo. I actually have 3 questions. The first one is, how does it work, the subsidy, the subsidized healthcare system through which this type of contracts work? I wonder to what extent that is connected to the CISBEN kind of healthcare system, because sometimes, you know, people might be deterred of using a formal contract because they could lose some benefits, all right? The second question is, do you have an idea what sorts of occupations are more likely to receive these types of contracts? And if there is any gender effect of whether it's more used by younger or older employees? And the final question would be, don't we have people that probably are part-time workers formally, but they are also informal workers, which might also affect your estimations? Because they are categorized in both, you know, situations.
Yeah, so thank you for the questions, and very good questions. So the first one is kind of the key issue, right? So we have this system in which if you are informal, so you have this kind of incentive to remain informal because you get the subsidized health insurance, right? So this reform is like a first way of relaxing that restriction, because at least for part-time workers, just for part-time workers, you can say, okay, you can continue in the subsidized health insurance system that is called the CISBEN, but you can work formally in this firm, and we are going to pay for you just the pension, right? So this is what is going on, right? So people can remain in the CISBEN, but if they work part-time, they can be formalized and at least contribute to pensions. So in that sense, some of the results, some of that is what we are getting here. So the employment increase because there are workers that are willing to do that because they are not going to lose their health insurance. And there is a motivation for firms as well, because there is a cost reduction involved, right? So that's what's going on over there. That's not true full time, at least right now, but this is a kind of sense of what will happen if we do this kind of flexibilization. So unfortunately, we cannot look at heterogeneous effect by occupations, because we don't have that information in the administrative records of the PILA. But we are looking in the group for ages and gender. And finally, few people have 2 jobs in Colombia. So very few people have 2 jobs, and it's like 5% of the formal population. And in that 5%, people that have a formal job and informal job, which we cannot identify, is going to be fewer. So unfortunately, we cannot see. We observe the formal part, but not the informal job, because of course it's not going to be in the administrative records. But we think that that's going to have very low incidence in the results, because it's few people. Yeah. So any other question?
Still going? No, there you go. Just takes a while. Okay. So it sounds like, I mean, there's a lot of moving parts here, but it sounds like the formal part-time workers are being disadvantaged going forward, because the firms would prefer to transition the informal workers. Obviously, that's a social benefit, I would think, though. But I would think that you'd sort of, in thinking about this program, you would need to evaluate the consequences for the people who are formally part-time. Have you done any of that, or is it possible to?
Yeah. So you mean that the firm has an incentive to hire 2 part-time workers instead of? Yeah. So what we look is these new part-time workers, where they come from. Half they work in other firms, and they were formal too, right? So we see that the firm is demanding full-time and part-time workers as well. So the total employment in firm increase. So the reform benefited full-time and part-time worker. Full-time.
Part-time workers in the formal sector who had previously been part-time workers in the formal sector.
And from the point of view of the worker, there is no difference, because anyway they have their health insurance, even is private and not subsidized, but the reduction is from the point of view of the firm. So they okay.
They're clearly disadvantaged by this policy, if they existed.
Okay, I see. Yeah, we are looking into that, but we don't have it yet. Mhm.
She's coming out.
Any other questions? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So now we welcome Gustavo Garcia from Universidad de AFIT. Thank you, Gustavo.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm Gustavo Garcia. I'm from Universidad ICESI. I'm going to present this paper entitled Effect of Job Training on Labor Informality, Evidence from a Payment for Success Program in Colombia. This paper was written with Michael Cardona and Juan Camilo Chaparro, also from Universidad ICESI. Well, in general terms, in this paper, we studied the effect of job training program on informality, where this program is financed through social impact bonds, okay? The characteristics of social impact bonds is that not only focus on job training course, but also on intervention on the labor market, okay? This is the characteristics of this social impact bond. Well, this is the structure of the presentation. It's quite standard. We focus on the mechanisms. We study only one mechanism, but we study other mechanisms in terms of the identify the effect of we found in this paper. Well, what is the motivation of this paper? The literature highlight that the employability programs in developing countries only focus on job training course, but these programs are disarticulated and has not been focused on results, which that guarantee the lower income individuals can effectively access to the formal labor market. To overcome these limitations, it has been implementing a social impact bond in Colombia in 2017 called Empleando Futuro, and this program focus on tackling unemployment among low-income individuals in Colombia. Okay, Empleando Futuro was the first was the social impact bond in developing countries. It is important to mention that the social impact bond are mechanisms for financing social programs by using resources from the private investor, where government conditional the payment of the result have been verified. Okay, it's a combination, it's a mix of private and public financing for social programs. In this case, in this study, we contribute to show new evidence of the effect of this kind of program. The literature, in this case, in this topic, report mixed results. For example, we have positive and sustained impacts. For example, we have Barrera Osorio and co-authors that carry out a RCT evaluation in Cali, and also Atanasio and co-author in 2017 that evaluate the long-run effects of Jóvenes en Acción. Okay, and we also have other literature that found few or no effects, and the rest of literature shows short-term effects disappear in few periods. This paper means showing evidence of the effect of a job training program, Empleando Futuro, which present the characteristic of being a payment for success program implemented for first time in a developing country in Colombia. Well, how the whole program worked. Empleando Futuro was financed delivery of skills training and employment support to vulnerable and employment individuals, was implemented between June 2017 and December 2018 in three main cities in Colombia, Bogotá, Cali, Pereira, and supported a range of employment measures, including skill training, psychological support, and intermediation service. Not only focus on job training course, and also focus on skill training. The program offered between 100 hours and 300 hours of social and hard skill training, and also in terms of the outcomes, we evaluate the formal employment and 3 and 6 month job retention informality. The program target individuals not formally employed at the start of the program, age 18 and 40, and here score below these points in the CISBEN program, okay? In terms of the data, we use 3 administrative data. We use the Employment Futuro program, gather information related to the names, as I did, and we merge this database with the PILA. We have information from January 2015 and to March 25th, 2025. And we also include the CISBEN information. This is the timeline of the data and the program evaluation. We have pre-trend period, January 2015 and March 2017. The Plan Futuro launched on March 2017, and the training program was June 2017 to this December to 18. Training and intermediation process include the both type of course. And we also the program in the December 2018, and we have information until March 2020. In terms of the control and treatment, the control and treatment group, we have the flow of the program. We select in the control group people who are eligible but not enrolling registered. Okay. In terms of the treatment group, we have all people that pass the program, include intermediation but not employed, and also include intermediate people who was intermediate in the labor market, specifically from formal market, job market. Okay, now in terms of the descriptive statistics, both treatment and control group, and the last column we can see the difference. We have around the 76% are females, also in the treatment and the control group. Age is 26 age, and we have the beneficiary of the program is concentrated in Bogotá, okay? But the program also was implemented in Cali and Pereira. And we have the mean of the CISBEN score that you can see that it's very low, that the program is focused on low-income individuals. We also check the formality rates. We can see that before the program was implemented, we have a formality rate around 20%. Okay, all about in treatment and control group, and the difference are not statistically significant. In terms of the econometric model, we estimate the different diff and the estimator of Callaway Santana. We focus on this beta is in blue. The idea here is capture the heterogeneity of treatment. Okay, during the course, during the program, people was into the program in different moments of the time. Okay, so we consider this heterogeneity of the treatment in order to estimate the effect of Empleando Futuro on. In particular, we focus in outcome variable. It's important. Here is the formal employment. In terms of the results, we found that the average effects of Empleando Futuro is 21 percentage points affect positive the probability of being a formal worker. In terms of the females and males group, we can see that the females present a higher effect than males. Okay. When we see the dynamic estimation, we can see the pretense there is no pretense, and we can see the effects, the dynamic effects is very high, and the 3 and the 6 months, that is the outcome of the program, and when there is no dissipation. Okay, regular in literature on this kind of program that no include intermediation, the effects dissipate on the time. Okay, in this case, we can see that after 36 months, the effect is positive on formality. We also evaluate this for female and male groups, and we can see that female present a higher effect. And in order to understand the mechanisms that affect, or the positive affect the program on formality, we study what is the relationship between hard and social skills course on the probability of being formal. We decide to divide different categories of the training. We have 4 categories of training: high hard course, high social course, and depend on the time or the dedicate to this kind of course. In this case, we found that low hard skills and high social present the higher effect. Okay, we can see that this kind of curve, low training in hard skills and high course of training social skill present 24% on the effects, positive effect on the probability of being formal. We can see the dynamic effects. We observe that there is no pretense, and the effects are positive, and the effect remain 24 months more or less after the intervention. Okay, to conclude, this paper provides the first evidence on the effect of a payment for success employment program implemented in a developing country, Colombia. We provide evidence of positive short and medium effects over probability to obtain a formal job. These effects persistent up 24 months after participation in employment. Empleando futuro, our results show higher effects on female than males. Additionally, males' medium-term effects are not statistically significant. And in terms of the mechanisms, we found that the program with higher emphasis on social skill have high and significant impacts on the probability to obtain a formal job. Okay, muchas gracias. Una pregunta, español en inglés. Con gusto.
Questions?
So could you explain a little bit more about the program? So who are the targeted population, and they received some courses, and what is hard and social? I didn't understand the part.
Yes. Yes. Social program is included psychology. For example, when you resolve problems in group, or for example, also the different operator of the program and the course offer. Yes, it's focused on when you resolve different problems, not only technical skills, also is related to the social skill that you face the world day a day. This is the idea of the skill training in this program. That is very it's a quite different in other programs, because all focus on hard skill, but the combination of social skill and hard skill maybe is a mechanism that explains these higher effects of this kind of program on the formality.
Well, I thank you for the presentation. I find those effects pretty substantial, and I wonder about the sample. So I think that the sample contains lots of women. So it doesn't seem like it's randomly drawn from the population. I mean, and the other thing is that there's a substantial difference in the cis-band score between the, I mean, it looks substantial. I don't know how substantial that is. I don't know whether to what extent those issues may be driving these results.
Yeah, this is a drawback of the study. This is the sample of the program, and an imbalance because the program focus on female and women. So the call of the operator of the program focus on male because the unemployment rate is very higher in women than in men. So we try to control for some social economic variables, but yes, maybe for this we decide to estimate for female and male separate to try to control for this imbalance on the sample. And also the cis-band score in the data, there is a lot of missing of this variable. So, but this is the data.
Gracias, Gustavo. This was very interesting. So I'm thinking about like scalability of the program because it's very small. So I have two questions. First, have you thought about doing some like cost effectiveness evaluation? Like, because this sounds very costly to implement. And I don't know, I mean, like as you measure outcomes just at 3 and 6 months, what happens after that period? Like, is it worth it? And the other question is, so you talk about the program pays after the results. So how was that implemented? Like how much do they pay for, like per person or per outcome?
Yes, I'm going to begin with the second question. This is the cost of the program. Okay, it's very high when we compare, for example, with el DNP tiene otro programa. What is the name? Well, we have other program. The public program is the cost of this kind of program because combine a private and public funding, and it's very high. In this moment, we are to calculate the benefit cost of this program. And we also have the data of the other program of the DPS in order to evaluate if the cost benefits is good regarding the other public program in this case. But yes, the cost of this kind of program that combines this mix between private and public funding is high. Yes.
So I was waiting for the answer to the other question. So let me ask again. So just to understand, so the employer here gets paid, do I understand that correctly, after 3 months or 6 months of retention?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So then I guess it seems to me that one potential concern is pure displacement, right? So these are jobs somebody else would have gotten. I mean, that's the main concern for training and employment support programs in general. So it sounds like you're not worried about that. Can you explain why?
Yes, this is the mechanism of the program. There is 3 important actors: the investors, that's the private investors. Then we have the intermediary firms and also outcome funders. So when all program intervene the people, there is a evaluator of the results. Is a private firm that evaluate if, for example, people get a formal job and how many months get this job. In this moment, we are evaluating the cost benefits of this kind of program. When we compare with other programs that present other mechanisms, the idea is evaluate if this mechanism is cost benefits, cost effective, or the other mechanism where the evaluation is not relevant. But maybe when you have the evaluator of the outcomes that we need to fund, to pay, maybe this mechanism, this with the evaluator, affect positive the result of the program.
So, can I ask? So, I also thought it was interesting to see the effects were like big. It was a small program. You hinted at some types of the training seemed to be better than others. I still understand what the research design is to figure out that type of thing, but I guess if you have these providers that are choosing or that are getting paid for producing results, like to what extent can the providers of the service, like the educators, choose what things to do? Because they might figure out that they're good at teaching people how to code Python and getting them a job, and doing this other job isn't very good. Like, how does they decide what programs are offered, and do the providers, like, who gets to decide? Like, where are the incentives?
Yeah. It depends on the operator. For example, here in Cali is Carvajal. Carvajal is expert to offer this kind of program. Even includes the executor or operator. The effect of Carvajal is higher than the other operators, and depend on what part of the training, if skills on hard skills is more important.
I guess just to clarify, I think I could imagine that conditional on you having to teach somebody to be worker X, whatever it is. If you pay me to do a better job, I'll put in more effort. But I could also switch from training people in that thing and training them in something else, that there's more like jobs for them. And like maybe the people that are choosing what to train in aren't as informed as the company that's training people and placing people every single year. And so I just wonder, like, who are we incentivizing them to choose what to train people in? Or are we, I'm thinking about college. Like in college, you get a bunch of colleges offering like cheap degrees, like teaching or something, and then there aren't any jobs. And so this could be a case. So I'm just wondering whether they could choose what to offer or not. Or it's just effort.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so thank you very much, Leonardo, Stephanie, and Gustavo for your presentations. We can now have a break for lunch. We'll meet everybody here at 2:10. Presenters, please, you can stay here in the room. Thank you very much. Doctor Christopher Nielsen de la Universidad de Yale. Para quienes necesiten traducción, se pueden dirigir a la cabina de acá y le recordamos a los que se cobran los audífonos de la vez pasada, si no los van a utilizar, que por favor los regresen. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Voy a hacerlo en inglés para seguir la tradición. Pero pueden hacer preguntas entre medio cuando quieran y pueden hacerlas en español y yo las puedo repetir en inglés si quieren. Yeah. So this paper, I had two types of presentations. One was like a big ideas overview and another one was like a paper. And so I was suggested I should do the just paper. The other one's too risky. My big ideas might not be big enough or too big. So this paper is going to be kind of touching on different themes. I guess some things that we're going to be, listening to today and tomorrow. It's going to think about inequality and access to education, opportunities to invest in human capital. And it's going to have an aspect that is spatial. So it's like how differences across space, like different people born in different places or live in different places are going to have access to different opportunities. And then it's going to link up to public policies regarding how we fund services like education, and fund in particular, one of the most important inputs we think is teachers. And so how we pay teachers interacts potentially is what we're going to investigate here with space and location and then inequality. And so this paper is going to look at how pay and the wage structure can help. So the motivation that I was just going through and is particularly focused on this inequality aspect, and I wanted to focus, talk at least about the differences between inequality that's like structural, or it's like something that's there, and then there's stuff that is potentially like something we could like change like fast through policy. And so inputs that you receive are things that maybe I can change quickly, but there's some inequality that's a function of like an accumulation of a bunch of past things that have happened. And in this study, in this paper, we're going to look at the way that teachers' compensation can reinforce or undo inequalities from before, and we're going to kind of examine kind of where that's coming from. And at a very very simple level, the idea is that teachers are people that are working. They have taken a job somewhere, and the job has payment as one of the variables that are important. But other things about the job are relevant too, like the location, where it's located, and the characteristics of the job, and what kind of inputs the teachers have to work with to do their job. And so, and teacher pay is pretty well known that it's pretty rigid, because unions in most every country negotiate pay scales that are a function of experience and not so much local characteristics and labor market kind of equilibrium outcomes. So we're going to study this kind of what happens with that and how you can potentially fix this in a policy. We're going to do this in the context of Peru, and this is a good context for this in the sense that it has a lot of heterogeneity, like a lot of rich linguistic and cultural and ethnic diversity, has geographic diversity, and it also has a history of inequality where populations have been excluded from access to investing in their human capital. And that's like even pre-colonial times. So you have a bunch of inequality and inherited structural inequality. So this is the context. I mean, it could resonate with other countries in Latin America, like Colombia. Some of this might sound familiar. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna do 3 different types of questions and 3 different types of empirical methodologies. So there's kind of like different methods for different questions. But we're at a big level, we're going to try to answer this high level thing, but we're going to use different ways of doing it. So the first thing is we're going to basically rely on really good admin data. And I wanted to highlight it as a separate method, because if you have really good data, sometimes you don't need to do a lot of fancy things. You can identify what's happening because you just have like all the data. So in this case, we can see in the data that thanks to the Peruvian government collecting a lot of data on school inputs, we can see that there's inequality in inputs not just outputs. Like we see kids getting different scores, but if you look at what inputs they have worse inputs. And so that you could think that one of the things the government's policy could be like, we want to have less inequality in opportunities, like, maybe want inequality in outcomes too, but like you can at least start by, leveling the chances. So we're going to use that in the data. But one thing you see is we're going to see that teachers aren't equally distributed across schools in the public sector, and that rural schools have trouble staffing their schools. And so there's kids that don't have any teachers, or have teachers that, didn't pass any of the requirements that you would have expected from a regular teacher in other areas. So you could imagine that maybe those kids are at a big disadvantage relative to other kids, and it was of none of their choice or doing, and their parents couldn't really do much about it. And we're going to see that the reason why is at least partly explained by teachers' labor supply decisions, because in the data, the admin data we're going to see teachers' job applications, and we're going to have them ranking their job applications, and we're going to we can observe all jobs and all teacher applications. So then you could just look at the data and be like, nobody applied to the school. That's the reason there's no teachers there. So then you're like, okay, well, next step, why? So then we get to the second part of the study, which is going to be to evaluate a policy that raised teacher wages at hard to staff schools in rural areas to try to fix this problem. The Minister of Education at the time was an economist. He had a PhD, and he's like, I guess maybe we should pay more. I don't know. It's like not a super controversial idea. Like, nobody wants the job. You maybe should pay more. And so we're going to use an RD that is created by the arbitrariness of the step function used to create wages. So basically, schools are going to have different wages depending on their characteristics, and the characteristics are going to add up in a linear function that just pop out a wage. And so we're going to take advantage of the fact that they're going to say, well, if you're this far away from the capital, you get paid this much, and if you're a little bit further, you get paid much more. So we're going to use that variation to create a research design where we're going to say something like, what's the causal effect of raising wages at a job on things like teachers' labor supply, kids' outcomes, things like that. And the second, so that's going to be like, okay, did wages do anything? And the second thing is going to say, we're going to use a different method, but we're going to ask a different question. We're going to say, what's the effect of the policy? And so the previous thing is going to be like, what is the effect of raising a wage at a certain margin? And we're going to say some things that are local to that margin. And then in the second, we want to do something more ambitious. We want to say, like, what would have been the effect? What would have happened had we not done this policy? And so to do that, we're going to take advantage of the really rich admin data, the variation in wages that's exogenous, and we're going to think about teachers' labor supply, trying to characterize teachers' labor supply using a discrete choice model of teachers' labor supply. And then we're going to use that later to say, what if the wages hadn't gone up? Where would people have applied, and what would have happened? The good news is that on the other side of the market, we don't have to model schools' hiring decisions, because we have an algorithm that tells us exactly where people go. So as equilibrium models go, this is a kind of nice setting where like half the market is kind of, we know the algorithm, we know exactly what happens. And the other half, we have really good data where people not only chose a thing, but they're like, we can see like ranked ordered lists of things. It's like, so we're going to use that to construct counterfactuals and look at what would have happened had we not done the policy. And then we're going to discover new effects that we weren't able to get at from the RD, because the RD was only giving us information about certain margins. And the last part, we're going to say, okay, now we did all this stuff. We've characterized labor supply. We've just, looks pretty cool here. What else can we do? We're going to say, well, what would be the best policy given some criteria that the government might have about, for example, what if we made a political goal as making sure every kid in the country has a teacher that has passed like the minimum requirement? That could be like a reasonable goal that you might want to do, but how much would it cost? And so what we're going to do is we're going to use some off-the-shelf algorithms from market design, but that usually aren't used very much empirically. This is like a two-side matching with contracts algorithm that's going to adjust the wages paid at the schools until we fill the slots. And so it's going to be the cheapest way to fill all the slots with the teacher we have. And then the last thing we're going to do, since we're already here, we've done all this stuff, I mean, whatever. What if we got rid of other inequalities? Like, what if all the schools had the same inputs? Like, all the schools had computers and internet, or all the schools didn't have poverty all around them, like different things, and see how much of those things contribute to the cost of the policy of eliminating inequality. We're going to show that there's complementary policies you can do together with raising wages, because teachers don't care just about wages. They also care about like being the inputs at the school, like so they can do their job. So sometimes you can eliminate other inequalities like infrastructure, and that would help you reduce the other inequality of like filling slots. And we'll also say, you know, what if we had more teachers of different types? We're going to find a lot of evidence of heterogeneity in the paper where people's preferences are very different. Like some people, if I'm from a certain region, you don't have to pay me as much to move back to that region to teach for a year at a rural school. Maybe potentially because we share a cultural or linguistic background. But people that aren't from the area, you have to pay them way more to get them to move there. So the problem, this is where the structural inequality comes in, is that certain kids live in areas that no one ever went to college before. So there's no teachers that are from that area that know their language. So there's not enough teachers to teach them. So we have to pay a lot of money to other people to come. And currently they're not doing it. So they don't get enough teachers. Okay, so that's like a big overview. Now you know everything you need to know about the paper. And now I'll just show you pictures of things, and hopefully you'll believe them and or be entertained. So admin data is great. I mean, in Colombia, people don't get impressed with admin data being awesome, but this is pretty good admin data. In particular, I'll just point out that the platform that I can't take any credit because they didn't listen to anything I said. So they just did a thing, but it's still really cool. It's a platform where all the jobs are there, and you can basically it's a clearinghouse for employment where teachers can apply to jobs. So we're going to have all that data. That platform is also going to create, as a side kind of byproduct, a teacher evaluation that's needed to be able to do the clearinghouse. And that's going to somehow be useful as well. And we're going to have a bunch of data on the payroll system. So we're going to have monthly wages for all the teachers, and we're going to have a census of school inputs and characteristics, and a lot of information about the local community around where the school is located. So this is going to be important because it's like a part that's attached to the job. Like you move to a place super far away, whoever lives there and what it's like is going to be your life. So that's like an important part of it. We're going to have administrative record of student outcomes. And I mean, the only thing really I think we got out of it, Mateo Boba was a co-author, was at the IDB at the time. And we were working with them, and we got a survey to get implemented after the people finished applying. They get a survey. So we got a bunch of surveys about what teachers thought they were doing and things. And this survey isn't going to appear too much, but it helped a lot guide the decisions of what not to do in the paper, because we were like, oh, they might be doing this super complicated thing, and it was like they don't know what the hell they're doing. That's not. So you don't see the value of the survey, but it actually turned out to, I think it was important to guide the research. So a little bit of context. The Peruvian, you might have seen papers. There's not a lot of work on education, like market structure in Peru, but the ones that are there are usually about private schools. And it's because Peru has a lot of private schools, in like Lima is like, you know, tons, the market share is like over half, and they don't have any subsidies. And there's just like more private schools than public schools, and without any subsidies. Now, this context is going to be rural, and there's no private schools. It's all public. In rural areas, there's not enough kids, I guess, to sustain a private school. So this is the job the government does. You could arguably say maybe they should just stick to that and do that well, because in the cities they're not doing so great, and the private sector is basically doing all the work. So the way they do the allocation of the jobs, this platform, this is like the innovation they did in 2015, was to create a platform. It's like, you know what, this is kind of silly. We have all these teachers, and they have to go to all these interviews all over the place, and it takes forever, and then everyone's just hiring their friends, and we don't really know what's going on. And so they were like, all right, what we're going to do is everyone just take a test, and then that basically measures their, you know, some basic competency. It's not like a super like advanced test. It's like, do you know the material you teach? If you're a fourth grade math teacher, you got to know fourth grade math, and you also have some pedagogical, like measure some pedagogical concepts. But it's a common test. There's like something similar in Chile and other countries. And they take this test. The top third of the test score is eligible to participate for tenured jobs, like permanent jobs. You get a job there, they could like in theory, you could like never be fired again. And you can apply it up to 5 of those jobs. And principals receive the top 20 candidates that wanted to work there. So the score isn't actually doing all the work. It's just filtering out, like it's saying, look, if you want to hire your friends, they got to be at least among the 20 best people that want to work here. And then you can do whatever you want to the principal. That's kind of the anti-corruption part. On the efficiency side, it was like, oh, whatever. Like there's a bunch of people want to go there. This test is maybe is roughly measured, related to something that they could look at. They can't interview everybody, so they just interview the people that get there. And so then the schools rank the people they got, and they give that back to the platform. Then people get assigned to jobs. And here, a ton of jobs are unassigned, basically. There's a lot of details about the way they implemented that are perfectable, or things could be improved. But there's a second thing afterwards, whereas now like the biggest chunk of jobs, and mostly all the jobs in rural areas, are now, it's cheaper to have a temporary job, which is a contract that lasts 1 or 2 years, and then it's over. So these jobs are structurally like not permanent, and you don't get fired, it's just over. And these are the jobs that do a lot of the work in this context. Like a lot of the people at these schools are going to be temporary teachers, and their criteria is lower. They don't have to be as high scoring to get these jobs. And so in the second stage, it's all the jobs that weren't filled and all the other jobs that didn't have enough money for a permanent job position now appear. And then all the people that couldn't apply to others because they have scores that were high enough now can also apply to these jobs. And now the way they do it is that now they're running out of time. There's no time for people to go do interviews or whatever. They say, all right, who's the highest scoring person? What job do you want? And they just start going down the list. And so principals or administrators of the school don't get to choose the people now. It's basically like, look, it's a 1-year contract. If you don't like them, you don't have to renew it, but we need to assign people to jobs. We need to go fast. We're going to prioritize people that have higher scores. Let's just move this along. And that's basically the majority of these rural jobs are going to get allocated there. If there's any questions, you can interrupt at any point. Okay, one important context thing is the way that rurality works is like, it's not just rural. You can get like extremely rural. And so this is an important role. It's like, okay, it's kind of rural, would be like rural in lots of places. And then there's like, okay, this is getting pretty rural. You're like 2 hours, you're pretty far away. And then there's like, okay, like you can't actually go to a moderately sized city unless you make a whole day of it. Like it's, 2 or more hours away. And the population of your local community is less than 500 people. So that's like extremely rural. So this is something that's done in general. There's 17,000 schools that are scattered among these different rural categories. Okay, so then now you have that in mind. This is just tabbing the application data. So on the left, you have applications for any teacher to jobs. And there you have the first choice, second choice, third choice. So so basically and the gray is that nobody ever applied to the school. So what this is like saying is that urban jobs, like an urban job, there's like, almost 2 applications per job that put it first place. And if you add up over there's a bunch of people that apply to them. And there's almost no jobs in urban areas that nobody applied to. But if you go to extremely rural, it's like, there's a bunch of extreme jobs that 0 people applied to. Actually, more than half of them have 0 applications. Okay, and then if you look at teachers that are above median, like they're not like rock stars, they're just like above median. Now you're like 70% of rural jobs got 0 of those types of applications. Okay, so this is like, okay, that's so the intuition that the government had and the policy they're trying to do to fix this really brings it to light. Now, the observation that rural schools have harder time staffing is true everywhere. Like you could go to Norway and they'll be like, oh yeah, in the north we have trouble staffing our Arctic Circle schools, So I think what's cool about this, you can actually see it. So here's I'm going to go quickly here, but it's basically just showing you other inputs. Like if you were born in a extremely rural place, it's like 80% likely you're going to be in a classroom with people of other grades, and less than half the teachers are going to be permanent, and you're very unlikely to have any types of facilities, and maybe 40% don't have water at the school.
And so this is very different from urban schools. Like, this isn't supposed to be surprising, but I'm just kind of showing like the outcomes we know are different. And now we're just showing like, well, if we're like thinking production function of human capital requires inputs, we're like, well, we're currently providing worse inputs to these kids. And this isn't counting the fact that their families and their context are like disadvantaged in other ways as well. Okay, so overall, if you look at what happens as the outcome, the equilibrium outcome right now is that there's about half a standard deviation difference between in test score evaluations of the teachers that get assigned to extremely rural to urban areas. And so that's like a big difference in this test, and that's just the average. On the map, the point of the map isn't for you to like take home a big, any like heterogeneity there. It's mostly that all that dark blue is that 0% of teachers there are in the top fourth of the distribution of teachers that apply. So basically there's just nobody that's like, the government is like, oh, that's a teacher that's like good, goes there. Yeah. There's a bunch of schools that don't have any openings. There's schools that have openings, and we're going to use 2 rounds of this. The first round, the openings were had already been counted up before the announcement of the policy. And so the job openings are a function of need and also budgets. And so basically job openings happen, but there's a lot going on, but it's an endogenous thing. If people quit, there's going to be more job openings. Okay, so then the government does this policy that we're going to study. The government says, all right, let's pay them more. And it's kind of like this happens sometimes in the government. You got to do something and you come up, I don't know, you imagine you drink a latte and you go and you're meeting with a bunch of smart people and you're like, oh, let's come up with a rule. We're like, all right, we should give these people different amounts. And I guess this much, the budget's too high. Like, somebody has an Excel spreadsheet, trying to figure out we don't go too high. And you got to it's complicated. Imagine to figure out what the equilibrium prices are at like 17,000 firms. Like, that's not easy. So, but anyway, these guys came up with something. And what they came up with is you're going to get like a 40% bonus if you go to extremely rural. And you're going to have all these little bonuses. This is where I'm imagining like how you come up with the things. You're like, okay, multi-grade, that's hard. I mean, if you're a teacher, you got to teach kids different grades. But if you're the only teacher in the whole place, that's like hard too, but more hard than multi-grades. So probably pay more. And, if it's on the border, Vietnam, that's like drug producing area. That's like probably tough. And so anyway, they just come up with a bunch of bonus. The biggest one is extremely rural, and these add up linearly. So a school could have all of them. And every job at the school is going to have the bonuses. So people that were already working there are also going to get paid more. Okay, another way to look at the policy is to plot it on a 2-dimensional space that are like the 2 biggest drivers of the wage bump is local population and distance to the closest regional kind of population center. And the dots are jobs. And the colors indicate the bump in wages that you get from the rurality. And so this is just a way to see the fact that the things are kind of arbitrary. They're jumping at different points. So 2 dots could be near each other here, but they could be super far away from each other in real life. They're just near each other in this 2-dimensional space of population and distance. So you could start to see the RD kind of popping out because you have jobs that are like pretty similar there and jobs that are similar there, and they're getting different wages, like 40% different wages. So the question would be, well, what happens if you have this, very similar job on average, and you just change the wage unrelated to productivity or anything? You just like unconditionally raise the wage. Okay, so the first thing you do is you check whether the policy actually happened, because more than once it's been like, you're like, what happened? I can't make sense of the data. And it turns out that something happened and the government didn't do it, or it was all corrupt or something. And so, but this shows you basically across the threshold, going from light blue to dark blue, or dark blue to green, we get the same jump, and which is exactly what you should get. And on the left, you can see that there's a slope. It's because as you get more rural, you get more other bonuses. And so you start to get paid more the further you're away, but it's smooth across the threshold. As you get closer to the city on the right, has a little downward slope, but once you cross a threshold, the wage drops, and then there isn't any more bonuses because now you're getting close to the city. So there's like there's no like other bonuses. But so they actually implemented what they had to implement, and so we do the classic density test. I mean, the first year, there's like no way that there was all predetermined, but we check it and we see the first year was fine, both on population and distance. The second year that this was done in 2018, there was some evidence of, weird bunching on the bottom right graph. You can see distance. There's like suddenly more mass across the threshold where everyone gets paid more. And so, I don't know. We're not going to use that threshold in what I'm going to show you next because we just want to we're not going to include it. But you could imagine if you're the person in charge of driving your truck all the way to the school and determining whether they get all the people that work there get paid 40% more, and you get there 1 minute early, you could be like, okay, I'm just going to sit in the car for another minute and then get out and go to the bathroom and say hi to all these people. And, they're probably asking, so how long was it? I don't know. I can imagine that it would be hard for this not to get manipulated. Yeah, so we're going to use the first where it's predetermined. So we're going to use a population threshold. Here we're going to do this fuzzy RD. We're going to look at this again. Now the jobs are like, the locations are kind of weighted by the amount of observations and jobs at the places. You can see that like at the left top corner, there starts to be less schools and less jobs because that's like super far away and like very little population. The y-axis actually goes up a lot. Like you could go, there's schools that are super far out there. I just like cut it because it's not super informative. So this is the first result on teacher, basically labor supply, like they're applying to jobs, and on the score of the teacher assigned to the school. And so on the first thing where people applied, like the revealed preference thing, we have a priority index, which is like how high the school was ranked by teachers. And basically when the wages go down, the rank people like it less. So this is like not surprising. I mean, in the sense, it could have not worked because teachers might have not known about wages. Maybe teachers don't care about money. They just care about helping kids. But there's at least some teachers that care about wages, and some of them knew about it. And so that was like, we can see that. On the right, it's a little more mechanical because the function, the way that people were assigned jobs was as a function of the score. So you have to you get to choose what job you go to. You're higher up, and so the people that get assigned, if they like the schools more, they're going to have higher scores because they get to choose first. Of course, you need people that want higher wages. Okay, so we have a bunch of other stuff on this. I'll just show you really quickly. One of the kind of key results I think here is that we basically can look at the effects on kids' test scores 2 years later. And the first column in the table, the first column that's indicated with a 1, is the effects of threshold crossing at the high bonus margin. But for schools that don't have any vacancies, so all the teachers got paid more. But there's no new people. There's no openings at the school, but everyone got paid more. There's like no effect. And then if there's a vacancy, then there's an effect. And then if there's a permanent teacher job, there's no effect. And if it's a temporary job, there is an effect. There's a bigger effect. So this threshold crossing, the heterogeneity here is a little bit it's being driven basically by teachers that are temporary teachers are taking jobs across the threshold and raising test scores. But this is a limited way of looking at it because there's a lot of things that are going on in the background. Maybe the threshold where permanent teachers are filling is different than the other threshold, and like different types of things are happening. I don't have the graph that shows you this, but teacher quality, like teacher test scores, don't change across a threshold for permanent jobs. And this is surprising because we know that more teachers applied there and better scoring teachers applied. But somehow when the principal chooses the people, they end up with the same people they were going to end up with before, at least on the margin of test scores. So something happens there. And so we can't right now link whether that's the reason there's no effect, but there's no effect on scores and there's no effect on teacher characteristics across the threshold for permanent jobs. So they might be linked or they may not, but we leave that to kind of like a another paper, and one of our co-authors is on the job market this year. His name's Tim Eder. He's at Toulouse, super good, and he's kind of doing all the hard stuff that we didn't do here. So anyway, so contract teachers. So one thing that jumps out here, we have, I guess, one more result, and then I'll just kind of summarize the results here, is that the results, if you look at the percent of kids that are in different categories of learning, like 10 groups, like look on the right, the graph on the right, I think is easier to see. This is across the threshold, how many kids are in each learning achievement categories. And so what happens is that the kids that are in the worst category are reduced across the threshold. So we saw average scores were going up, but it seems what's happening is that the kids that were super behind are doing a little bit better when they get an okay teacher shows up at their school. And it's not really that the kids at the top are like doing somehow much better or something. It's just like the kids at the very bottom seem to be doing a little bit better. Okay, so takeaways from these, these results. I think the first thing to say is that the wages pushed labor supply towards these schools, which was the expected result from the ministry and Adam Smith. And so that's good. It's like a good, in the sense that we can understand it. If that didn't happen, maybe like the whole thing, we would just stop there. The second thing is that the teacher quality increased across the threshold. So more people went there and better, higher scoring teachers went to these jobs, but it didn't actually increase the teacher quality at the schools where there's permanent job openings, where the principals did the hiring. And it did on the other one that was like automatic for these temporary jobs. And we see test scores going up for places that had temporary jobs and nowhere else. One takeaway from this part that I think is really interesting is that basically we see no evidence of efficiency wages. Like the idea that if you pay people more, they might just work harder and be more efficient just because they're motivated or something. And this is, but we do see when we get teachers that have higher scores move to the jobs, we get outcomes that are better. And so I don't know how many people here know a really cool paper that was studying teacher pay in Indonesia called Double for Nothing. That was like, the title was kind of, controversial, because it's like, we doubled everyone's wages and nothing happened. And then you're like, you don't read the paper. You're just like, oh, we shouldn't pay teachers more. But then you're like, wait, a lot of times I feel like we probably should. But then they had this evidence. But if you look at the details and you read the intro, they say very clear in this context, everybody already has a job. It's a really good job. Bureaucrats are here. Like, it can take forever to do turnover. So like extensive margin turnover is not really a margin that is relevant in this context. But in the Peruvian context, in rural areas, they're all turnover. There's tons of jobs that are turning over all the time. So actually, they're kind of consistent. The jobs that were just like Indonesia, where nobody changed, we didn't get any effects either. And the places where there was nobody there, and we got someone to go, or we got a slightly more competent teacher on the test, that we did get results. So potentially there could be very consistent actually. Okay, so now we want to go to the global policy effect, or the overall policy effect. And what we're going to do here is we're going to say, okay, we have really good data on these teachers making choices. So we can maybe learn from revealed preferences. We see a teacher being offered 100 jobs and they choose one. And then the next teacher down that has like almost the same score gets offered 99 jobs and they have to choose one. And 98 and like that. And so basically you can see individual choices with the revealed preferences over choice sets that are varying, kind of unrelated to the teacher's preferences. So that's like good, because you have, thinking for identification of a model like this, you would want things to move around. Like one thing, choice sets are moving around. That's like good for identification. The other thing is that wages, usually if you look at jobs, like we've seen several papers today about workers and at firms, and you're trying to figure out, why did this worker go to this firm and make this much money? You have to make assumptions about how that match happened, how they negotiated the wage, how they share the any surplus that's from that thing. So here we don't have to do any of that, because wages are just exogenous. They're just like, boom, you get this wage. So that's great, because the wages are usually endogenous and difficult to figure out. So we got exogenous wages, plus they're moving around kind of randomly around those RDs. And we have these choice sets moving around. And so we were going to do a more complicated thing. In the end, it's like, actually, we don't even have to do anything that crazy. This model works pretty well. I think the thing that is important is to have heterogeneity in the characteristics of the outside option. Like if you're from Lima, it's like you have different options than you do if you live in another city. And a lot of interactions between families' characteristics, or like, sorry, the teachers and the job. So we actually want to find this heterogeneity, because what we think is there could be a more efficient allocation of teachers to jobs. And so what we're looking at is, say, for example, a young kid doesn't have a family, might be more wage elastic and be willing to move in the middle of nowhere, work for a couple of years and help some kids out, than somebody that's married, has a couple kids, and their partner already has a job somewhere. Like that might be harder, right? So we have some life cycle aspects. There's also things about you and the characteristics of the community where you're going to go work at. So like we were saying, I was saying earlier, there's heterogeneity in languages and in background. And so what we did is we assigned kids, like the kids, the teachers, to, you know, using their last names and associating where they went to high school and where they went to college, to different geographic groups and different ethnic groups. And they report their other languages if they have them. And we find a lot of evidence of match effects there. Like if I speak a certain, like, or my grandma is from a certain group, we don't have to pay you as much money for you to want to go back to that area and work there for a year than if you have nothing to do with that group. So we want that in there. Distance is another important thing. Like how far is this away from where you live or where you're from? Okay, so identification, talked about that. Now we estimate the model. And so one of the things that made me stop adding more stuff to the model or making it more complicated or something was basically we're doing really good at matching the things that we think are true in the data. So the RD variation was like, you know, something where like, this is like a really good variation in terms of wages and the job characteristics. So I said, well, let's simulate teachers, simulate their shocks, like using the preferences we estimated, run it through the algorithm, do that lots of times, and each time run the RD regression, and then save the result, and then look and see what happens. And so we get almost the same effect that we saw in the data. And then we can also do other things like how many people, what's, depending on how far away you are, what is the share of vacancies getting filled in the data and in the model? And so we were hitting that as well. So then we're like, okay, actually this is working pretty good. It's a flexible model, and we're not trying to do welfare here. So one of the things about the model that helps it fit is to have random coefficients that capture a lot of the heterogeneity. So like wage elasticities are driven by age and gender, and random coefficients that help explain, like some people are just willing to take jobs all over the place and others aren't. So this is basically like some of these wage elasticities, and then basically it's like willingness to pay and how much you have to, the cost of moving somebody depending on how far away things are. Okay, so the first thing to do is just kind of another check is to just plot like how much people like things onto that same map, and we can see that basically it kind of makes sense. Like bad characteristics are like up and to the left is like far away, few people, and that's like people don't like that. But it is a little checkered, like there's like some variety in there. And remember, the wage policy was kind of pretty homogeneous. It was like everyone here just gets paid all the same, and then far away they all get paid more. But here it's a little more continuous, and there's some heterogeneity. So this is like, okay, well, let's look at the treatment effects of the policy by little square, like by population and distance combinations. And we can look at like, what is the average teacher score at jobs at this square with the policy and without the policy? And we can say how many slots did we fill? So that's what we do here. You can see both things. On the left, you can see the share of filled vacancies, which I didn't make a big thing about that with the RD because we didn't find anything. But most of the vacancies were being filled at the RD, like 0.9 was the constant, like at the RD. So there was an effect, but it was like not like, significant. But if you look at the top left of the graph on the left, the yellow kind of area there, that's too far away from the RD for us to catch it. And that has like 30% more people filling slots. And so we like discovered a result that we couldn't get with the RD, that we needed to extrapolate out with the model to find it. And this is good because the government was like, we were like, yeah, we didn't find effects on filling vacancies. And they're like, yeah, that's not true. Like, for sure we did. Like, you're wrong. And I was like, no, listen, it's an RD. Like, I didn't say that you're wrong. I'm saying like, whatever, it's too complicated. So then we came back with this. They're like, yes, I like that result. That's what we know. And so that was there. But then on the right, we could see the teacher score result was happening, but mostly in the area near the RD. Because super far away, it was just, we're barely filling the slots now. It's not like we're getting like super awesome teachers there. Whereas the places that were already kind of filled, we got kind of better teachers. So there's like two margins that are kind of operating. And so we got a few additional insights by doing this. And this was actually very trivial. It was very easy to do. Once you estimate the model, basically it's like all the model is like having individualized choice sets changing. Like each person has a different set of things to choose from. That's the only difference from running a discrete choice model that you would run anytime. And so it was actually pretty easy. You estimate maximum likelihood, nothing fancy. And now you just like run it through the algorithm, and it was actually pretty easy. And the algorithm is easy too, because it's like a serial dictatorship. It's just you go, who's the highest, and you work your way down. Like you could code it in Excel. Okay, so we see that the wage bonus is effective. We picked up some effects on filling slots away from the cutoffs that we hadn't seen before. Overall, it seems that there's a positive net reallocation effect. Although, like just to see this, we can see on the left, you can see some dark blue. Those are negative effects. So some areas, it's not in a particular area, but we are pulling people away from some places. We're mostly pulling people from the outside option, which is to go to work at a private school or not work at all, because that's in the model as well. But there is some effects where some places are getting, kind of being affected negatively. So that's something to consider as well. And basically, we know that the wage schedule has this limited variation from the policy. So it seems like, given what we see here, maybe there's scope for improving on the policy the government made if we took into account the heterogeneity in preferences, the type of teachers we have, and the type of schools we have, and we use that information together, like good old demand and supply, and maybe we could get to a more efficient allocation where it would be cheaper and we'd reach our policy goals. So what we're going to do here is we're basically going to use a matching with contracts algorithm. The theory, actually, the Hatfield and Milgram paper is using, there's most of the theory is actually from a prior paper, but this paper actually uses rural doctors as the example for the theory. So it's like, how do you get a doctor to go to a rural hospital? Like, it's like almost, we just take it off the shelf. So we aren't doing any innovation here. But, yeah. Yeah. I mean, there you could imagine. I just wanted to mostly point out that they could be negative, and that you have some negative, like, because we're reallocating everybody and we're getting equilibrium effects. So we're like, where do all these teachers come from? And they're coming from some places. Some places are having some effects where there's a few slots aren't. There could be some, but yeah. So we have. Basically, we run this a ton of times, and so you could do like kind of bootstrap counterfact, in confidence intervals. But there's a sense where the point of this is not really to like get to an actual number in a particular part. It's just to point out kind of, different things about the overall equilibrium outcome. But I would say that probably none of those are significant. Like all the little ones aren't. Okay, so then what do? We say, okay, let's do what we're going to do. Intuitively, like the algorithm is just saying like, okay, all the schools that have a slot, all in Peru, are like, we're going to pay like 10. And then some teachers are like, where do you want to go? And they all choose to go to a place. And then some schools don't have anybody, so they raise their wage. And then, does anybody want to go there now? And then you just iterate over that until all the jobs are filled. If a school has a bunch of people going there, you don't raise the wage. It's actually not very hard at all. But when you do this, you basically find kind of there's some complications about like the different, kind of ways you could do it. But basically you're finding like the cheapest way to fill all the slots. And so what we have a couple things here where like the cost of the policy. And so the actual cost of the policy is like just the bonuses is like $0.7 million a month. So, whatever. And then we could do the same. We could fill all the schools with less money than the current policy. And the current policy is leaving 15% of schools unfilled, even though we already raised the wages. So we could improve on the current policy for less money, like not a lot less, but basically we were overpaying at some jobs and we're underpaying at others. Now, this is filling it with a teacher that's qualified to be a teacher, not like filling with awesome teachers. So this is like an important part. And that's the one you can see on the right, which is like, what if we wanted above median teachers everywhere? And so we did, or actually median is not the right, it's almost around median, but it's like, imagine we wanted to fill it, but we had enough teachers. And whatever that was, we tried to get the best teachers into public schools somewhere. And that just costs way more money, like 10x or 8x. So that's like the first kind of thing you could do. Now, so we have different ways of showing this. I'm going to try to wrap up so we have some time for discussion. I think the other thing we could do now, we could say, okay, we could save you money and reach a policy goal that was the government's stated policy goal, which is like, we want every kid to have a teacher. Okay, well, we could do other things now with the model. Like if you grab all the schools, you could potentially change their X's, like their characteristics. And so you could be like, what if the schools weren't unequal in other dimensions? Like their infrastructure was similar and they had all, internet, and they had books and things that teachers seem to care about when they're choosing. Like teachers cared about, location, but they also cared about school inputs. If those were the same, you'd save money. And I thought, well, this is cool because I don't know if I want to take the number and run with it to the budget office, but I do want to say, look, when you do this policy, if you did another thing, because your policy goal is equality of opportunities for kids, if you're correcting multiple things, you can say they're complementary, so that you could save money in this dimension. And then the last and the more explorative, really just getting a sense of the quantitative nature here, is say, what if we added more teachers? One thing we see in the data, is that there's very few teachers in the population already that are from the disadvantaged groups, like that speak Quechua, for example. There's many more jobs that are like, everyone speaks Quechua here, we need a teacher, and then there's not enough teachers. So that's just like, you can see that there's not enough. And so and just like that, there's many other groups and locations. And so we see that those people are actually really valuable, not just for, helping, because there could be match effects, like kids can learn more or something. Imagine there's none of that. All we care about is money and reaching our goal. Everyone has a teacher. Well, we have one more teacher that speaks Quechua, we can send him to a school, and that frees up a 21-year-old motivated kid that could go anywhere, who's very wage elastic, and we can stick him somewhere else, and that frees up another person. Then, so you basically save money, like on how much you have to pay. And it turns out that got us thinking, well, what if we had like just 3% more teachers, but they were just from areas that the population there is underserved, like they have just structurally less teachers than slots. And so we just randomly replicate 3 more teachers of those groups. And it turns out you save a ton of money if you had those and you reach your goal, your policy goal. So, I mean, like I said, the policy costs half that it would have cost, the optimal policy. And it's more than that compared to the actual policy. And I don't know how much it takes to create a new teacher, but we were already giving them scholarships for other reasons, just like we've kind of screwed these populations over, so we want to give them some scholarships to help them out. And now it's like, it actually pays for itself to have teachers from these areas. You can imagine that could go for doctors or other things as well, where there's like this aspect that they're in the industry where prices aren't set by the market and they have a lot of externalities. Like producing more people from these populations makes sense, like from a just like an efficiency standpoint. So we have to figure out how much that costs, and that's like for another paper. This is just like kind of throwing out there some of the driving forces that drive the cost of the reallocation. Okay, so I'll just conclude, and then we'll have some time to discuss. I guess the first, the first thing is that raising pay unconditionally can be a way of shifting labor supply and filling slots. Like if we raise wages at places that we aren't filling, wages can be a mechanism to do that. We see that this helps kids, especially the lowest performing kids, that the kids are falling the most behind, get a lot of benefit from having a teacher that's okay coming to their school. I emphasize they're not amazing because none of the teachers here are good enough to get an urban job, and all the kids in urban areas seem to go to private schools that cost $1. So they're like, these teachers need a lot of help improving anyway. So we have wages doing some work, moving, or these inputs around. We see effects on kids. They're significant. It's a 2-year effect, and it's like 0.3, 0.4 on math and on reading. So it's kind of like ballpark the effects that you see when you go to like a charter school or from the education literature, like that just getting a couple of better teachers there. And then the second kind of thing I think that is interesting that I want to emphasize, which is the other topic I was going to talk about, is that the market design tools that were used here in the paper are at the disposal of any government. Like there's a logistical benefit to doing the platform. It's like digitalizing a process that used to be paper, people in lines, and you just do digital, like many other things, after COVID especially. But the data created from the platform, together with some economics, helps the government have a lot of insight to do things like, for example, figure out what prices to put on things. And so when we show this to the government, they're like, well, we can't really do Uber surge pricing for teacher jobs. And then we're like, yeah, but like run a regression on the optimal policy, and now you have a better insight of what those weights should be instead of being the weights that you came up with in one afternoon. Because I know they're only there for one afternoon. So this is like data driven, and you can update it every year. So a broader idea of this is like these platforms, and this is what is like, you could see this is creating data about market demand and supply when there aren't any markets. And so governments can use that information to provide better policy using insights from markets when there's no markets. So in this case, we could kind of correct, we don't have the information from prices from the market, but we could still use this data. And it's also great for research. And so that was my plug for people to think about that, both in government, when you're doing policies, think, how can we implement this policy in a way to collect data so we can continually improve the policy and test ideas? And the second thing is to just go find this data when it already exists and like start writing some papers and telling government, because they didn't even thought about this. You're sitting on a treasure trove here for actionable policy decisions. Okay, so I'll just end there, and I don't know if there's questions. We can talk a little bit before I saw a few more minutes. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. I'm not really familiar with the literature. However, I have a few questions. You said, well, there is not a market, and this type of situations. And probably the reason why there is not a market is because the commodity for the transaction is basically something people need to have a vocation with. So there is a vocational thing. Of course, you need money as well, but you may end up punishing people for having the vocation. So you don't need extra money to go to that particular area, because I know your granny was born there, so you have family ties in there. But you also have the vocation. Why should you be punished for that? That's one thing. And the other thing I would like to ask you, that was just a consideration. I don't know, is there something in the literature saying something on the extent to which we can use intrinsic motivations to better calibrate the model, and and how to generate a better market, if you like?
So I think the deeper insight here is that people are the ones that choose. Like people, if I really care, I want to help the kids, I can now apply online. And before, maybe I wouldn't get that job because maybe I have to go talk to the person there, and they don't like. So there's people like things. There's nothing stopping them from applying to them. What we see in the data before is that wasn't happening. And actually, I think what you said is, I don't think it's wrong that people in this profession, you need to like what you're doing. Kind of like when you do research, like you get paid, but you gotta like doing research. And especially if you're doing things like, this type of work where you're not going to do a bunch of consulting fees or something. So but that's like already in there. So basically we're just restoring, like before people had more difficulty kind of conveying to the system that's allocating the scarce resource what I like and what I want to do. And so the idea of the market is, this market design is like, without prices being set by demand and supply, we have to discover what, prices are and discover preferences when there's no. So this is a little bit what I think is really interesting is all the markets that we care a lot about, like health and education and things where there's a lot of externalities, we don't necessarily want prices to do the job. And so then that's why all the work on market design is super useful, because it helps you retain kind of the efficiency part of people revealing what they want and whatever, but also helping that, the allocation be as efficient as possible. When we have a market that's like cars, we can just let prices do the work and we're not so worried about it. But we don't want prices to figure out if kids are going to get, paid around. So our insight here is that the government, when they set the wages, they can't set the poverty level of the city or the town where the kids live. That's comes from before. Like you inherit this. You're already kind of stuck with this. You could do something about the inputs the kids get, and you could do something about how much you compensate teachers to go there to try to fix that, but you don't know how much it should be. And that's a little bit something we learned from here. And since we don't have a lot of money, we want to do it in the cheapest way possible. So that's on that point, I think it'd be great if there's a lot of more people, if we could find people with a lot of vocation for helping kids, we could give them scholarships and then they could go do this work and it'd be awesome. Now, complementary to this, other policies we could add onto the platform, for example, information about options. Like maybe teachers don't know all the information. Maybe you show them a picture of a kid being or a video about, this is our community here, come help us for a year. And more people will be like, you know what, I'm going to take a year off and go help these people out there or whatever. I'm 22, who cares? And that type of thing, that's a complementary policy that is augmented the impact it has. It would help this. I bet you the effect on wages would be much higher if people knew and they saw the other things about the community, because they might be uncertain. Like, what is it like to live there? I don't know anything. I never heard of it. And so I think that these platforms actually allow you to do RCTs and test other things too, because now you have the ability to kind of control kind of what you show people, what you tell people, and you measure everything. So I think, and actually there's a paper in Peru where they just told people be a good teacher, help the kids. And that got some people to apply to more difficult to staff places. So you're like, great, that plus money. I mean, maybe how much is money? How much is intrinsic motivation? We don't know, but I think that if intrinsic motivation works, we should do that all day. That'd be awesome. Anyway, thank you for your question.
So you find that higher wages increase the quality of workers and how well they perform. Do you have any result on how long they stay in their jobs? Like, do their temporary contracts get revoked after a year? Do they stay longer than people with lower wages?
So surprisingly, I thought there was going to be a lot of dynamics on churn, like you'd retain more people at the jobs. The problem we have is there's two waves, and then the last one was COVID, so they didn't do it. So the second wave, we didn't see any extensive margin of changes in the distribution of attributes of teachers participating or leaving, which was, I think, kind of surprising. I don't know. I would have expected there to be some other margin. So right now we don't know so much about that. Tim's job market paper is about estimating the dynamic effects, but what we see in the data is that people that get the temp jobs are more likely, if they take the test again and they get a higher score and now they're eligible for tenure, they're more likely to get picked by the principal, because it's like you're getting tenure at your institution. The guy already knows you, he likes you, and if you get a score high enough, you basically get tenure. So that dynamics isn't in our thing right now. Like, it could be in somewhere in the utility of but that's an interesting aspect to the dynamics there. That and Tim's trying to do the kind of the metrics of how to estimate the two parts. And it's super complicated. So that's why I was like, good luck. And he came up with something. So you just check it out. Just paper out.
So Chris,
sorry.
It seems like you can generate from this sort of the teachers getting surplus, and therefore in principle you could use that as a policy to cut some wages. I imagine that was partly a political decision not to do that. But is there an economic reason you wouldn't want to do that, or is that a margin you can't really operate on, or what are your thoughts on that?
So that's a good question. So actually if you take just straight away the algorithm, typically, so imagine there's 17,000 of these units, and you have a bunch of people that got these epsilon shocks. And you could imagine that like if it were at the job level, you'd want to like target, like Uber is going to be taking into account even the epsilon shock when deciding what to do the surge pricing. So here, that would create too much variation. Like it wouldn't be like credible that you could actually do that unless you were doing it real time. Because like the next year, there would be different shocks. Like it would be, you'd be wrong. So to do it so finely, you have to do it kind of real time. If you don't do it finally, what we did what we were showing, everybody at the school has to have the same wage. So we restrict the policy to have like school-wide wages, because we were like, well, if we pay different people at the school different amounts, that's going to be a whole issue. And the government's like, we're not interested in that. So that was like one way to restrict it. So I think you could imagine other restrictions that are political or whatever, you can impose them, but whatever they are, you can like max out what you can do within that. And the extreme was this linear regression that's like the linear approximation to the optimal policy. And also potentially finding new characteristics that should be in the policy function that weren't in there, because we're getting this non-parametrically. So I think in real life, what you really want to have is governments being like, all right, we're going to do this. It's going to help us. It's going to be just like efficient, whatever, and then we're going to use the data to like figure stuff out and inform our debate about how to do it. Not like necessarily like implement directly, because of these considerations that we're not really including. And like we showed it to them, they like had a huge list. They were like, oh, but like we can't do that. But they did like a lot that they could show up to the meeting with something concrete, being like, listen, we found the optimal thing from this thing, it gives you 10. So if you want me to do 2, like maybe it should be 5. So because they felt like they would go to the meeting with the more political part with nothing to grab onto to argue. So I think they liked it a lot. The problem is the government changed, as it typically does in Peru, once every 8 months. And actually the new president, so another symptom of everything wasn't perfect, is that there's a lot of policies that happened, but the current president is a teacher from rural areas that ran on like, screw these guys. And so there was a sense, at first I thought it was just the local people losing their power to control government jobs because they could choose who they could hire. But then maybe there's more to it than just that. And so there's something to learn from that. I think we should keep studying that to figure out what's the best way to make it politically stable. But this type of thing, like, by the way, in Colombia, like from what I know, in the health area, there's a lot of this already happening, except for it's not optimized. But there are people, if you're like in the health industry, you're a doctor, you have to choose where to go, and you have to you get assigned somewhere. And you can imagine there's a lot of welfare gains potentially from doing that a little more efficiently. So there's already happening for doctors. Why wouldn't you do it for teachers? Anyway, all right.
Thank you for the presentation. So my question is about the optimal policy. So the actual policy, you can think of like the parameters of that policy are the increments in wages for every position, right? So you have this algorithm that chooses the optimal policy. What are the parameters that you inform to the policymakers in order to design the policy? And in regard to your results, why they were doing wrong, in which type of wages they were making mistakes?
Yeah, that's a good question. So actually, we should have that in the post. So this is like, we have to send it back to a journal. So we have to fix it. So this is good. I think so on the first thing, the matching with contracts algorithm is going to give us a value of the wage for each school. It's a list. So it has no parameters. It's just it's like, that's what I meant by it's like a non-parametric. You just get, this is the wage, that's the cheapest wage we could do to fill the slot. Now, you could then project that onto characteristics and try to find what characteristics best predict the optimal policy. So you can project it on something easier to explain to people and something you could extrapolate out to like a new school that didn't exist before. I think also, since you can do a better job predicting what's going to happen, because if you have like the model and you have like teachers change, like the type of teachers change, you're going to get different wages. So you could also predict that and get a head start on that. So I think what the government was interested in, since some of the variables were kind of already in the law, kind of like it wasn't in the law, but in the detail when you kind of put, so it'd be a little work to change that, but they could how much weight to put on each of them was something that was up for discussion. I think to your answer of what they were getting wrong, they were getting how convex the disutility is from getting further away. Like they had these little levels. They correctly realized that if you're not that far away from a city, it's not so bad. You can go in the city and buy things or whatever. But I think they just missed that like 2 hours away and 5 hours away is like, there's just like it's super hard to get somebody out there. And I think that's like one of the biggest ones. I think the ones where you save money are like things that have compensating things. Like they have a good thing and then they have a bad thing, and they're just adding linearly the bad things and not doing the good things. Like if say your school has really good infrastructure and is some foundation or something, there's like something cool happening at the school. Like the inputs are kind of cool, they're good, but it's also far away. That doesn't show up at all. The good things don't show up at all. The community characteristics don't show in at all. It's just the bad things that are kind of adding. And so I think that's where they messed up, because they could have saved money on some things. You're like, this is not such a bad job. Look, they have all these computers here at the school. So anyway, that's just like a kind of high level thing. And so, I mean, with the paper, you could already do a better job if they had read this paper and I had read this paper before and I was back in 2015 telling them stuff. Also, I know more stuff now. I was like, this is how you have to do this crazy algorithm. They were like, okay, dude, whatever. Like today I would be like, no crazy algorithm. Let me just help you with like a very basic insight and we can maybe do this better. And I think we would have done things like kind of like look at what things we missed, like, you know, high level. But anyway, those are good questions. Thanks. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your... Bueno, muchas gracias. Ahora ahora vamos con las presentaciones de agricultura, la sesión de agricultura. Entonces invito a pasar a Nicolás de Rum de la Universidad de los Andes, Julián Arteaga de UC Davis y a Juan Carlos Muñoz de AFIT. Sí, aquí me la mandan el correo porque me cambiaron los...
Te mandé el último de...
¿La cambiaste?
Sí, te la reenvié otra vez.
Sí, sí, la tienes. ¿Pero es buscar? Sí, sí, sí. Sí, 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 la tengo.
metió gol, entonces ya no es emocionante, entonces vamos a parar. Lucia, where's Lucia? Okay, so maybe I can introduce Nicolás. Nicolás is a professor at Universidad of Los Andes, and he's gonna present a joint work with me and Julián, who is also around, so we're very excited about presenting our work today.
¿Puedes poner la pantalla grande, por favor? No, ven, control L. Control L. Espérate, yo reviso si ahí está. Ok, listo, gracias. Okay, so thank you so much to the organizers for including the paper in this wonderful workshop. I'm Nicolás Derru. I'm an assistant professor, not yet a professor, hopefully one day, at Universidad de Los Andes in Bogotá. This is joint work with Julián Arteaga, who's here, Margarita, you know pretty well, and then Ana María Ibáñez at the Inter-American Development Bank, and Heitor Pellegrina at NYU Abu Dhabi. And I want to talk about temperature shocks and land fragmentation, evidence from transaction and property registry data. And to motivate this research, let me start saying that there are large shares of the population in developing countries employed in small, low productivity farms. This is a fact. And small farms can constrain technological progress, limiting economies of scales and productivity gains, right? This debate is ongoing, right? But, you know, most of the evidence points toward this. So we think that the determinants of farm sizes are a first order concern, but the literature on agricultural productivity usually abstracts from land markets, and usually the farm size is taken as given. And then this begs, of course, the question of what is preventing farmers from consolidating to larger, more productive units, okay? So in this paper, we studied a potential determinant of land fragmentation, which is uninsured risk. And of course, as some of you might know, agricultural production in developing countries is highly exposed to income fluctuations. Think about, for example, weather variability, commodity and price fluctuations. And also another factor important here is that coping mechanisms, think of insurance and credit, they're usually scant. So in the event of an insured negative income shock, a farmer can sell part or the whole property to smooth consumption. And we're not the first one to talk about this idea. In particular, Carter and Zimmerman already mentioned this possibility in a paper more than 20 years old. And then what happens if many farmers sell their land, right? This can in turn, of course, impact the farm size distribution, right? And then we take these ideas seriously to the data and work with data on sale transactions in the land registry for most of the country of Colombia, and couple that with high resolution meteorological data to construct measures of temperature shocks, okay? So let me give you a preview of the results. So in a yearly panel of veredas, so Colombia is divided in departments, then in municipalities, and for those of you who don't know that, in veredas, right? So we have about 1,000 municipalities or so, and then 20,000 veredas, right? So in panels of either veredas or municipalities with number of transactions, we find that these extreme temperatures indeed indeed increase land sales and also mortgages, right? And to give you a sense of the size of the effect, in the panel of municipalities, 100 more days of a typical temperature in the past 2 years increases land sales in about 7.6% and decreases the average size of the farm by 0.01 hectares, which is about more or less 100 meters, okay? Square meters, sorry. Okay, we find that the effects are concentrated in places with low population density and low market access, right? So this is related to this idea of these farmers are not able to smooth consumption in when they face a shock and then they have to sell. And then in a panel of rural households, La ELCA, maybe you know it, with more days of a typical temperature, we find that households are more likely to migrate, less likely to own land, and of course, own plots of smaller sizes, okay? And then I'll show you some evidence. This is really early stage work, so I want to see your reactions to this evidence. I'll try to show you some evidence that suggests that productivity is higher in veredas with historical fewer shocks, right? Consistent with this idea that farm size is related to productivity, okay? Okay, also, let me tell you 2 other reasons why we think that the results are important, besides what I mentioned in the motivation. The first one is that they emphasize an additional negative implication of climate change, right? Which is a phenomenon that we know well is likely to increase in intensity. It will increase the intensity and frequency of extreme weather events, okay? And the second thing I want to highlight is that, well, our results, I think, or we think, highlight how underdevelopment exacerbates the problem of low productivity. Why is that? Well, shocks and lack of coping mechanisms, I'll show you the capitalized landowners, which leads to smaller, less mechanized, and less productive farms, which in turn leads to underdevelopment and fewer coping mechanisms, right? So the idea here is one of a vicious cycle of forces that are reinforcing each other. Okay, so literature and contribution, I'll skip this, send it to the appendix. If you have questions, we can discuss this for the sake of time. Let me very briefly talk you through the conceptual framework we have in mind, only words. We're working on a model that rationalizes our findings, but what we think is going on is the following. We're thinking of a model with heterogeneous agents and productivity or ability and basically 2 sectors, right? So what happens in the event of a shock, farmers sell their land because there's a lack of insurance or no access to credit, and they're close to a subsistent condition, okay? So when this happens, land supply increases and of course, price falls, and then someone buys this land, right? And who do we have in mind buying this land? Well, first of all, one possibility is previously landless agents in the non-agricultural sector. So think about, I don't know, the owner of the shop or la tienda in the town buys the land, right? The other possibility is agents or farmer from other locations who buy this land. And finally, low ability previously landless farmers, okay? Okay, so now this is what we think is going on. We're working again, as I mentioned, on writing down the model. Okay, now I need to give you some institutional background so you understand where the data is coming from, in particular the transaction data. So we work with data on transactions that comes from Colombia's public land distribution program, right? So for those of you who don't know, yeah, quick, go ahead.
So you're saying a conceptual thing, is there like some sort of transaction cost or something that stops people from like not doing it because there's no market for insurance? If I can, it's like I can buy a land, but I can give it back to you, later. That's kind of like replicating insurance. Or are you thinking that there's some friction on what people can't, what can't they, like, undo the previous transaction once they get money back?
Well, for now in the model that we're thinking about, we don't have those type of transactions costs in the land market. But let me postpone this discussion to the end, okay? Because I'm worried about the 20 minutes, but thanks for bringing that point up. Okay, so we had data on transactions of plot granted by Colombia's public land distribution program. So basically, there was a huge program in Colombia of allocation of free public eagle lands, the baldíos, that was uninterrupted in the 20th century, okay? The bulk of allocations started in 1961 when the Reform Act 135 created the Land Reform Agency, the INCORA, which today is known as the National Land Agency, okay? And basically, to this date, 550,000 land plots have been granted in most of the municipalities of the country, adding up to 23 million hectares. So this is huge. And this accounts for about 50% of the private land of the country, Okay, this is one of the Western Hemisphere largest public land distribution programs. Okay, so the final property right requires that the plot is registered with the local public notary, and then we have data from la Superintendencia de Notariado y Registro on all the transactions involving a baldío that was registered with a notary. Okay, so that's where the data is coming from. And then we use that to build a panel at the vereda year level with 63% of the transactions because we only observe for those the vereda, but for all the veredas, we observe the municipality. Okay, so we can build with all the transaction a panel at the municipality year level. Okay, so that's the main data set that we're going to use. And then here, well, this is Colombia. I don't know if you can see that, but the point I want to make with this figure is that usually when you see a map of Colombia divided in municipalities, right, the level of aggregation is much higher than what we have here. Right here we have, as I mentioned before, 20,000 veredas. Not all of them are here, but I just wanted to notice the level of fine variation that we will be using in the paper. Okay. Okay. So about the land registry data, there is an institute called the IGAC, the National Geographical Institute, that has a plot level information collection system, which collects information on all land properties in all municipalities except for Antioquia. Some of you might know this. And then the IGAC carries cadastral updates in every municipality regularly, about every 5 years. And this has information on location, size, economic purpose of lands. In this paper, we'll focus on plots privately owned with main purpose agriculture. And then we will use that to construct a panel at the municipal level with the number of plots, number of owners, average plot size. Okay? Well, okay. I don't know if there are any questions. And let me briefly talk about the weather data and temperature shocks. We use the ERA 5 data set from the Copernicus Climate Change Service, which has reanalysis information with horizontal resolution of 0.25 times 0.25 degrees. Okay, so what is reanalysis information? For those of you who don't know this, it combines climate models and data from satellites and ground sensors to create predictions of temperature at different points and different locations in time. Okay, and then we're going to construct a measure. I have the details in the appendix. I can walk you through that later on if you want. But basically what we're going to do is construct a measure of for a given vereda V in year Y. We're going to construct the number of days of atypical temperatures in years Y-1 and Y-2. Okay, that's going to be our main measure. Yes? Megan? Okay. Okay, so this is based on a distribution of temperature specific of distributions that are specific to the vereda and the calendar quarters. Okay, so other data sources, the ELCA, which is a panel of 4,800 rural households, then some outcomes I see here, and then the SEDE panel, that has information on municipality characteristics, and then the agricultural sector census of 2014. Okay. So very briefly, the empirical strategy. So we estimate Payola as a simple regression where the outcome is SVY, right? And we have, for example, land sales in the vereda in year Y, temperature shocks, as I mentioned, as defined before, total rainfall as a control, and then cumulative allocations, right? Then some set of vereda and year fixed effects. And then we cluster the year term at the municipality level. And the identifying assumption is that conditional to fixed effects, the shocks are unrelated to other factors affecting, for example, land sales. Okay, so let me very quickly walk you through the results. The first thing we find is that the shocks increase land sales and mortgages. And I'm going to move quick through this. So in the panel at the vereda level and the municipality level, we see in general that more temperature shocks increase the total sales, also complete sales where the whole property is sold, and partial sales only where a fraction of the property is sold. This for partial is only significant in the municipality panel, okay? Then we also see that mortgages increase with the temperature shocks. Okay? Now, this is the key result of the paper, the shocks affect farm size. Now I move to the municipality panel with the data on the IGAC. And here we find that more shocks leads to more farms, a larger number of owners, and an average farm size that falls, an average size per owner that falls, and then also a smaller median farm size, although this isn't precisely estimated. Okay? Good. And then, okay, so this is saying in general, on average, the farm size is falling, but this begs the question, okay, what else in the distribution of owners or farms is changing? And we can look at different things in that respect. But what I want you to show you is the following exercise. So what we're doing here is that we look at the first year of the sample, 2000, and then say, okay, let's look at the distribution of sizes in that year, okay? And then divide that and find the quintiles of that distribution, right? So that's Q1, Q2, Q2, Q3, Q4, Q5. Those are intervals. Think of intervals of farm sizes. And then what we say is, okay, let's count in every year the number of owners in each one of those sizes, right? In each one of those intervals. And we ask, how does that change with the shocks, right? And what we find is that with the shocks, we see more farmers of small sizes, more owners of those small sizes, right? In Q1. Also, more owners of small sizes Q2, but then Q3 starts to fall, Q4 and Q5, we find no effects. So what this is saying is that those new owners, consistent with this idea that the average farm size is falling, those new owners are essentially of small plots, right? And then of in particular Q1 and then Q2. Okay, so very quickly, we find that the farmer decisions are affected by the shocks using the ELCA panel. We find more migration, lower farm size, although imprecisely estimated, less likely that the household has a farm, more likely that the farm is small, right? Below 3 hectares, and then more likely that the farmer is working outside the agricultural sector. All of this is consistent with the story that I mentioned at the beginning. Okay? Okay. Now, very quickly, let me move to some mechanisms on the supply side, right? We expect the effects to be stronger in places where there are fewer coping mechanisms, right? So that's, for example, in isolated municipalities that are more rural, have lower access to markets. We expect more land sales and fewer mortgages, right? So in very simple heterogeneity analysis, we find some evidence suggestive of that. We are interacting here the temperature shock with a measure of high distance to a wholesale market, right? Or low access to markets, and with a measure of low population density. And then we basically find point estimates that are consistent with this idea of more land sales and fewer mortgages in more isolated places, okay? Okay. Finally, let me talk about the demand side. There is a big confounder that I haven't mentioned. Maybe some of you have this in mind, and I want to discard that. The Law 160 of 1994 forbids the accumulation of land allocated in this program, right? So this could be driving the results. In particular, large owners cannot accumulate land, right? So if this law explained the results, we expect the effect to be concentrated in municipalities with more land allocations. And there's, a very simple way to test this is, well, we can first control for the share that was adjudicated in this public land allocation program, right? And when we control for that, we see nothing. Our estimates are essentially identical. And then we can also do an interaction between, the share of land that was adjudicated and our temperature shocks. And when we do that, there's basically no, the interaction term is basically zero. Okay, so we think that this discards the idea that this law is driving our results, right? So this is nice because this is saying that this is not specific to this particular law or to the Colombian context. Okay, so finally, some implications for productivity. This is very suggestive. I'll explain why. We have data from the agricultural census of 2014, and we use that to obtain a measure of productivity at the farm I level. Okay. And then we aggregate that at the vereda level. Let me tell you how we do that. We have this production function where I is productivity, yi is agricultural income, qi is potential yield from the FAO, and then L sub I is land and ki is the value of machinery, and we follow the literature on farm sizes, and then we plug in some values for theta L and theta K, and then from measuring these things in the CNA, we can back out this SI, this productivity, as other people have done in literature, okay? And then we can aggregate that at the vereda level and then run regressions of this measure of productivity on the shocks. Now, a problem with the census, as you might be aware, is this is a cross-section, right? So here the identifying assumption is much stronger, and then we need to take these results with a grain of salt. But what I want you to notice here is that, well, this is kind of weird. We don't find effects of the current shocks in 2012 and 2013. Well, the point estimate is negative for the measures that are in levels. But what's interesting is that past shocks seem to go hand in hand from 2000 to 2011. Past shocks seem to go hand in hand with lower productivity today in 2013, right? And part of what could be explaining this falling productivity with all temperature shocks is this idea that with those shocks, farms become smaller, and when farms become smaller, they're less productive because they're less mechanized. Okay, and that's it. Let me very briefly conclude. We explored the effect of temperature shocks on farm sites in Colombia. Shocks lead farmers to sell their land to more small owners and to smaller farms. And we find some suggestive evidence that whereas with historical fewer shocks are more productive. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nicolas, for this great paper and presentation. So I was thinking about the following. I mean, probably also the probability of having like more land sales, concentration, fragmentation could be driven by this called the vocation of the land in certain areas that could be related with altitude, the type of land. I mean, you know, slopes, lower lands, and also that drives the type of agricultural activity, cattle growing or just crops growing. Have you run regressions like just seeing for different types of altitudes, or if that area is more driven to cattle raising or for agricultural? Have you seen that before? Have you seen those results yet?
No.
Okay.
No, I mean, that's a good point, Camilo. I mean, remember, here we have, fixed effects that's a problem of the CNA, but in the other regressions, we don't have that problem because we can include, right, like very fine geographical unit fixed effects. So the identifying variation is coming from variation within those locations, and then you average that out, right? But I agree with you that potentially these effects could be stronger in some places than in others, depending on the vocation of the land. Right?
Just to conclude that, I think there's like knowing the mean altitude of the municipality, you can probably look at, let's do for these subsamples for different sizes, different types of altitudes, and also there information about what is the suitability of the land, right? So trying to do like for different, just to find like heterogeneous effects. Yeah. That's the idea behind that.
I feel like a singer, right, with the microphone. So no, I mean the thing. No, I agree with you, Camille. That's a heterogeneity question, right? That's a heterogeneity question in itself, which is interesting, right? Right now, what I showed you are just average effects across all these different locations with different vocations, right? But the effects could be driven by some places that have some particular vocations than from others. But right now we haven't looked at that. But I agree with you. It's a great point that we can find some interesting insights in there.
Okay. I'm fearing that the answer to this question will be no again. But I wonder, like, I'm thinking about the real estate literature here, thinking that you usually have 3 equilibrium variables, right? Quantities, prices, and time in the market. And I'm sure you don't observe time in the market nor prices, I'm not sure, but at least you can build a variable for vacancies. And I think that might help rounding out the story in the sense that you might see like more sales, like smaller sizes, but also like the ones that do not sell, maybe they are becoming less productive in the sense that some people just leave and they say like this land is not suitable anymore. And have you thought about that?
So the answer is no. We don't know. we don't observe prices. But regarding the vacancies, could you think we could do that, Julian? Like saying one plot that is not being sold, basically, right? No,
not like, because you can observe production. No, you can. So how do you build productivity then?
No, but that's a different data set. That's a problem here. Like we are not in your world where you have, very nice data on properties. And no, here to measure, you only see the transaction when it happens in the transaction in this Baldíos data set and with the registry, with the Supernotaría de Registro. To measure productivity, we only have a cross section. That's el CNA, el Censo Nacional Agropecuario.
Got
no,
it.
no. Exactamente. Sí, we don't, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Cuidado aquí con el que te está cayendo.
No, I was thinking about one, I mean, because the data that you got from Baldíos are basically those that are located in the agricultural frontier. So perhaps an alternative mechanism that is happening there is that, and one of the problems that we have in this kind of this data is that the boundaries are not really well defined. So I just wondering, perhaps one of the questions that are happening there is just expansion of the agricultural frontier, and the land that are selling is just this new land that is coming there. So what you are observing in the number of new owners are those that are occupying these elements.
No. The answer again is no. And the reason, maybe, okay, so let me go back to the data. We have basically two big sources of data. One of them is the transactions data that only applies for the Baldíos, right? That's specific to this particular type of land, right? And that's the best we can do because we don't have transactions data for, other different properties. But when you move to the catastro data, there you have everything. Not only land coming originally from a Baldío, but everything. And I show you results, not only that the farm size decreases with the shocks in that data set of the catastro, but also that those results are not driven by places with more land adjudications, right? So we think that these results are more general than just what we find in the transaction level data, which is the Baldíos data. But yeah, that's a good. Yeah. Okay. That's a good point.
Because mechanically it can go up one time.
Yeah. Thank you. That's true.
Okay, so just a quick question on the institutional. Could you tell us more about the institutional constraints to fragmentation? So what I have in mind is that there are some rules that basically impede further fragmenting a farm once they reach some hectares, some number of hectares, and it depends on the type of farm and the region. I don't know the rules, but could you tell us more about that? Because my guess is that in some regions you're mechanically not going to be able to observe this fragmentation because farms have already reached the minimum size, right? So if you run some heterogeneous effects by this kind of, baseline size of the farms, you might have like a story of this is only happening in places where farms are still big enough, large enough to further fragment from the baseline size. And in some regions, unless they break the law, which could happen, I guess, you shouldn't be able to see this, right?
Yeah. So yes, that's a good point. The problem is we haven't been able to find like systematic, regulations on land sizes that we can, then incorporate in empirical analysis, right? So this common we've received it in the past, and people saying, oh, maybe there is a pot. The pot is, like plans for organizing land in some places, but we haven't found like systematic, like registries of these things that we can then use, for example, in a heterogeneity analysis. But
So what we're thinking is that what we observe here is a lower bound of the actual transaction, because if the smaller plots are the ones that are being subdivided, then those wouldn't be registered in the data register. So we actually are observing just the transactions of the largest plot among the smallest one. So we argue that we interpret these results as a lower bound of the potential effects of weather shocks, because there is this restriction exists in plot sizes.
Pero en los cuadros.
Things my turn.
Sorry.
I have a question. Thank you for your presentation. My question is like, if despite the temperature shocks, the use of the land is still profitable enough, why is not that the current owner of the land use it as a collateral for a credit instead of selling it? But if it happened that it's not profitable enough, how is that possible that you have someone ready to buy it?
Well, that's a good question. Basically, what I mean, part of what we find, going to your point on the mortgages, is in many of these places, right? And I guess the heterogeneity. Maybe I went through that very quickly. We do not, this effect is mainly coming from places where there is some, at least in the mortgages, where there is, there's some credit supply, right? But in places where credit supply is low, we don't find these effects, right? This is the heterogeneity story. And then regarding who is buying this land, right? We're still, trying to figure out exactly who is this people and why they're buying this new land, in particular in those periods where productivity is low, right? So maybe it's someone, who, I don't know, is not in particular in the agricultural sector and wants to own, a piece of land, and that's why we're thinking about a two-sector model. Or maybe someone from somewhere else, and there's some friction, knowing the productivity of that place, and maybe things that in the future is going, things are going to get better when the shock is gone. But we're still, it's actually, we don't really have a model. We're starting to, gather ideas. So your ideas, for example, on the frictions that Chris was mentioning are more than welcome, because we're still trying to find out what's, the friction that's driving this. And other possibilities that simply, big landowners are not interested in buying these small little plots. Maybe they're too far away from their big farm. There are many possibilities. We have some ideas on which data sets we're to look at to kind of figure out who these people who is buying the new land are. So we're trying to make a link between the transaction level data and the CISBEN to see, for example, if these are, poor people that appear in the CISBEN that is buying this new land. That's one possibility. But, this is an open question, and this is very preliminary. I should have mentioned this at the beginning of the presentation. Yeah.
I guess I'll follow up on that. I mean, I just, you see the, the results at the end, you're like, okay, well, this seems to be like a problem. So like thinking hard about what is the thing that's stopping the reallocation of productive, land to the best use. Like what's stopping that is like, is there something we can do to like help it? And so I was just thinking about that. And I guess that's related to the previous question. You mentioned that there's a rule that you can't accumulate too much land. I don't know if that's something that you can see, like who owns enough land that's like near the edge of that. Like you could do some heterogeneity. Like if the person that lives next door that could buy it and add it to a bigger plot, like to grow, is out, it can't buy anymore because they're full, then that could be a reason why the person that would accumulate can't. And so then the price drops until somebody buys a plot to go grow some tomatoes or something. I'm just thinking like the shop owner or something. Like why do prices drop and nobody else comes in and swoops it up? So that's kind of like, I have no idea about the context, but some heterogeneity on some of the, is it a rule? Like maybe that rule is doing something. Maybe there's, I don't know, the missing market for finance is like too easy. I mean, it's like, obviously that's true, but like, there's like, it's not super helpful because it's like, well, let's just have markets and it'll be great. Anyway, I just would like potentially in the future more discussion on that part or something. Like, it's not like you can solve it right now or anything, but.
No, but I agree. That's maybe the most relevant policy question at this point is what's, preventing that land consolidation, and we need to look deeper into that. Yeah. Thank you.
So, I mean, I think the concern with that last result is you're missing a lot of inputs, and you're likely to see an ex-ante risk effect, right? In places where there's a history of past shocks, there's going to be lower levels of investment. So I don't know how credible that last result. I mean, it could be it's a result of farm size, but it also could just be lower levels of investment in general. So I think that's going to be a problem in terms of interpretation.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's why it's super, super suggestive.
So from the data, it seems that you have a panel for long, like a lot of periods of study, at least the veredas or municipalities.
Yes.
So it seems that transactions in land is kind of a survival variable in terms of if long years pass, so it's more probably that families are going to divide the land because, fathers die and their inheritance, the land, etc. So I wonder if you checked common trends allowing different trends for each municipality or vereda?
So we've tried some. So first of all, we have a simple control where we control for the total accumulated adjudications up to the particular point in that particular year, and we also tried some. You're talking about differential time trends depending on the municipality and we've tried some of those, and most of the results hold to that specification, like differential trends depending on the department or the municipality. But yeah, thank you. I agree with you. That's a good point.
Any other questions? Okay, great.
Thank you.
Dime. Con esto. Con loco. Bueno, no. No, pronto es como Dime.
Okay. My name is Julian Arteaga. I'm a PhD student at UC Davis. I'm going to present something that I hope becomes my job market paper, but it's still very preliminary. I'm truly really grateful to be able to participate in this, and any kind of suggestions and comments are much appreciated. So let me start talking about the context that motivates this paper, which is Latin American agriculture. And very roughly, Latin American agriculture can be characterized as notoriously concentrated. Land distribution is very concentrated. There are many tiny farms that hold a very small fraction of total area. And there are relatively few farms that hold huge amount of land. And a lot of that land is substantially underutilized. So something like 80% of agricultural land in Latin America is held in pastures or meadows or very low intensity cattle ranching, basically. And in addition to that, rental markets are really thin. So usually land is operated by the owner and there are no like temporary transfers of land. And Colombia is no exception. So this is a quote by Klaus Deininger, which I think encapsulates really well the puzzle that is driving my dissertation, my paper, which just states the same thing, like why so much land of large land holdings in Colombia held as pastures, held in low intensity cattle ranching. Why don't these large landholders find it better to just rent out the land or sell it altogether? And in Colombia, this puzzle is compounded, I think, by something Nicolas talked about, which is the fact that there has been like a very large land allocation policy since the 60s. And as Nicolas said, something like half of all the land privately owned today in Colombia was originated as a public land grant at some point. And we know from the data that these allocations were, in their majority, small plots given to landless farmers. So these are two just nice pictures of how this looked in real life. But if we plot the distributions of these things, Then the green line is the CEF of allocations before any of these allocations happened, and the black dotted line is the CEF of the size of those allocations, and we see that allocations were usually a lot smaller than the distribution at the time. And then we can even compute sort of a counterfactual distribution of how land would look like, how the land distribution would look like today if none of those allocations had changed hands. And we would see like two things, I think. We would see that there would be fewer smaller plots than the distribution in 2010, and there would certainly be far fewer larger plots. So this idea that land is concentrated and underutilized, and despite this very large allocation program, small plots tend to reconcentrate, I think poses a puzzle. And from the policy perspective, it's important to know why this happens, and then what is the actual policy that the government should implement in Colombia. This is right now important because of the decisions the government is making, and there's another motivating factor which makes things harder but also more interesting, and is the fact that land given by the government is usually restricted. Like the markets have frictions. In Colombia, Nicolas already talked about Law 160, where there are land ceilings in each municipality, but this has happened in many countries. In the US, it was the Homestead Act was basically this kind of program. And we know already, like there's a very well-established literature showing that these restrictions are a bad idea. Basically, they reduce productivity, they introduce misallocation in the land, and they prevent land from going to where it's more productive, right? But so the question still stands that these restrictions are usually imposed at least with the rationale of reducing concentration, and that concentration, we do observe it. So this paper tries to answer the question as to why it happens. So this paper develops a theoretical model trying to answer why this concentration persistence puzzle exists. And it's based on the idea that there might be market power effects in both land markets and labor markets in rural economies. And the model has some implications regarding the effect that imposing restrictions on these allocations has in the economy, in productivity. There are some other implications on input prices and wages, but I'm going to focus on productivity because that's the data I have. And I'm going to focus on the Colombian case, which I think is a very special case, like very well suited to study this question, and using all the data that Nicolas already talked about. So I was kind of betting Nicolas would explain all of it, and he did. So there's just one slide talking about the data. We have the list of allocations made by the government, like the universe of allocations. It's a lot of land. And we have the transaction history of these allocations. So we can see how they change hands across time. We can see who buys and where land gets concentrated. And then I'm going to use as a measure, as a proxy measure of market power, initial land concentration measures. These are super rough, but it's what they are, from works by the Ministry of Agriculture and from the IGAC cadastre. And also to measure agricultural productivity, which I think is like the most interesting part of this paper, we need to have productivity measures for the 90s at the municipality level, and that data I thought didn't exist. But it turns out there are many department level publications that have just never been digitized. And I'm trying to build a new data set with the help of an array. I hope I can talk about this at the end, but I still don't have the full data set. So the results I'm going to show you are a little bit preliminary. But okay, talking about the model, the conceptual framework is simply like there might be market power, like large landholders might have monopolistic power on land, right, and monopsonistic power in wages. And if that is true, like the immediate implication is that the size of the farm is going to be different from that in perfect competition. So there's a distortion in farm size that stems from this market power. And what I'm going to think about specifically is large landholders have an incentive to keep their farms large beyond perfect competition to keep wages low, because that prevents the entry of smaller farms into the economy, right? And that keeps wages low. And so the unrestricted equilibrium, when you don't add restrictions to land, there's like large and productive holdings, right? And for the government, the question is, okay, if I want to allocate land, then there might be equity concerns, but I also want to do it efficiently. So I would like to give everybody the amount of land that matches their marginal productivity, but I don't observe that, right? So there's like this incomplete information problem, which can only be solved by transactions of land, right? So the market will make sure that the farm size distribution sort of erases that misallocation created by the land, by the government allocating land. But if there are price distortions because of market power, then free markets are not going to get rid of all of that initial misallocation, right? So I think this problem highlights a tension in this land allocation problem between two sources, like two distinct sources of misallocation. The first one is like a more standard one in the literature, like the papers that say that restrictions are unambiguously bad, just highlight the first one, which is the government doesn't know who's better and who's a worse farmer, so let markets fix that. But if there is market power, then market power-driven misallocation also exists and also reduces aggregate productivity. And the government could choose to just let land markets function freely, and that will get rid of the first type of misallocation, but then that would exacerbate the second type. So there is a trade-off between how much do governments allow land markets to function freely, and if the misallocation brought out by market power is very large, then it might be a case that it's not just let markets operate, right? Just super briefly to be more precise about what I mean by market power. Imagine you have a large landholder, it's maximizing that function, and this theta parameter times TR is just the amount of land this landholder has, right? It's just the land endowment he has at the beginning. In perfect competition, then we get a very standard result. And I'm sorry, I didn't say it. So there's land, labor, and this one right here is like a skill parameter, right? Like how productive the farmer is, that is non-tradable. And in perfect competition, you get this very standard result where the amount of land each farmer operates is just a function of their productivity, of how productive each farmer is, and you get a farm size distribution that just depends on productivity. But if we have market power, then that decision, and what I mean precisely by market power is that decision the large landholder takes now introduces the effect, like the general equilibrium effect, that their choices have on input prices. And then what I want to highlight here is that now the optimal decision of a farmer depends on the initial endowment. And even more, it depends, like there are countervailing forces in that decision. Increasing land will raise increasing the land the farmer operates will raise land prices, but it will lower wages. So the best way to look at this, I think, is just plotting how those demands look. On the y-axis, that's the amount of land the large landholder chooses to operate. This is how much, like a concentration parameter, how much the endowment is at the beginning. And this 45-degree line just shows if the large landholder operated exactly the amount of land it has at the beginning. The perfect competition demand is simply a straight line. It doesn't depend on productivity, on concentration, sorry. And that red line also symbolizes like perfect efficiency, right? Like at that point, you have maximum aggregate efficiency. When you include power market effects, this is the way that demand curve looks like. And what this implies is that you're going to get multiple equilibria, right? Depending on the initial level of land concentration, you're going to either become a land buyer, a net land buyer, and end up in a high concentration equilibrium, or you're gonna end in a low concentration equilibrium. And what this means is that if for historical reasons, if for whatever exogenous, let's say, reasons, the initial state of the economy is of high concentration, it will tend to stay concentrated, and if it is not, it will go to a low concentration equilibrium, right? And now the question is, what is the role of allocations of land in this economy, and why don't they help the economy to become deconcentrated? So if the government allocates some plots, it's going to just like shift that data parameter there. But it might be that it doesn't shift it enough to change the regime, to switch this large landholder from being a large buyer to a large seller. And then in the next period, there might be some more allocations, but the large landholder has already reconcentrated some of the land. So in the end, you see that there have been loads of allocations happening, but land distribution doesn't change. And in this framework, the role of market restrictions would be sort of to freeze this data parameter where it is, to disallow the large landholder from encroaching on the land that has just been allocated for long enough so as to allow the regime to shift from going to a regime of high final inequality towards one of low inequality. And eventually, at some point, the government could release restrictions, and the economy would naturally go to a low concentration level, to a low concentration equilibrium. So this is the framework, and it explains, like, it doesn't need to be the truth, but it explains why there could be a persistent concentration despite decreasing returns to scale and continuous public land allocations. And it has tested implications. It implies that reconcentration is going to happen more in initially high concentration economies, and that restricting the economy is going to have more harmful productivity effects in places that weren't initially concentrated, right? Because the misallocation caused by freezing markets is going to just dominate the market power one. And looking at the data, like, this is what we see. We separate municipalities by their quartiles of initial concentration. We see that places that were initially more unequal, allocations made there get sold faster, and they get sold like more in the long run than places with low initial concentration. And we also saw, if we define all the allocations made in a year and define that as a cohort, and we say, okay, how does that cohort, like the ownership of land within that cohort, change across time? We see that allocations made in places that were initially more concentrated tend to remain more concentrated across time, whereas the ones made in low inequality levels tend to become deconcentrated in time. So all of this is correlational, and it's not causal, but it's sort of suggestive evidence in favor of the model. And now the second part of the paper, I guess, is estimating what is the impact of this restriction to land markets under the light of the model, right? So Nicolas talked a little bit about this. In 1994, like late in the game, after most of the allocations were made, the Colombian government imposed municipal level ceilings on land holdings that come from these allocations, right? And the reason to impose municipal level land holding ceilings is to account for land quality, I guess, or agroecological conditions. But this couldn't have been done perfectly well, right? There must be some arbitrariness on where the boundaries are set. And so my empirical strategy is just to compare municipality pairs that share a boundary but have differing ceiling heights, and assume that that means that places that have higher ceilings are just less restricted. They have less restricted markets, and you evaluate the effect of that on agricultural productivity, right? So the first stage effect is to see if actually land sales did change land markets, and we see that is the case. Higher ceilings, which means fewer restrictions, increase sales. And then this is the data I was talking to you about that we are still digitizing, but that I think has a lot of promise. this is the effect on productivity only for the two states that we have already done, which is Antioquia and Cundinamarca, and super preliminary, super suggestive, right? But it does seem to be in line with what the model would say, is that higher ceilings affect, or let me say that backwards, like more stringent restrictions improve productivity in places that were initially higher concentrated than in places than not, okay? And so to conclude, market power effects can explain how agriculture looks the way it does in Colombia, but there are many other explanations, right? There's political economy explanations, or there's something like hedging against macro risk explanations. There's, like, I didn't say a word about conflict, and that also plays a role. But whatever the case, like, the optimal policy might differ from the one under perfect competition. And I think there is a case to be made out, like, not discarding this idea of restricting land markets just because, right? Like, if there is market power, then there might be a place to the second best type of policy that talks about restricting markets. If we want to do welfare analysis, then we do need to have data on input prices, but we don't. So if anyone here has municipal rural wages for the 90s, we should have a copy. And that's it. Thank you very much.
So I'm just going to go with one question. So do you think there could be an alternative story in which highly concentrated municipalities would have more violence and in the process of land accumulation? I mean, I'm thinking about landowners, large landowners that would use violence to, reaccumulate land that was lost during the distribution of these public lands. So do you think this is an alternative story that's completely orthogonal to your mechanism, right?
I don't know. I have thought about this, but the question is, like, why is there more urge to dispossess land violently in places with higher initial inequality? And it might fall in line with this idea that we need to suppress wages. Like, it makes sense to, like, keep the competition off. It's just that we don't buy it with money. We just, like, invest in violence and take them out. That, I don't think it's orthogonal. I think it's a different mechanism, but I think it would fall in line with this idea of rural wages, like labor is kept suppressed, right, by restricting inputs in other markets.
Yeah, I think I'm going to ask something very much in line with what Leonardo just said. Actually, I agree with you that it's kind of the same mechanism. I mean, you want to get rid of people, I guess. But then this you could find evidence consistent with your mechanism with migration, I guess. Haven't you thought about that? And if migration, I guess there is migration that is motivated by violence, in which case, I mean, the whole thing gets muddled, but there's going to be migration that is not correlated with violence, would I guess corroborate your mechanism.
Okay, so the way I've thought about it is that migration actually plays against this idea that, well, that the wages of rural workers are very inelastic and that they're not going to go away if we change the wage. Like, if there is an outside option and moving is costless, if I lower your wage, then you're going to another place, right? So I don't have market power. So actually, I think that you need to include either no outside option or some migration costs that keep people, that restrict the movement of people and keep them away from going once you start marking down their wages. But I don't know if I completely understand.
But I guess you might have something to say about that.
Sure.
That you could include in your...
Yeah, so no, that makes sense. Maybe what it should show is that places where migration costs are lower because they're near to a road or whatever present less of this pattern because market power is harder to enforce. I think. I don't know.
So, yeah, it struck me that an interesting aspect of the way you wrote down the theory was sort of this trade-off between size and a bunch of small plots. But of course, that's not the only way you could think about it, right? You could think about taking large plots and dividing them into 2 or 3 or 4. And I think that would give a very different perspective, right? Because you'd have more players, right? And you would reduce the sort of the market power without leading to the sort of possible scale diseconomies you'd have on the small side. And, I think the way we'd normally approach that is by measuring things in terms of a Herfindahl index or something like that. I don't know if you've done that, but it strikes me that would be extremely useful to think about that alternative way of dividing up the land. Obviously, that's not what happened in Colombia, which was creating these very tiny ones, but I think that's an interesting policy experiment.
No, for sure. So I think those were like two separate things. Data-wise, it's very hard to compute something better than a Gini index or something better than just the percentage of farms that are latifundias defined in the 60s by some census maker. We don't have like the distribution of land plots in the 60s, and that's a problem. But yeah, like this is, at least from what I know, as best as we can do. Regarding like large land plots splitting up, like that would be the optimal policy, right? Like that would be what a regulator in an IO context would say, like, let's break this monopoly up. But politically, that's very hard in Colombia, and I doubt it's going to happen, at least unilaterally from the government. There are these talks about selling land from large cattle ranchers to small landholders, but that's, I think, a different type of negotiation. But yeah, ideally, what you would need here, instead of allocating more small land, is splitting the large latifundia up. Yeah.
I have a slightly different question. So it seems to me that everything I thought I knew about land in Latin America is that none of these, many of these regulations don't get enforced. And, your results on land ceiling suggest that maybe I'm wrong, but more generally, I guess I think it would help for you just to understand your conceptual framework and where you're going, to think through, okay, of the both in terms of, the land ceilings, but, also the kind of expectations of new redistributions. I mean, are we really thinking that in the same municipalities people expect new distributions, or is it something else? Like, what do we know about expectations here? Whether rational or not, in terms based on kind of, exactly based on the political nature of the issue, and the fact that many of those things may happen on paper, but therefore not in practice.
Yeah, no, that's also an excellent point. I was relatively surprised to see that these had an effect, because, and I think this is actually a first piece of evidence showing that these restrictions actually had some bite, because what I guess a lot of people assumed is that those restrictions don't get followed at all. But apparently they do move land markets a little bit. And then the other thing is regarding the expectations, like the legislation on how these restrictions work is super blurry, and it's maybe even deliberately not well defined by law. So one thing that's still in the Supreme Court that is still not defined is whether these 1994 restrictions applies to plots made after, like to allocations made after 1994, or to all allocations made, which would be half Colombia, right? On top of this, in 2017, there are now temporal restrictions, so you cannot sell your plot before 10 years or 7 years, I think is early. So yeah, I suppose that has lowered the expected benefit of receiving one of these allocations. I really don't know if that plays a role in the first imposition of the law. I don't know how unexpected it was at the time. Certainly the ceilings weren't known until like the decree came out. But yeah, for sure there might be some effect in anticipation of the law.
Julian, I have one small question about the theoretical intuition about, the equilibrium. Because somehow the model is expecting to have, optimal market power. So, and perhaps, so can have an optimal land concentration that is going to be due to every single value of theta.
No, I think that is also something that surprised me. Like when theta is 0 and there is no land concentration, there are still monopsony effects, and the large landholder is going to be smaller than imperfect competition because it wants to mark down wages, right? And this is like the way labor market power is modeled in these large labor models, right? It's just that you have more industries and more firms per industry. But this is like the part of the market power that is exploited in those models. one thing that comes out of this analysis is that in those models, like an alternative policy to end market power would be to give market power in capital or some other input to those firms, such that there's like a counterweight to the markdown they're doing in wages and the markup they're doing in the other input. But yeah, like the optimal amount of market power is where the red line crosses the blue line, and that would be like first best policy to have like an optimal amount of concentration.
Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Me vas diciendo porque no tengo aquí un reloj. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Juan Carlos Muñoz. I guess this is the first time ever that I have to apologize for having the slides in Spanish. And I was expecting to have in Spanish, but it's fine. This paper is about land titling, and the main contribution of this paper is trying to understand what actually the key factor that makes land title works, right? So land titling is one of the most extended tool or instrument for public policy and rural development from different perspectives, but especially in those policies that are emphasized to change farmer behaviors. So one of the main mechanisms that the literature said about land titling is that once you formalize land title, you have enough incentive for changing your decision for the short term to the long term and so on. And in this context, in Colombia, there is land formalization has been used as one of the main strategies for fighting against illicit crops, and this is just the trend of the hectares of illicit crops from 2000 till 2002. So perhaps we have been trying to use these different extensions, these different tools. Let's say I'm gonna call the land titling program as a alternative development program. And if you see here in Colombia, come on, I mean, there are, I mean, believe me, here there are gonna be the government expenditure in the war in drugs, and maybe just the composition of that, and I want to show you, but basically what you have is that increase of the expenditure of the this war on drugs, and the expenditure is basically composed by two components. First is, let's say, the traditional military approach in which you want to capture drug dealers and producers, and an alternative production, and the other will be the alternative development. So one of the things that is interesting in the bars is that despite that all of this increase of expenditure, the coca crops are increasing. So that means that there are some, and perhaps there are some mixed effects in these drugs that are related with the stick and carrot, right? So one of the things that the evidence said is that the stick has been really good for some places in which you have been when you have high persistency of coca crop, but in the others has been basically you have null results in that point. But in contrast, when you have the carrot, in our case, will be the alternative development programs. Some of the things that you find is that there are enough evidence that these places are, I mean, this is going to be a one solution, a cost-efficient solution for decrease illicit crops. But why this is important, basically, because in Colombia, 50% of the total plots are informal, and from those, 60% of those are places in which we have high persistency of crops. So the big question is there. So even though we have been spending money in this kind of programs, why we are unable to actually solve the problem in those places? Especially why you find these guys that has been highly inelastic to even to the presence of security and more. So there are a couple of mechanisms why land titling can change incentive to participate in illicit crops. Basically, will be the risk of expropriation. Once you are caught having illegal crops, then you have the risk of losing your land, but also, I mean, the traditional channel will be the transaction. So this is just basically the distribution of inequality, the informality to the left, and the coca crops to the right. And you see, just having these two very ugly maps here, you are able to see that there are sort of correlation between, in those places where you have more informality, there are some correlation with more illicit crops. So the big question is why we have enough evidence to say that this formal titling could be a good policy. Just go there and formalize it. So in this, and the main question in our paper is just trying to understand what is the effects in the land titling in illicit crops. And we want to go, I mean, there are already some published papers talking about that point here, but there are two following up questions that has been there still unsolved. The first question will be, what are actually the mechanisms through which this land titling, what happened within the household, in the household decision making once the land title comes? So why these people actually are changing these incentives? The second part will be what happened when the state left, or what happened when the state stayed. In that case, our last question, and I think this is one of the main findings for us, is that we want to emphasize what is the role of public inversion infrastructure in those places that has been already been given a title. So we want to see if the persistency of these positive effects of the reduction of illegal crops are related with the persistency of the state presence in those places. So basically, we are going to use one specific program in Colombia called Formalizar para Sustituir. We have really good data in this program. We have the information at the plot level. So basically, we have the entire polygon of every plot, and also we have a household survey about the different information and decisions pre and after the program happened. So preliminary results, we do find that, again, property right has a negative effects in the coca. We found that those places are mainly materialized. So the main mechanisms will be the inversion in the long term. So we do find evidence that those places that receive land formal titling invest more in household infrastructure, so they improve ceilings and so on. But something that was interesting for us is that once you see the effects in the long term, the magnitude of the effects is really high once you receive the title, but then the effects is going down in many regions. So what we are basically identifying in this paper is these triangular effects in which you have a high effects when you have the treatment, but once the treatment happens, the effects start finalizing. So we argue that this is basically due to because in those places where the decrease of the positive effect of formalization is mainly due because the state left. The state wasn't investing there anymore. So just let me talk you last two main points here about the program. This is, let's say, a traditional program. This is a supply-driven program, so in which they were selecting some places in 2016, and basically what they wanted to do is give title to around 7,000 households in 32 municipalities. So basically, the process is the following process of formalization in this program was a supply-driven. So basically, they came to the village. In these places is Vereda, exactly the same as Nico. So they collect all the information for all the plots, and they identify which of those plots are eligible for being formalized, because there are some plots in rural areas in Colombia that are impossible to formalize because they are just located in the protected areas or communal areas for that. So what we are gonna try to explode is we are gonna focus in those plots that get to the starting point of the process. So they basically get all the requirements to start the formalization. So all of them are going to be eligible for being formalized. And then once this process is started, then is registered in the La Oficina de Registro de Instrumentos Públicos, which is going to be the notary where you are by basically formalize the deed, and the final step will be the title. So basically, just to have again some insight, imagine that here is formalizar para sustituir, is in these places, and is basically part of the consolidation program in Colombia. So this is the places in which the formalizar para sustituir was. Basically, this is the criterion of selection for those places. So let me go really fast. So something that is important to understand in the land market and the land titling is that all the process between the land titling is not the same. And this is maybe the most difficult point in developing countries, is that for taking one family for informality to formality, you can take different roads. I mean, the traditional is going to be the straight line in which you have some deeds that has been unregistered or even donation. And you have the second part, which is going to be the administrative, but the administrative is basically trying to declare that because you have been occupying that place for many years, then you have the role of, you have the right to have this land. And then the most difficult one, this is a tricky point, which is the judicial part, in which you have to have more time. So in time of timing, so that part is the most complicated part. So this takes, I mean, between 10 and 15 years. But then the administrative and the notarial one is going to make the faster and will be the administrative. So we are going to focus only in the administrative calls, just because that's going to be centralized by the government, and this is the government who give the land. So there is nobody saying this land is mine, which is going to be the opponent in the judicial part. So let me show you really quickly the data. We have the plots that has been formalized. So we have the exact location of the polygon of every plot, but also we have the vereda that is located, and also we have the information from the illicit crops using the satellite data with a cell of 1 kilometer per 1 kilometer. So we are going to have a really granular data of trying to understand what is going to happen in that plot during and after the formalization process is starting. Then in order to understand what is the role of the infrastructure, remember that the question will be what happened when the state left. So what we did is we use Sentinel in the remote sensing style just to try to identify investment in the plots. If before and after, we see that there are some improvement in infrastructure. Just to give you a sign of the data that is there. This is the raster data. Basically, what we are doing is a remote sensing approach, just trying to identify whether in these plots we have some elements for that. And finally, for the state, we also have information about the PEDET, which is going to be a focalized program for development in the post-conflict setting. And we also were scrapping all the information from the Sistema Electrónico de Contratación Pública, which is basically the place where all the contracts, public contracts, are centralized, and that information allows to have the type of the contract, but also is going to allow us to have the type of intervention that we are going to have there. So, and also, as I told you, we have the information of the household levels. So basically, we are going to have a complete household level information in 2016 and in 2018. So let me give you just quick introduction of the model. This is going to be a really simple model in which we are going to use two specifications. One is going to be the cell level 1 kilometer per 1 kilometer cell, and also we are going to have the plot level for that. Our main independent variable in our baseline structure will be number of hectares in that has been allocated to coca in a given plot, in a given year, sorry. And then the second point from the infrastructure, we are going to have the infrastructure that is going to be 1 and 2 for that. So basically, we are going to have two main approaches. So we have the first treatment will be these plots that has been in the moment when the process started. So we are going to get all of them regardless if they got the title or not. And this is we are going to call there our ATT estimation, and then our ATE estimation will be the treatment 2, in which we are going to compare actually plots that started, but with our treatment will be those that started, and our control will be those that started and haven't received the deed. So that's basically to give you a sense of what is this sort of our heterogeneity is coming from. So we have our first level, our first treatment will be basically just taking the plot, the grids, the cells, sorry, that where the plot is located, and basically we are going to have some sort of buffer around the plots just to check if there are some change for that. So this is going to be our treatment 2, and then our treatment 1, and this is our treatment 2. Basically, what we are going to have is the plot by plot comparison for that. This is going to be for us the cleanest intervention for doing this. Just to give you one about how the data look like at the cell level and in a plot level. So again, I'm in the line of defensive estimation. So this is basically a defensive estimation, and defensive estimation and with fixed effects at the municipality interaction, municipality and year, and I mean the basic specification. As again, I told you, one of the things that we are going to do is that our dependent variable will be the number of hectares that have been allocated to COCA, but also we are going to have the other variables just to try to understand the mechanism. So let's start with the baseline results. Let's take these 5 minutes to go there, and this is what we want to go. So if you see, this is the treatment 1 and the cell level, and something that and this is the event study for that, just to test parallel trends, and something that is interesting in this result is that, again, the expected results or the immediate results of having one title receiving a title. So you see that you have a negative impact in the land allocated to COCA, but then when you are going far away, then the result is starting to disappear. It's exactly the same when we got the other plot. If you see here, the effect is even larger in that part. So what you are saying here is, look, in the long term, this is the treatment 1 and this is the treatment 2. Something that is happening here is that you actually found that the land titling has a negative effect. Just so we relate the treatment 1 to the literature of the perception of the land formalization. There is a big literature saying that the effective land is important, but there is something about the perception of being part of this program, and expected that some point you are going to have some land titling. And if you see in the treatment 1, we have a negative 1, but then in the treatment 2, which is going to be the cleanest one, we don't find a significant results. So about the mechanisms why we can find it, but basically what we are doing here is just going at the household level and trying to understand what are the changes between the baseline and the end line. And what we are basically find here is pretty much the same as the literature saying about increase of credit access and increase to some public energy access and also to internet access for them. So what about poverty? We do find that those households that receive the land title are negative. Remember that this is the household level information. So we do find that there are less in poverty. We also find some information about the public access. So like here, the question is those households that receive the title more likely to have the public service? And we do find some information about health access in these places. So one of the point that we do find again is the investment to long-term investment, that here we are putting as the investment of the probability of having a pixel that has some improvement in the change of the land cover between cropland till for infrastructure, and we do find more effect. But again, with this last point in which we have the total comparison with all the fixed effects, we don't find the result here. So one of our main hypothesis is that why we are not finding there is because in those places we find that the state left, and basically this is the study events for parameter per parameter, and basically what you are seeing here is that when you are moving along the year, the effects is disappearing. It's basically the same as I show you later. So, and here is going to be the last slide, and but basically what the question is how we can control the state present here. So basically here we have the triple difference, different, which we have the interaction with investment of roads, and basically what we see here is that most of the effects are capturing by the interaction of receiving a land titling, and also having the investment of roads for that, and that basically capture all the effects from that. And something that is important here is that we don't find any effects on roads, because there are this paper on roads on opium that shows that better roads increase the probability of having illicit crops, but we don't find here that actually the main mechanisms through which is happening in our sample will be this interaction of having land titling and also having the state presence once the land titling works. And basically this is corroborated in the household data sets, in which something that we found is that those households that receive land titling, they claim that they have better access to roads and also a better increase. So our hypothesis here, and there is something that still we are working now, is that the main takeaway of our paper is that once you have the land titling, you need to have an extra investment to connect the farmers to the market through investment on infrastructure. So we make a bunch of robustness check with the buffer, with the different estimation, and so on. So basically, again, the main message here is that land titling works, but you need to have the loan presence of a state in those places in order to be effective in the long term. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Juan Carlos. Super interesting. So two things. The first one is, I don't know. I mean, maybe you're making too much of that 1 point estimating 2020. I would wait maybe and see in 2021 what happens, right? Or to see, maybe that's just noise, right? So in my opinion, that particular, that one is, you're given too much of in your story, at least to me. That's one thing. And the second thing is, so you mentioned that to get the land title, the plot cannot have a judiciary process going on or something like that. But then aren't people cultivating coca, aren't they more likely to be in problems with the law, so that there is some type of selection into who gets the title and who does not get the title based on coca cultivation?
Yeah, again, the first point, yes. So we didn't include 2021 just because we don't have information about the titling in 2021. But in 2021, basically, what is going to happen is that the effects is going up. So something that I'm going to do here is just put in there just to make this case stronger. About the second one, so those places are places of the consolidation of the drugs, the war on drugs. So they are completely clean of crop or illicit crops before they are there. So they were participating before in alternative development programs. So we know that those people doesn't have. So those people that are our sample that they started the register, they don't have any problem with the law for that. So there is no restriction for that.
Here, so they are not really questions, but the first one is a comment, and the other one is just for clarification. Well, the first one, at the beginning, you mentioned some mechanisms through which the formalization will help, like the reducing of coca crops, right? So I think I buy those mechanisms. I think actually they are the mechanisms. But also I think that in general is the reduction of uncertainty. What makes that individuals now are willing to long-term investments, for instance. So I think it's important. I think it's important to to make emphasis on that and the diminishing of uncertainty. And also another thing that I think is important is how formalization helps to separate property from use of the land. So because I think you have to have a lot of nerves to grow coca in a rented land. So if the market of renting is growing, is developed, then that can help to reduce coca growth, right? And the other one is, I don't know if it's important thing, but I wanted to understand when you show the grill. So you have the gray, the treatment is the gray square, right? And then you have the neighbors, they are the controls, those in yellow. But then you can also, like, for instance, you can have that yellow square in the low part at the right, for instance, also in the treatment, right? At the same time. And then the gray one would be at that, if that is the case, the gray one would be the control of that treatment. That doesn't matter, right? And
No, I mean, it do matter if you don't control for that. But we do control for that. I mean, something that we do here is that we have some robustness check about the buffer size, and I mean, it's pretty much the same, because one of the things that, I mean, as you said, in the coca crops is that perhaps they have the plot here, but they have the coca crops there's in the forest nearby. So this is one of the problems that something that we want to test, and this is why we have this buffer analysis to see if it's going to be increasing and that point.
Very important, because I think that maybe you can find like there is a concentration of, if my neighbor is doing that, then I do it as well. So
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. No, this is why here, I guess the most selling story is coming from that comparison in which we are basically comparing treatment and controls in a plot level.
So I'm struggling with the interpretation about the absence of the state as being the explanation for why the effects don't persist. And this is basically because you're measuring the presence of the state with roads constructions, right? But once you build one road, you don't have to build it anymore. So
no, this is why you,
and then, because to me the more direct explanation is that maybe people have their hopes up once they get the title and once they see the new road, and then they try a new business, and then they realize that maybe the legal business is not such a good business as the other one, and they just switch back.
No, this is why I guess the state presence here is more thinking about connection to markets, because I think this is one of the main problems that we are going to have in these places. You start new business and then you have the market to sell it, because one in those, I mean, this is a really extreme rural areas, so if you don't have those this connection with markets, you can have that point.
I think he has a point to illustrate.
Yeah.
I just want to ask you, it seems to me that other programs were put in place. Are we sure that these people were not benefiting from crop substitution programs, so they were being paid for substituting?
All of them.
Okay, so
in these places, all of them were treated exactly for the same program for titling, and also they was previously treated by the other program for the alternative development programs.
So I don't know how to read this. That, I mean, from my point of view, I mean, they're getting additional income from getting rid from coca for a while, I guess. And I don't know exactly how do you claim that the causal the effect was driven by the titling and not by the other programs?
Because we are comparing two households that are exactly receiving exactly the same thing from the other in help, and the main difference will be just receiving the title. I mean, We are
Okay.
not contaminating our sample of the
Okay,
treatment
okay, now I
sample
get
with other treatments.
Okay, so this is the timing of the titling is what allows you to identify.
Exactly. So we are, and
So
this is why we call here the AT estimation, is because we are sure that those places are completely comparable from the formalization process, but also for being treated.
Okay, and by the way, that 24 kilometers away from here by paved road, you reach 2,000 hectares of coca. So claiming that this is in faraway places is a little peculiar when you're sitting in this room.
Thank you, Juan Carlos, for the presentation. I have one question. Did you try to estimate effects on spillovers on neighbor grillas? And the other question is, it is possible to characterize the type of roads that they're building? Because I'm thinking on your idea of it is not the state presence, but it is the easier way to commercialize other products. And I think there is an opportunity to explore, for example, in terms of distance to the road, in terms of public investment in infrastructure, that might be interesting to explore.
No, thank you so much. I guess we did some buffer analysis for just trying to capture this spillover, and we do find persistent effects for that. And the second point, this is the thing that we are working now, because something that we want to test is what the state presence means. It's going to be a state presence, more or less exactly the same as you are, because in this data, what we have is every type of investment of the state in those places, improvement of schools, improve school infrastructure. I mean, this kind of small interventions. So just, we are now trying to understand what actually does, what are the main activities that make these effects persist in the long term. And this is we are working on that. Thank you.
Hi, Juan Carlos. I am very glad to see your research. I am really excited when somebody talks about coca, but I would love, yes, I would love to see your research to be engaged with other authors that have already answered part of your questions. For example, the second one about social investment has already been answered by Davalos 2016. And the one about the titles by Thompson and other authors this year at the very beginning, 2022.
Yeah.
So, and they claim exactly the opposite you are proposing here. That's why I am encouraging you to engage with them, because the story that they are telling is that not having titles is really not a problem for people in rural areas, because they are able to get access to credit and to sell and buy lands having a notarized certificate, because it is the way it works in the rural areas. So they are saying that that's not really important in those parts of the country. So I would like to see your research to talk more a little bit about how this, what you are finding is different, of course, but why?
Yeah.
Because if titles are not really adding anything, so at the end, what they say is that you need to invest more in social infrastructure, human capital, what you are saying. So it's the other part, because all those municipalities located in PDET areas are also getting a lot of social services that they were not getting before. No. So maybe the story you have to look at carefully.
No, thanks for that. I guess the main difference for that is that Thompson is a qualitative information. So in my publication 5 years ago, we also have find similar effects. And the main difference with Davalos is the identification. So this is a clean identification with not, so this is a better identification for that. So, so we are adding from the identification, because this is a unique data in which we can have the plot data on that. So basically we are having one step ahead of the traditional IB, so this kind of quasi-experimental approaches. And so we are going one step ahead, but what is true is that here something that we need to understand a bit more is, again, this what means this state presence in those places, because the story here is not the land titling is not working. I mean, this is not the story here. The story is that you need more. You need to be you need to have an integral intervention in those places in order to have that, to operate all the positive effects that are coming from the land titling.
So one point I didn't hear you emphasize, and I don't know enough about the institutions to know whether this makes sense or not, but I'd be very hesitant to do something illegal on a property that can be legally tied to me. And so in some sense, you know, the fact that there's titling actually there's a mechanism there, and obviously the presence of the state makes that stronger. I don't know if there's any way to distinguish that hypothesis from some of the other ones, or even if it makes sense.
So you mean that there's an informal way illegal way to get informal titles for?
No, I'm just saying that, like, if I have a title, then my name is on a title.
Yeah.
Right. And if something illegal happens, I'm legally liable for that.
Exactly.
Right. Whereas if it's land that people sort of know belongs to me, I'm not legally liable. It'd be much harder to take me to court. Right. And, you know, as I say, that requires a certain formality to make sense of anything I said, but that's consistent with the idea of a state.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I was just wondering if you sort of pursued that and whether that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, this is one of the main mechanisms through which we do find there, and there are some qualitative information saying that this part of risk perception about once the titling is receiving is actually one of the mechanisms through which is changing this inelastic perception of security in those farmers that haven't received any titling. So basically, the mechanisms of changing the risk aversion of the households is through the land titling. Basically, it's going to be one of the stories, I guess.
So just quick question. So could you go back to the last result table, please? The one with the roads and the heterogeneous effect by roads. So you actually have some positive coefficients for road construction on coca cultivations. Is that, I mean, am I reading that right?
You mean the three column?
Yeah, the 1 and 3 have a positive big effect for building roads on coca
Yes,
crops.
yes.
How do you, I mean, rationalize that? I mean, how do you explain those? I mean, it's an interesting result, right?
There is a current paper saying that this is going to be about, again, the market access can play in the two ways, in the two directions. So you can access there and as a legal actor and improve and incentivate crops, and this is what they found in the opium paper. But what we are saying is that once we have the most robust specification, we have a negative effect. Let's say this positive effect of roads somehow is documented through these mechanisms, but again, it's not explaining once we have all the full specification of the paper.
So that could explain some of the Cauca phenomenon that we are observing 20 kilometers away from here.
Having better roads. I mean, there are a new paper saying in the three different estimations saying that once we have I mean, there is no reason to say that we have a selection bias in the titling program and not in the PEDET program, because basically what you are saying is that, so that we have a parallel, so that the PEDET is going to be endogenous. But they are, all of them are, I mean, there is no reason to prioritize the other one in these 2 years, because they are exactly the same conditions for credits. Yeah, exactly, because we have a year fixed effect here. So this is why we are exploiting the timing and only the presence for doing that part. But something that we need to understand now is basically going a bit more in this local investment, state investment in the local level.
Anybody else? Great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, so now we'll have a break, short break of 15 minutes. You can go outside to have some coffee to the right. Thank you. todos otra vez. Vamos a comenzar entonces con esta sesión de Insurance and Remittances. Empezamos con César Mantilla de la Universidad del Rosario.
Que seas muy estricta conmigo con el tiempo.
Por consenso de... Sí, cógelo de acá.
Okay. So, hello everyone. Thank you for staying until the very end. So, in retribution for staying, what we agreed as presenters in this last session is that we will try to make it much shorter, and we can postpone most of our questions for the cocktail. So, you didn't sleep at all last night, but you're full. So the paper I will present now, it's called The Trade-off Between Liquidity and Insurance, Voucher Payments in a Lab in the Field Experiment with Colombian Rural Workers. This is joint work with Darwin, who is here, Alexander Cano, Laura Prada, and Medardo Restrepo. So Colombia is the OECD country with the highest self-employment rate. It goes up to 51%. And this half employment resembles one side of a dual labor market. So if we think about it, then we have this primary formal market with higher salaries and high returns to education. And then we have this secondary market or informal market in which there is an absence of non-wage benefits. If we go and think on this problem in the rural sector, then the problem is even worse. Why? Because workers are exposed to even more shocks and they are even less protected. So here, in this case, self-employment rate could be as high as 85%, and the financial services that will allow farmers to cope with these income fluctuations are much more limited. So in the end, part of our motivation to do this was actually thinking on how to formalize rural workers. And I will come back to this in a second. So why it's so hard to formalize rural labor? First, there is a distorted perception of non-wage benefits. So universal health coverage, anyway, it's guaranteed for farmers because they are in the subsidized system. So this is not a way to try to formalize rural workers. Second, there are very high transportation and transaction costs. So actually, even if they get sick, maybe the reason why they're not going to the doctor, it's because it will be very expensive for them. And third, their major risk exposure doesn't come from health, and they don't care that much about intertemporal shocks because they are much more constrained on other areas such as harvest-related problems. So the next problem on why it's so hard to formalize rural labor is enforceability. So if Colombia's inequality is reflected in land tenancy, and then we have a whole session on this just before us, how can you convince land tenants to pay more? So just suppose that we manage to pass a law and then there are better ways to enforce rural labor. How can you really monitor this type of contracts in rural areas? So in the end, if we really want any type of labor formalization in the rural sector, we will need to make it attractive to workers, to make sure that politically it will not become blocked by tenants, and to go beyond health, pension, and coverage. So we are focusing here on point number one, because we are doing a lab in the field experiment focused on measuring preferences for insurance on farmers. And we discuss a bit on point number three. So then if you see, I started talking about formalization, but then I moved to talk about insurance, or even the title of the paper talk about insurance. So what happens here? Basically, what we were thinking at some point is, okay, there have been successful labor formalization schemes in Belgium and in France, and these type of schemes, that the way they work is that they subsidize domestic services, and then what you have are this type of workers being formalized. So our question is, can we do something similar but at the rural level? So what we do, and this is a very simple experiment, is to use a multiple price list game in which participants decide how do they want to get paid by doing a menial task, in which they just separate from a bucket white beans from dark beans. So what we offer them is, look, now that you finish to separate these beans, you can either choose a payment in cash that will give you 30,000 Colombian pesos, which is roughly a daily minimum wage, or you can choose a voucher payment. So basically, in each municipality, we talked to a supermarket and they agreed to receive this voucher. So basically, what we were doing was just restricting liquidity for these participants. And then they knew that they will face an income shock that will take them away 2/3 of the gains in our game, with 20% chance if they opted for cash, or with only a 10% chance if they opted for a voucher payment. And then we conducted this experiment in the rural coffee production areas of Quindío. So let me just show you the type of decisions farmers, it doesn't look very good here, but basically they just need to mark an X here or here. In case they prefer the cash, they knew that they will roll a die with 6 faces, but 1 face was blank or white. So in this case, they were just rolling again. But then if the die roll yields green, they were safe and they didn't lose money. But if the die yields red, then they lose 20,000 out of the 30,000. And then the way in which we try to introduce to them to this idea of an insurance is, look, if the die roll yields red, you have 1 second chance. And what is this second chance? Just toss a coin. And this coin had 1 side green, 1 side red. And if the coin yields green, then you're safe. So this is the way in which we try to introduce, very simple, the notion of an insurance. Why? Because most of these lab in the field experiments before were just like directly computing for participants the whole insurance, and we were concerned that they didn't see why. I mean, this reduction in probability from 20 to 10% could be meaningful to them. I will show you because we have 4 prices, but the table comes next. Actually, it's there. So basically, what we did was just to leave the 30,000 pesos in cash fixed, and then just see what happens when we offer them 25, 28, 30, or 34. So here you can see the ratio between getting the voucher or getting the cash. This is increasing. So just imagine that the first row is just, if you don't care at all about the risk, this is the comparison you will be doing. If you are a risk-neutral person, then this will be the comparison you will be doing. And finally, like in absolute terms, how much was the premium, which I think was your question. And then we created 2 levels of between subjects variation here. First level, a show-up fee that could have been paid as a voucher or in cash. What was the purpose of this? Basically, that if you, I mean, maybe the reason why you don't want to get this voucher payment is because that implies to you like an additional transaction cost, right? You will need to go to the supermarket. So if half of the participants just get 10,000 pesos in addition just for getting to the session, and to half of them we give them in cash, and to the other half as a voucher, then we can see if there are differences and we can test this transaction cost. Second, to half of the participants, we presented the vouchers in ascending order, and to the other half in descending order. Why? Because we were concerned that reference-dependent preferences could drive what the choices of participants. So for implementation, what we did was to conduct this with over 200 rural workers in the 11 rural municipalities of Quindío. And each session took between 1 hour and 1 hour and a half, but the game per se was only about 30 minutes. The rest of the time was more paying them and making a post-experimental survey. Voucher redemption was immediate. So basically here when we're restricting liquidity, is not only what can you buy, but also when can you buy. They need to do it in the next 2 hours. So basically one research assistant went with them to the supermarket and exchanged then the money with the owner of the supermarket. And then we also conducted this experiment with some students in the capital city of the same region, just to see if there were some variation in this. So regarding the timing of the experiment, they make the decisions for the 4 different prices of the voucher. Then they separate the coffee beans, withdraw the payment decision, and there was the final questionnaire. So regarding our results, what I'm showing you here is which was the minimum accepted voucher. And what we found is that in the case of participants, of students, the transaction cost matter a lot. Whereas when we do this with farmers, actually, either if we give this additional show-up fee as cash or as a voucher, it doesn't matter much. But what we found, and actually, well, a bit here and the other evidence is in a regression that I omitted, is that in the field, the descending order matters. So just for keeping my promise of going rapidly, let me just show you what happened with the likelihood to accept vouchers. So of course, the higher the voucher value, the higher the likelihood they will accept it instead of receiving the amount of money. And then again, as I was mentioning, this descending order matters here. So well, I think I will need to skip this this graph because the other line doesn't appear basically. But so the story is this. Sorry. So even if farmers are paid 13% more and the expected value of the voucher is 23% larger, only 56% of these farmers choose the insurance over the cash payment. And then our hypothesis on why farmers prefer to take the voucher when it comes in a decreasing order is some sort of endowment effect on this insurance. So once you think you have the insurance, for you it's much harder to just give it up, because actually what we thought at the beginning was the opposite. And what we thought is that the higher the price, I mean, when you were in increasing value, actually we will have like more appeal for the voucher, precisely because of these reference dependent preferences. But given that we found this is our explanation. And actually for the transaction cost hypothesis, what we now think is that maybe the reason why we find this with students but not with farmers is our selection issue. So because in each municipality it was like the rural rural office, I don't know how to say, like the Secretaría de Agricultura. Okay, so you work in land, you should know, Nicolas. So what we thought is, okay, maybe what happened is that they are inviting farmers that anyway are coming to the town on the weekends, which was the time in which we conducted this experiment. So if this is if this is true, maybe they were already coming and going to do some grocery shopping. Then maybe this is what doesn't let us see anything on the transaction cost hypothesis. And finally, because what we find is that for students, this is true, and the effect is huge, and is that these students receiving the fee as a voucher are more likely to keep continuing, be paid in vouchers. So summing up, we introduce a very simple insurance scheme in a lab in the field experiment, and the difference in the willingness to get this insurance appears to signal that farmers do care about getting this type of systems. So it seems insufficient. 56% of only 56% of them take the voucher, even at the highest subsidy that we provide. Whereas for the current contribution levels, which was this 25 that we put there, only 33% of this, only 1 out of 3 farmers would rather get this insurance instead of the cash. So finally, what we think is, okay, maybe this descending part might be interesting in case that you think on some sort of voucher system. Maybe you need to start with a high subsidy and start dismantling this. Why? Because maybe what happens here is that you really need to show how this type of insurances can benefit. Because I think that part of the problem might be that when they come from financial institutions, there may be some distrust in this type of systems. Whereas if they don't fully get why this is helpful, then it may not work. So what is the big challenge? This was a very simple game, and what we were showing was just in this trade-off, people is not willing to give up this money in exchange for insurance. So how to make these voucher benefits more appealing to people. So thank you.
Thank you, Cesar. Super interesting. I guess I'm wondering, the voucher treatment has 2 components, right? One is you do not get cash, and then the other one is the insurance part. But so how can you separate the two, between the two? Or maybe I missed something, right? Because the voucher is also, you need to go to the store, and maybe the products you can buy in that store are very limited. That's very different from getting the cash in hand, right? And that's different from the fact that you're also getting insurance in the voucher treatment.
Okay. No. I think you're right. And basically, we cannot disentangle here the liquidity, because basically, if you want to get insured, you also have to get, to forsake liquidity. Yes. So basically, what we did was just to use one non-incentivized question on risk aversion to try to tease out this. And actually, what we find is like some risk seeking. So basically, the people that is more likely to insure are those that also report more willingness to take risks. So to some extent, it goes in the opposite direction, in which you will think that there is like a confusion between the two mechanisms. But basically, what we're thinking here is just when you're fully, basically we're thinking on a risk compensation mechanism. It's like now that I'm insured, then I can cope with more risk. So
So I've been trying to understand what sort of liquidity means here, and I kind of get what you're talking about, but I think it sort of brought me back to Casaberi and Willis's paper, where liquidity there is paralleled with insurance, and it's really a different thing, right? It's an intertemporal liquidity, right? The ability to spend the money. And it seems to me that if I think about insurance and pension systems, that's the key problem. It's an intertemporal liquidity, not the fact that it sort of constrains what you can buy. And so I'm not sure that we're learning about liquidity in insurance. Here I'm not. It's about sort of fungibility would be the word I would use, and maybe that's less relevant. We could talk about that relative to the other, but I'm not sure it's liquidity that you're really getting at. But maybe you have some thoughts on that.
No. I think I'm just absorbing your comment for the moment. So that is why I say we can deal with the questions in the cocktail.
I'm curious about the role that different levels of insurance premium play in the experiment, Because for some exercise, you have some amount of premium, and for some others, you have more. So this play a role in terms of getting the insurance option or not?
So as I showed, the higher the premium, the better. But basically, the way we designed this was the following. The first price of the voucher, we tried to reflect the 17% of contribution to the social security system. The second one, what we wanted was this number one here. So basically, that if you only care about, if you don't care about the type of payment that you get, then you will prefer to be more insured, and just after this level, you then prefer the voucher. The next one is people neglect. People just take the choice based on the total amount they can receive. They really don't make any computation, and basically they don't care about a 20% or a 10% risk that they're facing afterwards. And finally, this was just like, actually what we were trying to do here was just to make sure that most people took the voucher, but still, even in this condition in which we were giving much more money to them, it didn't happen yet. So basically the premium is changing between them. But to be honest, for a field experiment in which you're very limited in the number of choices that you can extract from participants, in the end we went with the 4 prominent choices in which you can try to identify one particular type of behavior, which is the one I just mentioned. So yeah, basically we didn't pay too much attention to disentangle premiums, because anyway, we think that for this, if you do this in the lab and you can make participants take, 40 choices, you can really try to tease out that part. But I think that for the field, 4 choices is already loading a lot of people. Last question. So I moderate myself.
Just one quick question. So are the vouchers really necessary in this experiment? Because it seems like they are distorting some of your results. Could you use just like money in both alternatives and to discard these alternative mechanisms happening there?
So I think that actually they came from the original idea on why we were thinking on vouchers, right? And it's like, look, we were trying to adapt to the field the idea on formalization through vouchers in Belgium and France, right? So basically it came as part of the idea. If you tell me, if in retrospective, if I'm only interested in why people do get insured or not, so definitely I don't need the voucher, but I think that the question on why people get insured or not, there's a lot on that. So I think that even at the cost of mixing the two things, was in the end more like what we really think that could be thought as a policy option. And it's like, look, if not even farmers are interested into this, forget it. There's no point in going and try to formalize rural labor with this type of schemes. So yeah, this is like a pessimistic result in that sentence. It's like, there's no way you can tell people, look, I will insure you more, but I will pay you in kind. No, this is not the way. Yeah, I say last question.
Thank you.
Ok, yo voy a hablar en español. Este es un trabajo que estamos haciendo con Andrés Gallegos, que estaban en el Rosario cuando comenzamos, y Jorge Pérez, que está en el Banco de México. Como siempre, con los banqueros centrales, este paper no refleja la opinión del banco. De algún modo, este paper está relacionado con el anterior, en el sentido de que nosotros miramos tomamos datos, digamos, observacionales, y de algún modo encontramos estos problemas que tienen que ver con seguros incompletos, digamos, en la vida real, y en particular en la población rural que tiene trabajos informales. Esa es, digamos, como la idea que está acá. Y lo que vamos a analizar son las respuestas en el gasto de los hogares a choques en salud adversos. Para eso agarramos el panel de datos de la ELCA, ahora ELCO, le cambió de género a la encuesta, ahora que la agarró el Dani. Pero bueno, esto digamos que se inscribe en la idea general de cómo, estos estudios que tratan de entender cómo los hogares reaccionan ante choques negativos de salud. Hay, digamos, una literatura reciente importante que sobre todo trata de mirar lo que ocurre con las personas, digamos, ancianas, porque esos choques de salud pueden alterar no solamente la restricción presupuestal, sino también la función de utilidad. Y además, pues, digamos que distintos hogares pueden reaccionar de manera diferente y esto puede ser importante para el diseño de programas de política, perdón, de protección social. Analizamos varias dimensiones, estoy tratando acá de tener el tiempo como a la vista. Y en principio, digamos, si uno sigue la teoría micro básica, pues los hogares pueden ajustar distintos, digamos, tipos de rubros a esto. Como ya lo dije, vamos a agarrar el panel de datos del DANE, vamos a agarrar únicamente estas dos olas, la de 2013-2016, la del 2010 no la agarramos básicamente porque tiene una definición distinta de estas medidas de gasto, no es tan buena, es mucho más ruidoso, entonces solamente tenemos esto. Esto también tiene, digamos, consecuencias metodológicas que ya les voy a contar en un momento. Pero al final nosotros, digamos que tratamos de utilizar pues una aproximación de diferencia en diferencias, que es lo que les voy a mostrar ahora en un segundo. La típica, digamos, estimación de forma reducida. También ponemos esto en un sistema de demanda estimado, digamos, por sur para mirar, no, porque esto al final no son, estos cambios que uno puede identificar en los gastos no son cambios independientes, están de algún modo relacionados con la restricción. Entonces también los ponemos dentro de un sistema de demanda para ver qué ocurre allí. Lo que es interesante acá es que los hogares lo que hacen cuando tienen estos choques de salud, claro, tienen un aumento en el gasto en salud y en muchas ocasiones lo sustituyen por una reducción del gasto en comida, digamos. Y como les dije al principio, este efecto es más grande en hogares rurales con empleos informales que no tienen, digamos, un contrato laboral formal. Vamos a pasar rápido para, vamos, stick to the time. Perdón. Veo aquí la foto de mi hijo, pero no quiero, eso ya. Quiero ver el reloj. Bien, entonces utilizamos esta, digamos, su muestra de la ELCA. Muy importante, nosotros mantenemos en la muestra, nos quedamos únicamente con los hogares que no cambian, digamos, de composición y que logramos de algún modo observar, digamos, en ambas olas. Esto significa que potencialmente hay un problema de attrition que es importante, que les voy a mostrar en un segundo, pero digamos que la attrition acá digamos, tiene en general dos razones en principio grandes. Una, pues que no, simplemente a la siguiente ola no lo lograron localizar o no quisieron participar, y la otra porque cambiaron, digamos, de composición, por alguna razón perdieron o ganaron algún miembro. Listo. Entonces, la ELCA tiene varias características bien interesantes. Una de esas es que hace, pues, varias preguntas. Sí. Básicamente queremos mantener como los hogares lo más homogéneos posible, ¿no? Es posible, digamos, que haya alguna correlación entre los choques que estamos viendo y los cambios en los hogares, o que por alguna razón hogares que están más expuestos, viven en ciertos lugares que los hace más probables que tengan este tipo de choques y a la vez también de descomponerse, ¿no? Y la descomposición puede generar, digamos, otras alternativas. Entonces queríamos como, digamos, como hacer énfasis en lo que puede ocurrir, digamos, con estos choques en salud, sin estas otras cosas. Ya lo vamos a ver. Sí. Claro. Ya lo vamos a ver. Sí, hay unos ejercicios de atrición, creo que no están todos, pero al menos unos sí, que pueden ir a lo que tú estás pensando. ¿Qué es un health shock acá? ¿Qué es un choque en salud? Es básicamente enfermedad. ¿Ok? No es muerte. ¿Sí? No es muerte de un individuo. Las muertes están clasificadas en estos choques de familia. Hay otros tipos de choques. En las regresiones incluimos todos esos choques también para, digamos, separar, tener en cuenta que estos choques pueden estar de algún modo correlacionados. Bueno, acá tengo unas descriptivas. Fíjense en el 2013, pues lo que uno sospecha, los hogares urbanos son en promedio tienen un ingreso más alto que el de los rurales, al igual que en el 2016. Tenemos el gasto total, el número de miembros, más o menos similar en todos los hogares en ambos años. El tipo de trabajo, mucho más informal en el rural, 88%, en el 2013, 72% en el 2016. Trabajamos, digamos, las distintas categorías de gasto y los shares representan el gasto en alimentos, es un poco más de la mitad del gasto total que hacen los hogares en esta muestra, y el gasto en salud, digamos, varía bastante, pero está entre 2 y casi 10%. ¿Cuál es la mordida de estos choques en salud? Alrededor del 25 o 26% de los hogares sufren ese choque. O sea, que no es una cosa, digamos, despreciable, chiquitica, ¿no? Los resultados principales que les voy a mostrar acá están basadas en esta regresión en la que corremos el budget share de las distintas categorías de gasto contra el choque en salud. Ese T-1 no es que esté, digamos, medido en la ola anterior, sino que es para que yo me acuerde de decirles que son preguntas retrospectivas. Básicamente, en cada una de las olas les preguntan, en los últimos 3 años usted ha sufrido y eso con todos los choques, ¿sí? Entonces, estas son las preguntas del 2016, digamos, asociadas al periodo 2013-2016, y si son de 2013, pues al periodo 2010-2013.
Se me hace un poquito bajita la tasa de choques, porque creo que la siniestralidad anual en el régimen contributivo es como mucho más alta, creo que entre el 40 y el 60% de personas utilizando algún tipo de servicio de salud.
Ajá.
Entonces, esos choques, ¿cuál es la definición exacta?
A nivel de hogar, no sé si que esto puede cambiar.
La siniestralidad a nivel individuo
sí.
Es súper alta.
Sí.
Entonces, si esta gente está utilizando servicios médicos, la pregunta, ¿cómo la formula? O sea, es choques de salud, pero que de pronto son de una gravedad más allá de...
Sí, puede ser, sí, digamos que hay una pregunta específica sobre la gravedad, si no es cualquier, digamos, no es una gripa, sí. Ok, entonces nuestro parámetro de interés es θ. Como les dije, estamos controlando por los otros choques, por algunas diferencias, digamos, en los hogares. Tenemos efectos fijos de hogar y efectos fijos de tiempo en estos resultados. Estos son los resultados principales. Por favor, no los miren mucho por ahora. Quiero mostrarles esto primero, que es básicamente qué pasa con el gasto total y el ingreso total. El ingreso total no se afecta. Estos choques de salud no son este tipo de choque que de pronto la persona queda, qué sé yo, con algún problema largo que afecte sensiblemente el ingreso, pero lo que sí hace es que aumenta el gasto total, ¿no? En el evento que sufran ese choque negativo, pues les va a tocar gastar más, y lo que encontramos es que, como les decía hace un rato, y esto se ve sobre todo para los rurales, hay una reducción más o menos del mismo tamaño, casi alrededor de 4 puntos porcentuales en los gastos en comida asociados a aumentos en los gastos en salud. Este es el control information, sorry, ¿qué fue lo que hice ya? Perdón, acá está, estos son los principales, las formas reducidas, pero básicamente van en la misma dirección. En los hogares urbanos, fíjense que en promedio no pareciera, ¿no? Sí que hay una reducción en el share del food, pero no es estadísticamente significativo. Entonces vamos directamente a lo que preguntaba Blanca, que es el problema de attrition. Estos son los resultados una vez, digamos, manejamos ese tipo de problemas por las dos fuentes que les mencionaba. Los resultados están ahí. Puede ser que lo que tú dices, ¿no? Claro, si en un hogar que se descompone, eso puede, digamos, exacerbar los problemas. Pero lo que queremos acá, lo que estamos mostrando es que estos resultados son, digamos, robustos a esos problemas de attrition. Acá les quiero mostrar, esta sería la forma de la especificación cuando estimamos esto con un SUR. Entonces, básicamente ponemos en los controles el gasto total y el gasto total al cuadrado, lo ponemos en un sistema completo y básicamente tenemos el mismo tipo de resultado. Yo quisiera terminar mostrándoles los efectos heterogéneos que me parecen bastante interesantes. Arriba tenemos los choques en salud, al lado izquierdo, y abajo los choques en alimentos. Al lado izquierdo urbano, al lado derecho rural. Entonces fíjense que esos aumentos en el gasto en salud, digamos que ocurren para hogares formales e informales del sector urbano, pero el trade-off no es tan fuerte para los formales, para los informales sí. Cuando uno mira al rural, acá pues tenemos este problema de tener un punto de estima similar, pero con un error de estimación mucho más amplio, pero de algún modo sugieren que, y esto obviamente ocurre porque hay muy poquitos hogares rurales que son formales, ¿cierto? Pero fíjense que al menos el point estimate es muy parecido al de los hogares informales, y en todo caso terminan reduciendo el gasto en salud. Entonces estas, digamos, el capital social, el tipo de contrato, etcétera, de algún modo, fíjense, ayuda a manejar ese trade-off para los hogares urbanos, pero no tanto para los rurales. Ese es, digamos, un poco el mensaje. Cuando lo miramos, digamos, tenemos otras variables asociadas al tamaño de la familia, si reciben o no familias en acción, el sector en el cual trabajan, digamos, en todos ellos pareciera estar el mismo trade-off, con más fuerza en el sector rural para aquellos que tienen trabajos agrícolas, y en el sector urbano para los que están en el menudeo, digamos, en ventas al por menor y al por mayor. Entonces, esto lo que significa es que digamos que el contexto importa mucho, la manera como los hogares logran manejar ese trade-off entre digamos, el gasto en salud y el gasto en alimentos. Nos parece un trade-off importante porque, pues, en el fondo lo que está ocurriendo es que hay un trade-off entre salud hoy y salud mañana. Digamos, ese es un poco el punto. Y también sugiere que en varios de estos contextos, en particular, pues, el rural, los hogares tienen muchas más limitaciones para manejar este tipo de trade-off. Les cuento lo que estamos haciendo ahora y que no les pude traer para hoy, es como mirando más la relación que hay entre, digámoslo así, state capacity municipal o local y estas otras variables que tienen que ver con social capital, porque digamos que a priori uno podría pensar que hay buenas razones para que haya, digamos, complementariedad entre el state capacity y el social capital de que tengan los hogares, pero también en el otro sentido. Entonces, queremos mirar un poco esto y estamos revisando efectos heterogéneos asociados, por ejemplo, a la cercanía a hospitales de cierto nivel, a los hogares, etc. Sí.
Para el punto de pronto puede ser útil que miren en la encuesta de ingresos y gastos. Ahí también aparecen los gastos médicos, pero están como más desagregados por destino. Entonces, así fue para cosas de farmacia o para citas o para ese tipo de cosas.
¿La encuesta del presupuesto de los hogares, dices? ¿O en la ELCA?
Ingresos y gastos.
En la NIC. Ok, es que la encuesta nacional de ingresos y gastos es del 2008.
Cada 10 años.
Exacto. La de presupuesto de los hogares es del 2016, digamos. Supongo que estás hablando de esta.
No, creo que estoy hablando
de la otra, claro. Sí, el problema ahí es que pues, no tenemos el panel, ¿cierto? Que es lo que uno quisiera mirar.
Si tienen, pues, si la idea es mirar como por capacidad del municipio,
Sí.
de pronto algo pueden explicar del mecanismo.
Sí.
Y relacionarlo a esos resultados, pues no sería la misma gente.
Sí, lo entiendo. Sí, digamos, se puede hacer, mirar qué tanta compatibilidad entre las muestras a nivel municipal, pero por eso mismo estamos apoyándonos más en esta información administrativa, ¿cierto? De disponibilidad de hospitales, o la que está en los cubos, por ejemplo, del Ministerio de Salud, para tener una cosa un poquito más completa, digamos. Muy bien, muchas gracias. No, yo creo que sigamos, sí. No, pero si ibas a preguntar, Ricardo.
Gracias.
Bueno, gracias, Darwin. Ahora vamos con Jairo Ojeda del Banco de la República.
So thanks a lot for staying until this presentation. I'm standing between you and dinner, so this presentation will be very short. So this is joint work in progress with Sergi Vasco from the University of Barcelona. First of all, the usual disclaimer: these views are not necessarily those of the Central Bank of Colombia. This is the table of contents of the presentation. A quick preview of the results. So we study the effect of remittances inflows on housing prices in Colombia. We find there is a positive and significant effect, and this effect is exacerbated during periods and regions with a higher unemployment rate, and also for those neighborhoods with fewer amenities or lower quality, which is measured by this indicator we have in Colombia. This is the stratum. In Spanish, this is el estrato. We have a model to explain these results. These results are consistent with previous evidence of the relation of capital inflows and housing prices. And also, these results support the investment, this discussion between the investment versus consumption motive for international remittances. So, macroeconomic background, very quickly, basically, first, remittances are very important as foreign inflows, as a part foreign influence in Colombia. For example, it represents between 2000 and 2020, 67% of foreign direct investment and 10% of total exports. These remittances come mainly from developed economies. For example, 48% from the United States, 16% from Spain during the same period. We find, doing auxiliary estimation, we find that these inflows, these remittances, are mostly driven by macro fluctuations in these host economies, these developed economies, where the Colombian migrants send the remittances. The correlation with domestic variables is low. And in addition, on the other hand, in Colombia, compared with other countries, the use of mortgage credits is low. There is a high proportion of financially constrained households, and in general, the use of financial inclusion, the use of the financial system is limited and heterogeneous across regions. We have a model in the paper. We have all the details of the model, but it is a very basic model with end markets, two types of households. We have permanent income households, those households with access to the financial system, and hand-to-mouth households with no access. And there is a market segmentation between low and high quality houses, and housing supply is inelastic in the short run. In the model, we have all the derivations in the paper. I just want to show the main equation here. This is the result for the housing prices. It depends on the proportion of types of consumers, lambda. It also depends on income, and income is composed of labor income and remittances for both types of households. However, in the case of permanent income households, there is a parameter here of consumption smoothing. So the effect of remittances on this is the proportion of expenditure on housing services. So the effect is lower in the case of permanent income households due to the smooth consumption parameter. We also assume that lower quality neighborhoods have a higher proportion of hand-to-mouth consumers. There is lower access to the financial system in these neighborhoods, which is consistent with the data. So now we go to the data we use here. So we study the database from this is the main association or guild of construction companies in Colombia. This is Camacol. And they have a database that they build based on surveys to construction companies. And basically, this database is composed, the coverage is 97% of the Colombian market for new houses. And they have plenty of information about these projects. In particular, we can construct a cross-section of projects. And for each project, we have the pricing history, because these are projects, the projects start selling the houses, the housing project, and they have an initial price, and they have a history of prices, and then a final price. So we use that information to construct a housing return, and we construct an annual equivalent of the housing return, where this big T is the duration of the selling period. Okay, so we can compare between projects this return, and we have these statistics. the annual the average of these housing returns 2.4% for the whole period and across all regions. And there is some variation, for example, for low, this is the measured strata, for low strata, these are neighborhoods with fewer amenities. For these neighborhoods, the housing returns are lower, and across regions, for example, in Bogota and in the capital city, the returns are a little bit lower, and the north of Colombia, Atlántico, are higher. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So what we do is we match this cross section of housing returns with controls. So we have the following controls. We have remittances inflows. We use quarterly information from balance of payments from the Central Bank of Colombia. This information is disaggregated by regions, and it is quarterly information. We also have the inflation of construction cost, the GDP growth, also regional, unemployment rate. This is information by cities. And we also have some micro controls that are included in the same database, such as area, number of units, because these projects have a different number of units. It depends on the type of project. Some projects have more units than others. I will show you that in a second. And finally, we have fixed effects for the initial, the final year of the selling period, and for the city. This is a sample of the database. This is a small sample, 18 projects. We have a total of more than 29,000 projects. And I just want to show you, there is a lot of variation in units. You can see here in this column, from these 4 units or 99 units in this other project. There is a lot of variation in the area of each house, the total area of each house. There is a lot of variation on the duration, the selling period. There is less variation in the regional variables, because these variables only change with the region and with the average selling period. So there is a match there, but the variation of these controls is lower. I didn't write the equation I estimate, but it's very similar. You can see that the dependent variable is the housing returns. The independent variables are remittances and interaction of remittances with unemployment and strata. All these controls, the regional controls here, the micro controls units area, construction cost is a regional control, and this is a dummy for big construction companies, whether the project is a social interest project, and whether it's a house or an apartment. This is the basic estimation. We have more than 29,000 observations, and we obtain in this regression that the interaction of remittances and unemployment is significant and positive, which means that for regions with higher unemployment rate, the effect of remittances on housing prices is stronger. However, when we thought about this estimation, we realized that there is a lot of variation. This regression assumes that each project has only 1 unit, but that isn't true, because projects have the usual project when a construction company they start selling a project. There are many units in that project. Sometimes it's only 1. It depends on the construction company, on the type of house they are selling. So we compute this statistic about number of units per project, and there is a lot of variation. The average is 25.6. However, there is a lot of variation. For example, for high-end housing is lower, is almost 10. For low strata is 69. And also across regions, there is a lot of variation. For example, in the region where we are located today, it is Valle del Cauca is almost 58 units, while in Bogotá, the capital city, is 17. So how to include this heterogeneity of units in the regression? So we apply frequency weights on the regression. And so this is the result from the same regression with frequency weights. The Esta reports this as a number of those observations, 755,000. I think that I'm not sure this is correct, because what we are doing is just weighting the projects by the number of units included in each project. So the higher the number of projects, the higher the weight. So we are using the same 29,000 projects in the database. However, the results are a little bit different. For example, the interaction with the stratum is negative and significant, which means that for lower strata, the effects of remittances of housing prices is stronger. And the other controls have mostly the expected signs. For example, GDP growth, but it is not significant. The area has a positive effect. Construction costs, they increase housing prices because it is more costly to construct. So, but the main result are the interactions. And finally, the same regression without interaction allows us to measure the net effect of remittances on housing prices. And so the net effect is positive and significant. Basically, one standard deviation of remittances increases housing prices around 60 basis points. In this case, measure as returns, housing returns. You see, we think this is a small effect, but it's still significant. So that's it. It's a work in progress. Any comment is welcome. Basically, these are the results I just talked about. So thank you.
Questions? No. Everybody's tired.
Creo que Leonardo.
Never mind.
In the regression, I mean, what is the intuition of the negative sign of remittances in the regression in which is interacted with the strata? Because you have negative sign of the variable in levels.
You mean here?
Yeah.
Here, this coefficient is negative, but the net effect should be computed including all the interactions. So this particular one is negative, but if we do the same regression without interactions, the net effect is positive, including all the net effect, including the interactions. So another way to do that is, for example, to compute the average unemployment and multiply the average unemployment by this coefficient, and then the average stratum by this coefficient, and summing up. And the net effect is going to be positive. Thank you.
So, thank you, everybody. Now, yeah, we'll have a cocktail. I don't know how to explain, but just you can follow Paola, and everybody is welcome. Thank you.